Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. My apologies for my tardiness. And this is a reckless streams. This is a reckless stream, so this could go on. This could go on for 5 minutes, or this could go on for a little while. It all depends. Don't put it in the comments. Do not put it in the comments. And what's going on, y'all? So let's start off. We'll start off with the MTR conversation, and then we will move on to Chissa Z, and then we might come back like a plan. Sounds like a plan. All right. Um. So for those of you that don't know, um, MTR is essentially put on a NGO's watch list, non-governmental organization. These are the people that the government often hires to do their dirty work, research and whatnot, to help aid in certain things. So this NGO apparently is looking out for manosphere or man related, male related content that they deem as toxic. Oh boy. And so we already know anything that is not laudatory or kissing ass of women. And yes, Mr. Z is purposely using incendiary language just in case these people ever find me. I want to be very clear what they're actually doing, not what they say they're, not their mission statement or whatnot, because we know their mission statement is going to be about some equality and trying to prevent, patriarchal whatever the hell, or male terrorist, or trying to prevent these men from being hegemonic, right? Hegemonic, patriarchal, masculine, etc., a bunch of things that they want to make pejoratives and negatives. So in reality, it really is rejiggering the environment so that men will still be the protectors and providers. I'm sorry, I said it the right way. The over glorified guard dogs and walking ATMs for women just never exercise the power that comes with that. Um, and it really is, provide, protect, and shut up. And by the way, so men putting their life on the lines for their families, random men putting their life on the line for random women, no matter how much he's done or accomplished, and no matter how unimportant, ineffectual she is. Men providing financially for family, women in their families, I'm saying, and just random women will be called egalitarian. So egalitarian will be men doing all the quote unquote positive traditional things that they used to do without exercising any of the power. So your wife, your girlfriend, whatever random woman runs things, even though you fund things. Hey, I told y'all, men runs, women funds, men runs. I mean, still wrong. Men funds, women runs. There we go. There we go. Um, and so yeah, so MTR is on a list, and he's second on the list, by the way. Um, and yeah, so to MTR, I say, I saw your think piece, brother. These people already know it's on purpose. Put on your tinfoil hat. I'm pretty sure whatever we think and however conspiratorial we think it is, it's even worse than that. Oh yeah, I'm going all the way there with it. These people have put the thumb on the scales for their daughters. That's why my title is The Chosen Child, the chosen one. These people have put the thumb on the scales for the women. They do not fear the women. They know all the women are just going to bark and screech for whatever injustices they see. They're not afraid of the women. They know the black women are going to bark and the white women are going to screech, but ultimately be ineffectual at bringing about any real change that challenges the white elite men at the top. Whether that's white elite politicians that have been in Congress for 30 and 40 years, or establish old white money, or establish new white money. Mr. Z, that sounds oxymoronic. How's it new and established? Go ask Mark Zuckerberg. Huh? These people have put the thumb on the scales for their daughters and for the women because they're not afraid of them. They know they're not a threat. They're not intimidated by them at all. train tracks. I would like to direct you to BLM. Oops. I would like to direct you to all those pussy hat women. Yawn. Pink hat women. Yawn. They go to DC, they march, they talk, and nothing. They maybe get some legislation passed that's beneficial for them in a vacuum, but that challenges white male power, not at all. Right? Not at all. Huh? So MTR, I hear you, brother. I hear you. And y'all gives you 1 second. I'm about to go in the dead zone. Gives you 1 second. And we're back. But yeah, these people are not afraid of the women. And the women know that the elite, primarily rich, elite, powerful, connected white men are not afraid of them. They know it. The women know it. Those men know it. And they're playing footsie with each other, doing a little bit more with each other, and keeping working class, lower middle class, working poor men in the position they are in now. Right? So of course it's hypocritical, and I see MTR showing the women on The View talking reckless, showing different random women on the internet, on social media talking reckless. These people think that's okay because for them, the women are only responding to and reacting to men's toxicity. Men in general, not the elite men, not the men that were touching them all in these offices, not those elite men that were locking doors behind them when when he calls her into the office for some extracurricular activity if she wanted this promotion. No, not those men. We're treating average men with this power that they don't have. These average women who get their little feelings hurt because the men they think they deserve pipe and toss, or just ignore them, or not interested in them. Black women who are obsessed with celebrity culture, and so they feel insulted, and it's an affront to them to see celebrity black men with non-black women, as if these celebrity black men wake up in the morning, I know what I'm going to do to get black women. Ha ha ha. I'm going to parade around this white woman. Huh? So the rich white elite men take advantage of that. And now they have a list of random men, white men, black men, MTR, black man. Never mind all of the women on these different shows, particularly the white ones, where the women are talking absolutely reckless about men, boiling men down to nothing but walking wallets and overglorified guard dogs. These people don't have a list of women. Is Shira 7 on a list? Huh? The channel that I covered where the women straight up said we need to turn this into a matriarchy, these political lesbian women, are they on a list? No. Huh? Absolutely not. Is that list made public to scare the women into not talking reckless? And by the way, that's why that list was quote unquote leaked. It's to scare the hell out of men. It's to scare the listeners, the audience. It's to scare the content creators. Translation, watch your mouth. That's what they're saying. We don't care how rigged the game is. We don't care how many of you are going to have children or get married. We don't care how much we've made our daughters absolutely insufferable, mean, condescending a-holes materialistic, consumerist a-holes, watch your mouth talking about it though. Because yes, the game is rigged in the elite rich white man's favor. And yes, we're going to sprinkle a couple of crumbs to the women to use them as a buffer class. But you watch your mouth talking about it though. Exactly, Barry. Princella not on the list. I saw how you said it. I saw how you said it. Right? Huh? But of course they're not on the list because they know those women are all talk. They do not fear Jade Keating or whatever her name is. Get 'em Jade or whatever her name is. They don't fear her. They don't fear Bowser. They know Bowser's doing their dirty work. She about to write a book about the online gender war from a feminist lens. They already know she's doing their dirty work. That's why they don't fear her. Huh? They were perfectly okay with ignoring divested zealot in her thumbnail. They were perfectly okay with that. You think they didn't know about Cynthia G? They just ignored it. Cynthia G went on Fox Soul in front of Dr. Umar Johnson talking about aborting unborn black male fetuses. And white America's like, yeah, duh. Huh? They see the women. Look, man, if these people are trying to ban TikTok, if they're talking about some of us and our support or our movements, let's say in real life, and who we're supporting in that situation in the Middle East, if you understand, you understand. If they're watching what we're saying online, they know about this. They know the women that they raised. They know those girls that are now quote unquote women. Could have fooled me. That they raised, they know. They're ignoring it. That's the whole point. And it's a class warfare exercise. Us elite rich white men marry the women that we grew up with, and the women that we grew up with, then on some sisterhood thing, sell to lower middle class white women, definitely black women, Latina women, working class Latina women, all this sister girl and sisterhood thing. Meanwhile, and shout out to the black woman that called it out when it happened. These women are all at the protest, the women's right protest, and the black women are calling them out. Wait a minute, white women, 52% of y'all voted for Trump after he said grab them by the vagina. Huh, right? So the MTRSA, like, this is not, uh, uh, there's nothing particularly to me necessarily frightening about this. Yes, you're on a list, but of course you're on a list. You're doing numbers, you're not extreme, and you're showing women in the West, primarily women in America's effery. That's the problem. And to even the white dudes that they had on there. The worst, and if you think when Kevin was alive, he wasn't going to be on, he was going to be on there. I want you to understand why, particularly why it's these particular men, because these men actually talk to women and they actually show women's effery. See, it's really difficult to paint these men as these sexist, misogynistic, misogynoirist a-holes who just want to see women barefoot and pregnant when the women of their own volition come out their mouth and say, who wants to be with average anyway? And if I earn more than you, I will mistreat you. And a man is his money. Unprovoked, right? The women are speaking like that on camera. That's why they have a problem. When these white dudes, and y'all know I don't usually say their names, when the whatever show or when Rolo, whatever it is, when he have him and the rest of the white dudes speaking to the women, varying careers, varying ages, and men always come down to nothing but a walking wallet. Yes, they want to have adult fun with you. Obviously, they want you to protect them physically if something goes on, but for the most part, excuse me, for the most part, primarily, you're nothing but a walking ATM machine. See, it's really difficult to say no. Men want patriarchy. Women just want equality and fairness and equity and a man that cares and a man that's emotionally intelligent and a man that's open and a man that's generous. It's really difficult to say that when the men are speaking to the women and without being instigated or forced to say these things, the women are boiling men down to walking wallets and just trying to find really interesting, creative ways, polysyllabic and verbose ways of saying it. Huh? So the MTR say, yeah, that means you're being effective. Because the men are supposed to, in the 21st century, the elite rich white men and their wives and their mistresses, right? What they're really saying is that it's your job to provide, protect, and shut up. The black woman that said that on which channel was that? The black woman that said that on Daily Wrap Up Crew, she just was speaking for the rest of the women and for elite rich white men and their wives. Don't exercise any of the power, especially over women, that comes with your money, that comes with your influence, that comes with your power. No, a real gentleman, see, a real man, you know, they love to throw out that real man crap. A real man ignores women's effery. A real man only regulates men. A real man rescues the damsel in distress no matter what she did and no matter if she put herself in that situation, no matter if it's going to delete him trying to save her. That's what a real man does. See, a real man regulates other men. A real man ignores when women misbehave. Wait, isn't that acknowledging that women misbehave? A real man just regulates other men. That's what a real man does. Huh? A real man is in touch with his emotions. Translation. A real man emotes like women do. Oh, what's a woman? Mr. Z. That sounds sexist. That's heteronormative. You're assigning a characteristic to a sex. You're assigning behavior to a particular sex. Huh? So MTR's on this list, yawn. Of course, this is a scare tactic, and yeah, they're gonna be snooping around. I've been saying the alphabet boys were gonna be snooping around. Of course they are. Because we're really challenging what they're trying to do by using women as a buffer class. So are you saying that that's what equality is? Huh? Did we learn nothing from the college school scandal? There's a reason why Mr. Z keeps on bringing this up. There's one particular white guy that got caught up in the college school scandal, and he was going around professing, looking out for inner city youth, read black young men, And he was donating money here and there, and he was looking out for inner city youth, and he wanted to see these young boys, black young men, do well. And meanwhile, he got caught up in a college school scandal for his daughter. Huh? Dear ladies, that's what they're doing with you. We want to see these women live well, and they don't have to be in relationship with men, and we just want to see these women be autonomous and strong and fierce, right? We want to see them do well, whether they're with men or if they're without men. And how many of those elite women are single and stay single their entire adulthood? How many of those rich elite white women, that's their lot in life? Huh? The Bush twins, Chelsea Clinton. Huh? How many of them, that's their scenario, that's their situation? Ivanka Trump. Huh? But they're selling you, be fierce, be independent, be strong. You don't need a man. You don't see them using you as the buffer class, ladies? Why is it that the men are on a list, but you're not? Have you heard your rhetoric? Why is it that the men are on a list and you're not? Dear ladies, do you not understand how this is going to work? They're going to use you as a buffer class. Many of you are going to be single and destitute, lonely, no money as you get older, no children, no man. And all you would have done is been a wage slave for these elite men, these elite rich white men, because that's real empowering. Hey, look this, how did this pop up on my screen? I gotta get this off my screen. God damn, look. Just sometimes, my finger slipped and I gotta. How did this get on my screen? I don't even know. Let me take this off real quick. Wait a minute, it's taking me long. I think my fingers are a little greasy. I don't know. I've been holding my hand in a fist. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait, slipped again. God damn. Okay, no, I got it off. I got it off. Huh. So once again, shout out to MTR. I don't agree with the brother on a lot. I agree with him on certain things, but him being number two on the list only speak to him not being extreme, being pretty sensible, showing the women's hypocrisy, showing the women, the mean, snarky, a-hole, condescending, materialistic women. And the most frightening thing ever is that we're telling them what this is going to cost them. Huh? We're telling them how this is going to look in the future for them. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to allow the women to have plausible deniability and play damsel in distress in 5 and 10 and 15 years and 20 years when the cost of them giving men the middle finger and say, who wants to be with average anyway? When the cost of that comes through, right? Huh. So the MTR say, I get it, right? And shout out to you for being on the list. That means you're effective. That's what that means. That is to try to scare you and to try to shut you up and try to fear all of us, get us all fearful. All the men who create any type of not state sanctioned lower class men's masculinity. And lower class men's masculinity is supposed to be one where we kiss women's ass. The only real men are supposed to be the rich white men at the top. Wait, isn't that what real hegemonic masculinity is? Isn't that what the author of this, the Australian author, isn't that what she was really talking about? What is the name? WS Con, non WS Con. What was it again? RL Con. Okay, I can't remember her name. But yeah, isn't that what she was really describing? Wait a minute, Z, you sounding like you speaking facts. You can't do that. Huh? So the hegemonic rich white elite men at the top, the corporate leaders and the politicians, the real hegemonic masculinity, are funding the women. And then them and the politicians they have in their back pocket are funding NGOs to look all through social media for content creators like MTR. Nobody say anything to the women though. Huh? But I forgot we don't do that because we don't, number one, we don't fear the women. But if these are your chosen children, then tell them to eat vagina then. Right? Tell them to eat vagina then. And dear ladies, I want y'all to understand how this looks for you in the long run. They're gonna keep on gassing y'all. You're gonna keep on giving the average man the middle finger. These men are gonna come from Mount Olympus every once in a while and pipe y'all. Still stay married with his elite wife though. White wife more often than not. Meanwhile, he's gonna give you college degrees, uh, middle management positions, middle management income, and you can live off of that for the rest of your life. Quote unquote rich auntie, right? Oh yeah, Steffes Cole is another one, right? Huh. So to Dr. Scott Galloway, to Dr. Richard Reeves, I say until y'all get dysregulated, stop talking to us about these toxic men online that's taking advantage of single lonely men. You see this list? Are there not problematic people on this list? Yeah, there's probably problematic channels on that list. Are all of those channels? You trying to tell me MTR and Steffes Cole they're problematic? Oh, I forgot. Y'all gotta hurry up and throw a couple of black men in there too. So y'all don't show that this white manosphere thing Z is about to say it. I don't care if I split the room. The white men that are on this manosphere thing are really white racists, and they really want white women to get back in line so they can rule over people of color together again. Because white women be looking kind of shaky sometimes. That is not what the black men are on. But I forgot y'all got to throw in the black men. And what a coinkydee, you got a light skinned black man and a dark skinned black man on the list. Cover all your bases. I hear you. Z, you sounding real conspiratorial right now. I'm telling you, the tinfoil do rag is on tight right now. I'm gonna cover that in 1 minute, Lemmy. That I'm gonna cover that in 1 minute. That's the next thing I wanted to cover. Right? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Huh? Oh, and I highlighted it. I didn't even read it. And Lemmy Phil says, have you seen the black wife effect on TikTok? I'm gonna cover it in 1 minute. And yes, I have. Right? And Detroit says, how Paris Milan didn't make it on the list, calling us nakers. They can't say it's numbers. Her channel is doing numbers. But they're okay with Paris Milan saying Kentanji chose better, Eve chose better, Serena chose better, because the rich white elite men and those NGOs, those politicians, the rich white elite men and the NGOs they cover actually agree with Paris Milan. They do think that Kentanji chose better and Eve chose better and Kamala chose better and Serena chose better because they chose white men. Huh? Why would they ever put Paris on the list? Paris is doing their bidding. Why would they put Paris Milan on a list? They're not going to put Bowser on a list because she's doing their bidding and she speaks their language and she went to school. She graduated from Harvard. She went to school with their daughters. She speaks their daughter's language. She helps to keep the Negras in line. Shout out to Tiffany Cross. Don't expect to see the women, particularly black women, on the list. They love Shira 7. Of course, they're not going to put Shira 7 on no damn list. Because Shira 7 is saying what rich white elite men believe for real. A man is nothing but a walking wallet in an ATM. We bought our wives. Unfortunately, too bad for the black men. They can't buy their wives. And that makes it good for us because if we do see a little chocolate honey, you know how corny they be sounding. We see a little chocolate honey we find attractive. We could just impress her with these little baubles and pipe. And she'll never realize that she'll never be Miss Cartwright, Mr. Z Ryman. Huh? So it is what I said before to FD signifier, and it's being proven more and more and more. Once again, shout out to Leon for that clip from Teen War. What did I say to FD? Oh, so y'all gonna try to regulate the men, particularly black men. Y'all gonna tell us to shut up about this man thing. Y'all gonna strip us of the power and the money, and you're not gonna say anything to the women. You're gonna let the women throw a temper tantrum. I want a man on my level. I want this. I want that. And you're gonna say nothing to them. So they're gonna come out in the dating scene. They're gonna feel like the majority of black men are not on their level. Enough white men are not on their level either, but they're gonna date. They're willing to date down and marry down for the white man. But okay, fine. And the elite white men will pipe, but not marry them. But you'll never tell them, okay, ladies, this is what comes with equality and egalitarianism. And I'm gonna need you to drop your patriarchal ideas. Because MTR and Steph Cole being on that list, that is what it's saying. I need you men to stop telling these men how rigged the game is. I need you to stop showing women in these unflattering lights, in these unflattering ways, and just pay for them and shut up. Provide, protect, and shut up. And when you don't provide and protect and shut up, and when you show these women, rest in peace, Kevin, and when these women come onto your shows and they're boiling men down to nothing but walking wallets, over glorified guard dogs, and the occasional adult fun toy, cat toy, you're making our job just a bit more difficult. Right? Huh? Of course these people are on a list. Of course they're on a list. And of course they mentioned the consummate gentleman. But of course they did. Of course they did. It's like the same. Was it who was I watching? Was it MTR again or was it Chessa Z when they were breaking down these men, these news reporters and news anchors Oh no, 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 it wasn't that. It was another white manosphere guy, right? Who was speaking on the news media, speaking on the soft guy era, and kept on saying they don't understand this and they don't understand that. And I'm thinking to myself, first of all, you should know better. They do understand it, huh? Once again, men get in line. All you average men, even you average men, especially you average men that earn more than your female cohorts, your female cohort, provide, protect, and shut up. Provide, protect, and shut up. And don't exercise any of that power and that influence that comes with your money, right? And let the women bludgeon you with all type of emotionally intelligent talk and toxic masculinity talk, right? Let them bludgeon you with that and say nothing. As a matter of fact, better yet, shake your head in agreement and throw other men under the bus to show that you are a renaissance man and you're a new type of man. You're the new form of masculinity. The new form of masculinity is regulating other men, not saying anything to the women, just regulating, not saying anything to the women, not saying anything to other women who would and should be regulating women. You just regulate the men and let the women do whatever the hell they want. This is the new arrived, intelligent, self-aware. This is what chivalry really looks like in the 21st century, don't you know? Women doing whatever the hell they want and men supporting them and subsidizing them while they do it. Yeah, I think I did see that name. Legion of Men, I did see that name, right? Huh. So what they really have an issue with, and they really are trying to scare the hell out of us. And we know who y'all are. We know who your subscribers are. We know who's watching your channels. We're we're reading through the comments. We're watching these videos, and whether they're watching them or not is up for debate. It's a scare tactic. Do I think they can shut us down? Absolutely, if they really wanted to. Would that change anything? Absolutely not. Your sons are becoming more and more indifferent and more despondent because y'all raised the meanest, most condescending, entitled, materialistic women ever. And attempting to frighten and get these men fearful, whether it's the content creators or the people that consume the content, it's not going to change anything because these young men and these boys and these older men, not aldermen, older men, right, are going through these experiences with your mean ass a-hole daughters. Shout out to FD Signifier. Just be resilient. Yawn. And that's what they really are trying to say. Hey, look, these women are going to be out here. Shout out to the educator that was speaking to Themis. These women are going to be out here. They're going to be maybe physically assaulting you. They're going to be definitely verbally abusive. Absolutely. They're going to be the meanest you can possibly imagine. They're going to get off on it. They might orgasm being mean to you, particularly if they think they're better than you. And you need to show that you're resilient by eating it, by putting your head down and eating it. Because you have to understand, she's just responding to the toxic environment and all these men that have done so wrong by women. Right. And she doesn't want to waste her time distinguishing between the quote unquote good guys and the rest of you. So if she snaps and she says something untoward, if she says something, just take it. Because aren't you a real man? This is when they try to play with you with that real man thing, try to reverse psychology you with it. See, if you're a real man, the way you purport to be, then you would just take her disrespect. And you would be emotionally intelligent enough to understand it's not really directed towards you. Huh? And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat, white men are so broke now that they have monetized their black female relationships on social media. They put black women to work like good slaves on the plantation. I'm gonna mention this right now too because I did see the um before the black wife trend, and yeah, we're gonna get to that now. All right. And so moving on, that before the black and like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. That before the black women trend is so cringe. Okay, what I got from that primarily is black women trying to flex on black men by saying we can make another you. I don't know how many of y'all got that. That's what they're saying. We can make another you. Whether you created your swag or whether we gave it to you, black women, you know they feel like they gave it to us. We could make another you. Right? We could turn Urkel into Urkel. Right? We could make another you. We could take the white guys, we could take the Latino guys, we could take the Asian guys, the dweeby guys, and we could turn them into the swagalicious black dude. Huh? So we don't need you, black men. We're the creators of everything on planet Earth anyway. All people come from our wombs anyway. We could make another you, black man. We could manifest another you, black man. Thank you. And Trail says Steve into Stefan, right? We could turn Steve Urkel into Stefan, black man. Exactly, Lithium. We'll develop it in spite of you. Huh. So when you see this before black wife trend, and then you essentially what black women are saying is number one, we could create another you. Number two, these men actually appreciate us. Unlike you, it's fascinating listening to black women who live in America with America's history say how much non-black men value them, non-black men value their opinion. When they get with non-black men, black non-black men know how to worship them and know how to cherish them and know how to value them, unlike black men. Meanwhile, the interracial marriage rate for black women is in the dumps. It's not that black women aren't having sex with non-black men, but turning that sex into a marriage, oh, talk about the gap. Meanwhile, black women, from Tanya TKO to Chrissy to Lexus Exis to Crystal and Kerosene, to divested zealot continue to say divested witch, all of them continue to tell you how much non-black men, primarily white men, value black women. And they bring up whatever random white celebrity that says, "Well, if you're a real man, you got to be a real man to handle a black woman. Black women are serious, right? Huh? So yeah, of course, now you have black women showing them John being right, random non-black men, right? Now, Rappaport, they don't want to mention that, huh? That's a white man with a black wife, Blech. Huh? Bill Burr got a black wife. I'm not gonna insult him, but big Bill Burr look like he got all the swag in the world, huh? That's swagoo right there, ain't it? Huh? All these black women who have had sex with white men, and you meet the white men, and you can never tell what happened. Oh wait, it said before the black. Wait for it, Z. Wait for it. Wife, and not many of you actually turn the sexcapade with white men into being his wife to end up transforming him into John B 2.0. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about Michael Rappaport. Because he's dripping swagoo, ain't he? Huh? Michael Rappaport's dripping swagoo. Name all these random white men that are married or have been married to a black woman. Yeah, they're dripping swagoo. Yeah, that's it. Swag dripping from their pores. Huh? So this before the black wife trend where they're essentially trying to mock black men, right? It's really them saying we could make another you, right? And so, yeah, a Jack Harlow, yeah, that's it, right? And to Chisazette, I say, when he was covering this, one of the ladies, the main one that he was covering, said something along the lines of struggle love. And to Chisazette, I say, and I'm pretty sure he understands it. I'm just gonna say it anyway. Um, to women like this, any black man in particular, any black man that they end up with that is not rich is automatically struggle love. It's automatically struggle love. If you are a black man and you're not, see, it doesn't necessarily apply to white men because white skin pays in dividends. But if you are a black man and you're not rich, then it's struggle love for them. It doesn't necessarily apply to non-black men, particularly white men. That rule doesn't necessarily apply to them, right? Huh? And Red Falls, Black says Chris Rock, Machine Gun Kelly, Reverse Oreo wannabe ninjas, please. And Machine Gun Kelly who was on the red carpet being disrespectful with it when he was like, Black women give the best head. He hasn't touched a black woman since he made it in Hollywood. Since he got after that, you haven't, at least publicly, you haven't seen him touch a black woman yet. Now he's with what, Megan Fox? So all that great head he was getting in the hood when he was in Ohio, right? Isn't that where he's from? Ohio? Right? That great, he was getting good head. His baby mom is black. He got a little mixed daughter, if I'm not mistaken. He was getting good, that good fire, good head. That went from black women when he was in the hood. And the second he got to Hollywood, he ain't touched nothing black since. Not publicly. Right? Huh. What a lot of black women don't want to admit is that these white guys often grow up around black men, right? They imitate black men's swag before they ever have a black girlfriend or wife. Or they pipe a black chick for a little bit, right? They're in a situation with a black woman for a little bit. They imitate her brother's style, huh? And then they take that urban style and still end up with a white woman. Machine Gun Kelly, anyone? Kid Rock, anyone? Huh? They still end up with a white woman, just now with that urban flair to them, that black man swag. Huh? Hmm. Yeah, Travis Kelsey, exactly. The dude who is now with Swift should be a testament to what Z is talking about. Exactly. And they were together on and off for what, 4 or 5 years? It's fascinating watching black women from one side of their mouth speak about anti-blackness and racism and colorism, and because when they say colorism, they really only talking about you black men, and particularly you rich black men, you famous black men who are parading around. I'm not saying you're really doing it. I'm saying how this is how the women are taking it. Black women are taking it. You're parading around your racially ambiguous black girlfriends, your light-skinned black girlfriends, and of course your exotical non-black girlfriends and wives, and your white, definitely white. Ooh, nothing chops a black woman's ass more than you black men parading around your blonde, blue-eyed, or brunette, green-eyed white girlfriends and wives, right? So when they talk about colorism, they're not talking about non-black people and how they treat different gradations of black women, different skin tones of black women. No, no, no. They're talking about you black men, particularly you rich and famous black men, right? So on one hand, in one side of their mouth is black women speaking about the anti-blackness and the anti-blackness practiced by non-black people, right? And on the other hand is them playing it down to spite you, black men. Huh? On the other end are black women playing it down to spite you. Playing down how often these non-black men have adult fun with black women, cheat on their white wives with black women, use black pros while they're married to white women, have an affair with their black female coworker behind their white wife's back, but would never marry a black woman. See, black women play that down because they can't admit that, because then that would make the black manosphere right about what we're saying, and they're willing to go through the crap with white men just to spite black men, just not to give black men that quote unquote W, that quote unquote win. Huh? So once again, on one side of their mouth, it's racism and anti-blackness, our beauty standard and the European beauty standard. And on the other side is playing it down when black men say, but white men ain't checking like that, nor Latinos, nor definitely not Asian men. And they might pipe because, once again, as Mr. Z says, attractive black women are attractive. Attractive black women are attractive. That's not the issue. The issue is because of the current socio-political environment that we're in, white supremacy, non-black men will just not elevate black women in that way. They will not legitimate you by putting a ring on your finger and walking around this world like this is my wife and I said it. Huh? Not in any significant number. That's why in the media right now, on TV commercials and on television shows, it's showing all of these black women, particularly darker skinned black women with white men, and you do not see that reflected in real life in any significant number. Like we already know, some 1% of white men marry black women. There's what they're portraying in the media to diddle black women's egos, to tamp down black women's inferiority complex in relationship to white men. And then there's what's actually happening in real life. And in real life, yeah, white men are piping black women. They're not marrying them, though. So once again, there's black women who see this and feel this and know this on one side of their mouth, oh, the anti-blackness and the European beauty standard, and but then when it comes to spite black men, no, I could get me a black man, or I could get me a white man. If black men don't act right, I could go get me from the man store. I could just go pluck me a white man, or go pluck me a Latino, or go pluck me an indigenous man, or go pluck me an Asian man. Because these men don't have no autonomy. They can't tell you no. They can't ignore you when, once again, according to the dating divide, a book that no black man had anything to do with, white people see the advancements and the advances, once again, the sexual and relationship advances of people of color, and they largely ignore them. Dear black women, did you hear that? Huh? So this whole before black wife challenge is yawn. It's so cringe and black men, please don't let us do the same thing. I read the comment of the brother. I was like, I'm gonna do the same thing, to kind of get back at black women. No, please, no. We're not desperate. We don't have this insatiable inferiority complex. We're not trying to spite black women, but look, we can do the same thing. Look. When the white girl get with me, look at the swag. It's so cringy and desperate. Oh, black women, this is your PR campaign. This is your commercial for white men and non-black men. Yeah, I saw the clip with the Asian dude. Y'all didn't want to bring up the numbers of Asian men actually married to black women. 2010, 9,000. That out of a country of what at the time it was 300 million, 9,000. Jesus Christ. Y'all want to talk about how many of them Asian dudes are actually married to black women? You got Asians everywhere. You got them in Texas. You got them all up and down that northeast corridor from Boston on down. New York, New Jersey. You got them all over the West Coast, Washington State, California. And how many of them are actually married to a black woman for y'all to say after the black wife situation? So no, black men, let's not imitate this. It's cringy and desperate, and we're not this desperate. Look how the white girl look before me, and look how she look after me. Because you know I could make me another black woman, huh? I could make me another black woman. Look. Before that, look, because I was hitting it right. I was knocking them walls down. Look, now she got ass, huh? Cringe, absolute cringe and desperate. Let black women have this one, right? They can have this. This is cringe and desperate. We don't need this type of PR, huh? This is how y'all begging white men to come and get y'all. Dear black women, would white men understand? And you won't admit to yourself is they don't have to have swag to smash. That's what you low key are showing. That's why it's called after the black wife. Even if it's called, and Mr. Z might get it wrong, it might be called before the black wife. Guess what? What you're saying is that you will take the dweeby white dude. So the dweeby white dude that just want to smash because he's going through a drought right now with white women, right? Huh. Why would he change his swag if he could smash anyway? Why would he change his swag when he could see you groveling at his feet anyway? What's his name? B-Rad or something like that? And Compassionate says, they think walking around with Malibu's most wanted white boy is going to make us jealous. Yeah, that's it. And that lets you know, like, someone said this, ask this question before in my comments, I want to say, and it was like, do black women only talk to other black women? Or yes. They only commiserate with each other because for them, the white women are are white, and so they won't understand. They're white women plus black women are competing with white women, and then of course they're not going to listen to black men because once again, matriarchy. If you want to be kind, gynocracy. If you want to be accurate, so they only commiserate with other like-minded, not pick me, not mammy, because you know those are pejoratives over there, black women. And so they're regurgitating the same delusional, dumbass ideas to each other. And so this comes out to be I know what we're going to do. I know the play. I know how we're going to advertise ourselves to white men. We're going to show what white men look like before us and how they look be after us. And we're going to show these kind of regular white dudes, whether that's blue collar or white collar, kind of dweeby looking white dudes, regular ass Asian guys, dweeby kind of Asian guys, regular Latino guys, kind of dweeby Latino guys. And we're going to show what happens when we level them up. Huh? And so this is the trend now. And it's so cringy and corny. Ugh. Right? And to the white men, if there's any one of you listening, any Latinos listening, any Asian guys listening, come get them. Please, for the love of God. All of these, what Ed called it, Keisha's list. No backseas, no returns. As is. Come get them. The thick ones, the slim ones, the light ones, the dark ones, the tall ones, the short ones, any one of them that is disparaging black men and being laudatory of Latino men, Asian men, White men. Oh, I could get me a Latino man. I could get me a white man. I could get me an Asian man. Come get them. Huh? Thank you. And trust it. All transactions final. Exactly. All transactions final. No returns. Shout out to all the we have the lowest divorce rate between white men and black women. Yes, let's test that out. Let's keep on testing that out. And a split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And a split Jim says, Z, a 26-year-old black woman went me one of those trends, and I think you said, oh, sent me. I said went me. Jesus Christ. Let's read that again. Z, a 26-year-old black woman sent me one of those trends and said, I don't see black men going hard for black women like this. I told her black men will never, because we're not lame white men. uh you know what social media did also is allow for us to get into our silos and alter the universe to fit our feelings, what we already think, how we already feel, our preconceived notions, and we train the algorithm which trains us to send us nothing but things that show us what we already believe and hear and think. And it keeps us in our silos. That is why Mr. Z says go check out other non-black manosphere, non-manosphere related content. Mr. Z is all over these YouTube streets. I am watching news. I am watching international news. I am watching car things. I'm watching what's going on in politics. I'm all over the place. That's why I'm able to bring to y'all and look. My community chat is a testament to that. My community chat, I'm sorry. My community tab is a testament to that. All a bunch of different things. The only reason I'll put more car content on there is because most of y'all are not into cars, right? And Lion says panel, I might be able to pull it. Let's see. I might be able to pull it. Right? And I'm saying this as a response to a split gym by saying, they're they're only consuming content that, what do women say? That edifies us, that edifies me. It keeps them in their delusional bubble. It keeps them in their delusional bubble. So you're responding, black men will never, because we're not lame white men. It's the same. I want you to be very clear. The same black women that are actually not attracted to these white men will turn around and try to leverage these white men because they're hoping you have the same inferiority complex towards white men that they have towards white women. Even Divested Zealot called them out for this because she could see the play. Now she's doing it because she's saying, I never made the mistake y'all did. Y'all trying to, pretty much she's trying to say, and she's right, right? Y'all trying to make these black men behave the way y'all want. And that's really what it is. Now, I am speaking about Divested Zealot, a whole damn Nazi over here, right? But even the black women that's not actually attracted, that's really attracted to black men, yeah, they're going to try to leverage because they think we have the inferiority complex towards white men, Latino men, and Asian men that they have towards white women, Latina women, and Asian women. And it's not the same. Chrissy realizes it's not the same. But these rando kind of civilian black women, they don't get it. So they try, look what the white man does when he's with a black woman. Y'all don't do that. Yeah, we don't have to. Y'all do it for white women. No, we don't. You keep on lying to yourself and saying that. Huh? No, we do not. So, of course, yeah, a split gym. This type of rhetoric, this type of language, yawn. It's not only that we're not lame, and it's not only them trying to leverage these random white men towards us. These women truly are in their echo chambers, regurgitating the same crap to each other, and it's caused them to be absolutely delusional. But don't worry, don't expect them to be on a list. Even TYT covered Shira 7 and mocked her, but still, don't expect Shira 7 to be on some list. Whether it's governmental or NGO, non-governmental organization, NGO list. Don't expect Shira's. Now, I would be supremely surprised if black women made it on any list of tieristic women's content. Absolutely not. Right? Thank you. And Michael Ross says, I never looked at the white man and said to myself, damn, I wish I was him. I said it outside of the resources in the power, black men ain't trying, and we're not even trying to do what those men did to get it or what their ancestors did. And let's be very clear: the real neoliberal in the black community is really the women. You think you think the average black woman, if you talk to her, you think that not only are they jealous of white women and white men, they would be okay with white men doing what black. Yeah, say that again, Z. These black women would be okay. Actually, they would want it for black men to do what white slavers and colonizers did on planet Earth and are still doing. Oopsie, on planet Earth for the lifestyle. Oh, you better believe it. You better believe it. For the lifestyle, absolute divested zealot. One of the people on her panel, I said this before, literally said we gave them 60 years. Look, what did they do in 60 years? We gave them 60 years. 60 years? Translation, we gave them 60 years to build us Wakanda and to build us an exact replica of what white men gave white women, which, by the way, is not what you think it is. We gave them 60 years to give us a chocolate dip version of what white men gave white women. Once again, it's not what you think it is. Wrong word, Z. It's not what you feel it is. Huh? Huh. So, yeah, that 26-year-old that sent you that, a split gym, yawn, and then try to chastise black men. I bet you she thought she ate with that. Huh, y'all not doing this. The white men are. We're not trying to be the white men. And that's the issue black women have with black men. Why don't you have the inferiority complex? They're gonna say motivation, that's not it. Or drive, that's not it. Why don't you have the inferiority complex? Why don't you envy the white man enough to grape, pillage, conquer, destroy, hold the world over nuclear Armageddon, overthrow democratically elected leaders, fund this side to overthrow that side? What they say, you could pay half the poor to kill the other half of the poor? Why won't you do that so you could put just about 20% of us where the top 20% of white women are? Huh? That's really what it is. Y'all think I'm joking. I want the white woman's life. If what did I say to Raj? I said straight up. For them, it's I want that white bee's life. And if I can't have that white bee's life, then to hell with everything. Burn it all. Shout out to Cynthia G. Scorch, burn it to the ground. If I can't have that white bee's life, if I can't have her lifestyle, y'all heard the clip when I played it. Y'all heard Chrissy. She watching the clip. Once that damn playhouse pop up with the white little girl and her mom, Chrissy lost it. For a good 10, 15 seconds, she lost it. If they can have it, why can't we have it? F you, F what y'all say talking about. Exactly. Exactly. Y'all show me all over social media. Show me whether they're black manosphere or not, random black men, whether I'll go so far, not even just black American men, black men in the West, particularly black men in America. You show me a black man watching a white man with an expensive exotic car or a big house or mansion or any of that, and him saying, F you, black women. If we can't have this, then burn it to the ground. If y'all won't move the way this white man wife move or white man's girlfriend move, then burn it to the ground. F you, F what y'all talking about. Show me the black men that are saying that even think that or feel that. Huh? Think about what they say when they say, why are black women always told to settle? White women are not told to settle. Think about how delusional you have to be to say that. And you say it because you feel it. Meanwhile, video after video after video after video of white young women, white old women, white middle aged women complaining about the dating scene, complaining about divorcing their white husbands and coming back out here and being ran through by other white men, being played, being ghosted by other white men. Huh? White women, these men are not on our level. And black women, why are we told to settle? White women are not told to settle. Huh? It's this delusion, and it's only been amplified with social media. It was already bad before, it only got amplified because these women stay in their little echo chambers. These black women stay in their little echo chambers online, regurgitating all of this insanity to each other, all of this delusion. They're literally telling each other to embrace delusion. Imagine that. Black women telling other black women to embrace delusion. What could be the harm? What could go wrong? What could go wrong with you being delusional? And these young women are 23 and they start listening to Yanni, or they've been listening to Yanni, and they hear Yanni say that, or they hear the sister I covered last year, sometime maybe early last year, when she said it, she's a darker skinned sister. She said it, right? What's wrong with delusion? And you say that in your early 20s, then you're in your mid 20s, then you're in your late 20s, and then you're in your early 30s, then you're in your mid 30s. What's wrong with delusion? Then you're in your late 30s. What's wrong with delusion? Then you're in your early 40s. What's wrong with delusion? No husband, middle management job if you're lucky, middle management income if you're lucky, baby bins, yeah, right, if you're lucky, maybe a little situationship if you're lucky, talking about you're the rich auntie. Oh boy. What's wrong with delusion? Going on girls' trips with your homegirls. Shout out to some more. Then when people ask you, how was the trip? Oh, it was nice. What did y'all do? No, we drank some nice drinks and we saw the beach and da da da. What did some more say on that stand up? And when you ask men, they'll go to Walmart, they'll run a train on some random chick at Walmart and they had a great old time. That's a black female comedian saying that. Huh? Claiming rich auntie making $65,000 a year. $60,000 a year. Huh? So yeah, split gym. She'll send you that, and it's to troll, right? It's to troll. They think that they can get the same emotions out of us, right? And I really see this trend, this after the black wife or black wife trend, right? Or the before and after a black wife trend. It really is a response to that damn NFL draft. It really is. Because black women, black young women feel slighted by black male athletes living their life. Huh? These women do not care about black men and boys. They will tell you that all day, every day. They do not care. I told y'all about the comment. I think I have it screenshot somewhere where a homegirl literally said, "Why should we care about you and your sons?" to a random brother in the comments. Huh? Why should we care about you and your sons? Fine, do not care about black men and black boys. Oh crap, one of them just signed a contract with whatever team, NBA or NFL, for tens of millions, if not maybe $100 million plus dollars. Uh-oh. Oh crap, no. He has oh crap, he has a white girlfriend. Oh damn it. Huh? So yeah, they're just trying to inspire the same type of quote unquote emotions that they feel. And as a matter of fact, that was another comment I read. I want to say it was in one of Yanni's videos last year or maybe the year before. And I can't remember what they were covering. And a couple of black women said the same thing in the comments. Yeah, so now they can feel how we feel. Oh boy. Huh? They really feel like brothers with white women, cute Latina, right? Eva Mendes looking women. You got your Eva Mendes looking black woman, right? You got your Vanessa Williams looking lightish, racially ambiguous black woman, huh? They think that you woke up every day of your life saying, I'm gonna go get me a red chick. The chick is not the word I want to use. I'm gonna go get me a red chick. I'm gonna go get me one. Huh? I'm gonna go get me a white woman. I'm hunting white women. You got your net, you got your fishing pole, your fishing hat, your boat shoes. I'm gonna go get me a white woman. Huh. I'm gonna go get me an exotical just to spite black women. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Huh? So they do feel slighted. And then what this really is, and I'll move on to the next comment after this, is what celebrity and rich notable black men are doing with their shaft. That's what this boils down to at the end of the day. It's not fair that my image, my likeness, my physique, my phenotype is not elevated by black men. Black men owe me. We have to stand by them during slavery, and we were stuck with them during Jim Crow. And they owe us. How dare a rich black man not elevate dark skin, heavy set, 4C curl, broad nose, black women? And everything I just said is not to insult, but it really is. That's what it is. How dare they? How dare you be rich, famous black men and not elevate dark skinned black women? How dare you? Particularly black women with West African features. How dare you? How dare you, Kanye, end up with Kim Kardashian in our face? How dare you? Huh? You think they care about Kanye? Absolutely not. But how dare Kanye end up with Kim Kardashian when he was with her? How dare him? Huh? Alfonso from the joint with Will Smith. God damn, how did Mr. Z forget the name, right? White wife, quiet as a church mouse. He got the game shows that he does. You will hear no conflict from him. Oh, Donald Glover. If they could tar and feather Donald Glover, they would. Huh? If they could tar and feather Donald Glover, they would. Huh? Yes, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Wayne Brady's another one. How dare you be rich and famous and not have a black wife? And not just have a black wife, because low-key, who was I watching? And it was Bowser. And the way she spoke about whose wife is it that doesn't say much and that kind of stays in the shadow, and she mocked that wife low-key. Oh yeah, you know, she don't really say much. And she was low-key mocking that wife because, you know, even though your husband is the rich famous one, you need to be trying to get all in the camera. God damn, y'all inferiority complex is insatiable. Your husband is the one of note, but how dare you not try to be on in the camera? And how dare him not say, by the way, the only reason I breathe is because of her. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have it. I wouldn't know how to dress. I wouldn't know how to walk. I wouldn't know how to wipe my own ass. Everything I am is because of her. Jesus Christ, black women's inferiority complex knows no bounds. It's insatiable. Even the white man can't feel it, pun intended. It knows no bounds. And yes, Sarge Willie Pete, it's global validation. Yes, you're right. It's not good enough for them to end up with a well-off black man. He needs to praise them. He needs to force other people to praise them. Their inferiority complex is insatiable. Because it's not fair. I'm stuck in this country with white women and white women get everything. It's not fair. White women get everything. White women don't have to settle. They get the rich white man. Their men conquered the world. They're the beauty standard. They got money. They got status. It's not fair. Jesus Christ. They get to be none the wiser to anything going on with them. They get to be willfully ignorant, and their man has nukes, and their man has this, and their man has guns, and their man has the government, and their man does anything. And I'm stuck here with black men. Ugh. If y'all think black women are not on that, I don't know who y'all talking to. Way more black women are on that than y'all would like to admit. Trust black men. I don't suggest it for real. Talk to black women for real. I mean, what's Mr. Z saying? Let them talk. Let them go on and on and on. And eventually you're going to get here. It's not fair. They're not going to say it in those words. That they're stuck in Blackistan with ineffectual black men while white women get to do whatever the hell they want to do. They're not going to say it in those words. That's the message, though. Black women, what Toya say? Peace and ease. White women get to be in peace and ease. They get to be willfully ignorant. They get to be whimsical. They get to float. White women don't walk, they float. Meanwhile, black women are stuck in the doldrums with black men. Exactly, Israel stuck with the niggas on the bottom in Blackistan. Really ain't I a woman to white men? Really, that they're begging. Imagine being like medieval times. You're stuck in the dungeon, and you have your hands in the praying, and you're please, please, white man, please, please. I don't want to be stuck here with him. I'm not like him. I did everything you asked of me. I went to school. I got this degree. I'm in your neighborhood. I'm doing everything. I let your underage son smash. Oh goddamn, Z, you said that out loud. I did everything. I did everything. I threw black men under the bus for 60 years, for 50. I did everything. Please, please, please come and get me. I regulate the Negroes. I did everything. Please, please don't leave me here with them. Please, I'm begging you. I'm of a different class than them. I intellectualize my misandry towards them. I do everything. Please come get me. I don't want to be stuck here with them. Please, I don't. It's not fair. Ain't I a woman? Huh? We do everything you ask. I'm okay. I'm a good buffer class. I'm even better than the white women. I'm a good buffer class person. I'm gonna make sure the Negroes stay in their place. I'm gonna regulate them. I'm gonna insult them. I'm gonna belittle them. I'm gonna compare them to you. I'm gonna compare them to you and say that they're lacking. Please just don't leave me here, please. Huh? And by the way, black women are the loudest about that. They're the most in your face about it. But Latinas are on that ish too. Clearly, I can see Asian women are on that ish, right? They seem to be having a bit of success. That's why they're not as loud about it. But they're on the same thing, the white peen. And I don't want black men, young black men in particular, if you hear me saying this is not an indictment of you. Don't y'all develop this same inferiority complex black women have. This is not an indictment of you. You go out and conquer. You go out and do great things. This is whatever black women have in their imagination about what it must mean to be a white woman. You don't let them put their inferiority complex on you, their hatred of what they see in the mirror on you, right? As Telescope said, perfect comment. It's not black men's job to solve the inferiority complex caused by Brad not wanting them. And dear black men, don't you take that on either. For all you younger brothers, if you're going to school, go to school. If you're going to trade school, go to trade school. If you're going to start your own business, start your own business. But not because some inferiority complex having ass black woman is goading you on because she's trying to make sure you have an inferiority complex and compare yourself to white men and say, "Oh yeah, I need to do this and I need to do that." No, nope. It's not your job to solve their inferiority complex, dear black men. It's not. It's not fair. And that's every single one of them, from divested zealot to crystalline Kerzin to Chrissy, all of them, even the ones that are sexually attracted to black men, they're not going to even end up with the white man, even though they're talking like it. But the one thing that they all agree on, that's the ones that are attracted to black men and the ones that are trying to turn off their attraction to black men, because they all are. One thing they all agree on is it's not. Why can't we just be treated like white women? Yeah, exactly. Constant busy assignments. That's what they're really. Why can't we just be treated like white women? We want to be politically, socially, and for a couple of them, phenotypically, white women. It's not fair. So shout out to Split Jim once again for the super chat. But yeah, that woman, y'all go end up with the white dudes in. With black, you only meet a handful. I covered one last year. Um, BGS brought up that I want to say it was NPR, one of those, where the two black PhDs talking, the black female PhDs, and one of them actually admitted, like, yeah, we could be open, but it's not really up to us; it's up to those men. Every once in a blue, you meet one of these black women who just straight up say, yeah, like, no, it's not really up to black women if these non-black men, white men are interested. It's up to those men. Everyone, but their pride, their ego, and them trying to spite black men, they can't admit. They don't even want to admit it to themselves, let alone each other, let alone the rest of society, because black men might be listening. So let these black women deal with what they got to deal with. Dear black young black men, black women have clearly demonstrated to you it's none of your concern. So if you're going to end up with one individual black woman, then so be it. And if you want to look out for her family as in-laws, so be it. Your own blood relatives, girl cousins and sisters, and your female siblings, fine. You might have one or two homegirls from high school or college you care about, fine. But all these rando black women, I'm not telling you to take on their inferiority complex. Absolutely not. And shout out to black men, because that's not what we're saying. It's not. I really want to be the white man. It's not fair. He gets to grape and pillage and conquer and have the blood on his hands, and then his descendants get to pretend like they don't know while they perpetuate the madness and the insanity. I wish I was a white man. You don't hear us saying that. I want to hold the whole world hostage under one currency and have nukes pointed at each other and overthrow these democratically elected governments too for the resources. I wish I was a white man too. I want to be destroying the ozone layer and destroying the oceans and the animal with my sonar. And I wish I was a white man too. And melting the polar ice caps. You don't hear us saying that. Huh? We've only been in space for like 50, 60 years. I wish we were the ones who's putting all the junk in space also. Huh? Every little thing a black woman says, we feel she woke up in the morning and she said, I'm gonna get black men back. We're not saying that, dear black women, you're saying that. We literally see the comments of black. See, now they're gonna know how it feels. Y'all are literally waking up in the morning saying we're gonna spite black men. See, you'll be hard pressed to find comments coming from black men, whether that's literal comments or us saying it verbatim. With black, I'm gonna get black women back. Ooh, I know what we're gonna do. The closest thing you have is what, this drizzle thing, and look how y'all responded to that, reacted to that because you weren't really thinking. Right, and once again, a split Jim. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right, and Afro National says, let them tell it. Their interracial marriage lasts longer, but they're going off a 3% difference, which isn't statistically significant at all, while degrading the fact black men marry more. Marriage greater being ran through. True. Well, we marry more and we marry interracially more because we actually want to be married. For those of us that want to be married, we actually want to be married. And we understand what comes with marriage. Now, being a black man in America, the resource thing is a bit more difficult. The provider part is a bit more difficult for us because these people are actively, that's the white folks and black women, are sabotaging us with the resource part, with the resource gathering part. But we understand what comes with marriage. Black women and women in general in the West now, they don't want marriage. They want the wedding, number one, so they could be princess for a day and be bridezilla before that. But number two, they don't want the obligation and the responsibility. That's why BGS shows that clip of the women in the 80s, the black women in the 80s, where just about all of them had kids. And when the interviewer asked them, yeah, what about their fathers? Don't y'all want to be married? And all of those women, except for what, one, said, no, I don't want the responsibility. See, that was before they knew better than they didn't know back then, Mr. Z, get your words right, to lie about it and blame it on black men. They weren't so savvy on the PR campaign and how to pull on white people, white women's heartstrings about, oh, it's not that, it's that these men are lazy and shiftless and they're not good fathers and good husbands, and that's why I'd rather not be married. No, these women were straight up, I just don't want the responsibility. As they got older, they learned how to lie about it better, and they taught their daughters how to lie about it better. That's when you start getting the women saying, no, these men, they're not mature enough, they're not emotionally intelligent enough, and they don't know how to accept responsibility. That's when they got good at lying about it. Those women back then, and even with the clip that BGS played where the lady is straight up said it, because we gotta get if we could get a black woman straight up saying, you're gonna pretty much have to grab the power out of our hands. And she said it. And that was what, in the 70s. So the women just got black women just got better at lying, and white folks got better at pretending like they believe black women's lies. Because let's be very clear, white people know black women are full of crap. They know they're lying. They know the black community. They probably don't say gynocracy. They probably don't say matriarchy. They know the black community is a matriarchy. White folks know it. And they love it because that means that the black men won't challenge them. Too busy with black women sabotaging. Too busy handling black women sabotage. Right? Ain't this the funniest thing in the world? And it's true. And Compassionate says, we're supposed to marry black women and give them a life of leisure and beautification just so white men sees the Miss Anne in them and monkey branch to Brad. That's the perfect black love story. I think you just described Asian women. God damn, Z. See, when I say it, no, why do you always say it's not just black women? Because it's not. I get them. And shout out to the Roger Report. We focus on black women. That's what we care about. True. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. But let's be very clear. All these women of color are on that. But you just described Asian women, right? You just described Asian women. That's what Asian women are on, right? You use the men of your race and their stability and their intelligence and their wherewithal, particularly in America, I'm saying, to elevate yourself so that you can get in the circles of well-to-do white men. And because of the schools you went to, the institutions you have been around and been in, you know how to speak their language, and then you hope and pray that one of them picks you. Because yes, the Asian men have the money and they have the education, but they do not have white men status. And even if and when they are considered white, like European whites, not a wasp, we know they had the tip of the iceberg. They had the tip. They had the very top. Pause. No, no pun in there. They had the very top of the pyramid. Wasp white. Once again, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Eventually, if white Asians primarily, are bought into the white fold, they're still going to be at the bottom because you can still tell the difference between them and obviously European white folks. But yes, black women want to monkey branch the way they feel Asian women are able to do it. Where your men have the education and they have the money, but they don't have white skin status. It's the status. And when you live in an advanced society, quote unquote, advanced society and an advanced economy, status, because everybody's talking about attention. Yes, status, though. The attention is for status. The money is for status. Especially when you're living in a society where enough people are not poor and destitute, enough people are doing okay-ish enough in life. It's all about the status now. Not even the money. It's the status now. When the necessities are met, it's about the status. This is where Birkin bags come in. This is where Range Rovers and Bentleys and Lamborghinis come in. All the exotic cars. This is where this neighborhood, this zip code comes in. This gated community comes in. Our children go into this private school. That's where all of that comes in. It's the status now. Huh? And that's what black women are trying to skip steps. They're trying to shed themselves of black men to be ingratiated into whatever white men got going on. Huh? And they're being loud about it. Right? That's what all of that talk, and shout out to Afro National, that's what all that talk about the interracial marriage, or better yet, interracial divorce rate is. That's what this is about, the whole after black wife, or before and after the black wife thing is about. Yes, it is to insult black men. Yes, they're jabbing at black men. But they're really trying to appeal to white men, and white men don't care. And any of us that have any white homeboys, any white friends, any white co-workers, they do not care what black women are talking about. Dear black women, they can see you kissing their ass. They don't care. When they're good and ready, they'll drive through the hood, pipe who they want to pipe, and skirt and be gone. All this appeal to them, they don't. Black women really don't know how much white men don't care. They think they know. They think they know, but because they don't go to happy hour with white men, and they don't play basketball with white men, or flag football, or company t-ball with white men, excuse me, they don't know how much white men do. Black women are invisible to them. And any black woman listening to me, I am not saying that to insult you. I promise you, I'm not saying that to insult you. Y'all don't really look. I said it to y'all. Mr. Z has been blue collar and white collar. Look, oh, Mr. Z, you're about to say it. Even when it comes to adult content, do you know how much white men are watching interracial adult content for the black man? Yeah, you heard right. Mandingo this, Mandingo that. Black, do you really want to know? You think black men are watching black as much or more than white men are? And we're talking about white men that purport not to be same sex loving. Black women, y'all really don't know what y'all signing up for. That's why I love watching them talk about it. They don't know. Huh? Y'all really don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Right? Thank you, Afro National. You see what I'm saying? Afro National says white men the OG cucks. They really are. Meanwhile, black women trying to talk about black men being on the DL. First of all, y'all really don't want to talk about that because, dear black women, you're more on the DL and everywhere on the same sex loving spectrum. You're far more than of that than black men. Period. Like by the numbers, by the data. Number one. Number two, do you really want to talk about which one of the men are engaging in this more? Huh? Huh? Y'all really don't want to know how many white and we've all seen it for, especially for those of us that have worked in offices. White dudes get real touchy feely when they get drunk. And it's not just with the women. But you know what, black women, don't listen to Z. Go find out for yourself. Right? All this interracial marriage stuff is to advertise to white men. Yes, as I was saying before, yes, it's to jab at black men. We can make a better you. We can make another you, right? The $1 million man. We can make a better, stronger, faster, better, more swaggy version of you. That yeah. Okay, yes, they're trying to jab at black men, but it really is trying to advertise to white men. Look, white man, we could do for you what white women could never do for you. We could give you black urban swag. We could give you the black man swag. The one thing that you feel insecure about black men for, we could give you his swag. And we could lie to you and inflate your ego about how your peen is bigger than his. And I could fake my orgasm better than a white woman could ever do it. Huh? They'll never. And Compassionate says we need to do have a collab stream with White Manosphere and go into why white men obsess over the BBC just to see how awkward it gets. They'll say it's us that obsess over it and try to push that onto them, right? They'll never admit it. They'll never admit it. Or if you're speaking to a politically right-leaning white man, he'll say, "Oh, that's the white liberals." Meanwhile, which state watches the most adult content? Uh-oh, the red states. And which states have the high divorce rate? Well, all the states have high divorce rates, but including the Bible Belt red states, the Bible Belt, excuse me, red states. Mm-hmm. Infidelity. Once again, Belt red. Z, could you get belt out? Bible Belt red states. So yes, those red states are watching Black 2, and they watching the baby arm get slapped on the white, blonde, blue-eyed woman's forehead. and they're watching it and orgasming to it. Oh, the hurt. You imagine being a black woman trying to use white men to spite black men, and then that same white man is in his restroom right now, smacking the salami to black. Oh, the hurt. The hurt. Huh? And not smacking the salami to a black man and a black woman, but to a black man and a white woman. Oh, dear black women, interracial, primarily black man, white women prawn, because I think Pornhub puts this out, the data out like once a year or whatever. And there was a few years where, and it might even be more recently. I haven't checked it out in like 2-3 years, but they put out on YouTube like the data, and I remember watching people's review of it, like the top 10 things that are searched or whatever. And hentai was on there, obviously. Um, teen was on there, that made people cringe. But interracial was on there. I want to say at least the 3 years that I watched the people reviewing. And obviously, interracial pretty much means black man with white woman. There's not enough black people in America for that to be the thing. If we constitute just about 12, 13-ish% of the US population, and then you cut that, let's say we give black men not the 6% they are, the 6.1% or whatever. Let's say we give them the 6.5%. That's not enough of black men to put interracial prawn in the top 10 category. That means somebody else is watching it too. Huh? Dear black women, who else is watching the interracial prawn to bump it up into the top 10 list of searched things on these websites? Who? White women, maybe? Okay, possibly. White men? Uh-oh. I wouldn't be surprised. And Red Falls Black says, Crimson Cure said, black men corn stars make more than black women corn stars. I wouldn't be surprised. On average, I wouldn't be surprised. And you actually led me in. Once again, thank you for the super chat. Afro National, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. You actually led me into something else I wanted to say. And it's actually a bit sad, but it's not up to black men to fight, because black women said it's not up to black men to fight. By your anger and your spite and your rage, black women feel invisible. They feel invisible even when black men are murdered in the middle of the streets. That's what the whole Say Her Name campaign is about. They envy black men's death because of the attention. God damn, Z, you said that out loud. I meant it. Huh? They feel invisible in comparison to white, Latina, and Asian women. They're either hypersexualized or desexed. Huh? Because white men won't marry them, but will smash. So there you go. Hypersexualized. That's the one that white men just smash but don't marry. Desexed. White men don't even see them as anything. They're invisible to white men. So there you go. They feel invisible. And once again, it's not fair. Huh? Exactly. And Compassion says, and these are the captains of the universe. DL white men who hate to love BBC. You can't make this ish up. And we still ain't even talking about the ones who secretly DL for real, for real. We talking about the ones that are quote unquote straight, but still look at the black male body. Donald Sterling, anyone? Right? Still look at the black male body like, oh my God, this specimen. And these are we're talking about the straight, the quote unquote straight ones. We're not even really talking about the DL ones and the just out there ones yet. The out there rainbow yet. We're not even, we didn't even go there. But we don't have to. I said this before. I said this to what's her name? Divested Conservative. I said that on the Roger Reports channel, and Compassion says, AZ, new theory. What if black women's hatred towards us is animated by their knowledge of how white men actually find black men more attractive than they find black women? They've seen a side of white men we never see. No, we have seen it. We ignore it. I said that to Black Uru was there. Obviously, it was on the Roger Report channel. The Roger Report was there. Huh? I said it already. I said that I made fun of divested conservative about that. And it's not something, I'm not gay. It's not something to necessarily um feel on type of joyous about or any type of pride about. But we know what country we live in. Buck breaking was a real thing. Police officers having an erection while constraining black men is a real thing. It's real, right? And y'all pause right. We'll pause right here. Y'all give me a second. Actually, we're back. Actually, we're back. Right. So yes, black women are not dumb, y'all. It's that our society has impressed them and made them admit what America is, not only to them but to everyone else, including particularly black men. Black women are not dumb. They're not even as delusional as they pretend to be. Is that no one presses them and make them have to deal with reality the way it is. The dark, ugly, funky parts of reality. So they get to lie to themselves and they hope those lies that they tell to themselves, both individually to themselves and as a group of black women to themselves, they hope they can impose those lies onto everyone else, particularly black men. Black women know what white men are. They know. They're not dumb. That's why they wish they were as delusional. They know what this is. They know that they're around us. Y'all forgot Terry Crews said Buddy grabbed him in front of his wife. Now I have my whole theory. I think they were playing grab ass all the time, and the white dude, because y'all know how them white dudes are, did it in the inappropriate time. I don't know when there would be an appropriate time, but the white dude pulled it in front of his wife. I think they were playing grab ass all the time. But that goes to show you, right? White dude did that in front of his wife. And I'm saying that just in case it wasn't a power thing, but it could have been a power thing. I'm gonna show you who I am by doing this in front of your wife, and you won't do anything about it. Oh, you tried to bring charges up. Huh. Didn't work, now did it? Black women know what this is. And Compassion says Tommy Curry did pioneer the concept of phallicism, right? And once again, Afro National, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detroit says, shout out to Supernatural with Dean and Sam Winchester. There we go. For saving a black woman. Watch her transform into a dog to be white men degenerate slave. Wow. That's what happened on one of the episodes of Supernatural. Wow. What show is it? Was it Black Mirror? Which show was it where the black woman wished to be a white woman? I didn't watch the show. I just remember hearing this. The black woman wished to be a white woman, and then she went through some trials or tribulations in the show, and somebody told her, "What you thought? White women don't go through things?" Who was the writer? If that wasn't a black writer, that lets you know them white folks know when black women are on, huh? Black women swear white people don't see them. They see you throwing. I'm not talking about the everyday run of the mill white person. I'm talking about all of these smart, low key know what's going on in the black community, have black associates and friends, or even if they don't, they study black people far too much. They know. I'm Waffles says you should. I was a show Z. It's real life. I hear you, I'm Waffles. And Detroit says it was on season 8 of Black Mirror, right? Come on, man. We know what this is. And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. But yeah, so look, like I said, the world hasn't put black women in a position, especially over the past 5, 6 decades, to admit to themselves what this world is, not just concerning black men and non-black people, but even for black women. Even for black women, all of this talk of delusion is just them. They're trying to be delusional. What they're saying is, it's not fair. I can't sleep. I can't be asleep. It's not fair. I can't be like white women. It's really jealousy of white women. White women get to be delusional. Why can't we? White women get to be delusional and have their delusions met, have the delusion come to reality. It's not fair that I, as a black woman, can't be that. And then we get into the conversation of real question: what does equality really mean in context of America and American history? Huh? Did I say Section 8? My bad if I said Section 8, because I'm reading y'all comments and yeah. I think Detroit said it was on season 8. If I said Section 8, my apologies. Right. But yeah, the question remains: what does it mean to be equal in America? Because when I hear people of color, and that's not just black people, talk about equality, it is in reference to what white folks can and can't do, right? What white folks can and cannot do. And that's the ugly parts of this also. That's the negative liberty parts of this also. That's the illegal parts of this also. What it looks like black women and just about everyone that's not black men are really saying is equality is in America being white, right? Huh? Huh. So yeah, the that I can't so on Supernatural there's an episode of a black woman turning into a dog and being white men's pretty much degenerate slave. Wow. Huh. That's crazy. And Detroit says, that's Detroit, sorry. And once again, Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And D Scott says, no, it's because you're in the Nissans. And that was to the comment I made earlier of the reason why I don't put more content about automobiles and cars in my community tab is because I don't think y'all really into cars like that. And D Scott says, no, it's because you're in the Nissans. I'm not only in the Nissans. It's my favorite car company, but I'm into cars in general, particularly JDM stuff, but I'm into cars in general. I respect. I just I'm into automobiles. I would, and most of the stuff I would post wouldn't be Nissan related, right? Huh? Right? And that's crazy. Shisa covering this topic, and it was black women speaking as if they just transformed their husbands, their white boy husbands, better yet, into these swaggy ass men. But I thought, wait a minute, wait. Aren't black women the same ones that said black men don't have nothing to offer but big D and swag? Aren't they the ones that say we try to cover up not being men with having swag, which they're implying is effeminate? Aren't these the same people that say that? Wait a minute. So the same people that chastise black men for having swag, because what they're saying is black men have nothing but swag, because black men don't have any resources and black men aren't real men, so black men develop swag to make up for the fact that they don't have anything, right? So they have this style and they have a way of speaking and dressing and they're tapping into their feminine side because they're not real men. Mind you, these are the people that also call black men hypermasculine. Y'all gotta get y'all stories and lies and insults together, dear black women, right? So black men are hypermasculine because they're not real men, but they also tap into their feminine with all this swag talk because they're not real men. Huh. But then we also show how we swagify. Mr. Z, you just making up all these different type of words. Yes, I am. How we swagify non-black men to move and dress like black men. Although we're not going to say that, we're going to say urban culture now. Okay, whatever. We swagify these non-black men to show black men we don't need you. We can turn these non-black men into black men if we need be. If need be. Huh. Wow. Exactly. And Compassionate says, oh, the narratives don't have to align. It's provocative. It gets the people going. Referencing the Jay-Z and Kanye line, right? Oh, Vic. I got to read this one now because it's funny. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Vic says, imagine getting your dopamine hit from playing hip hop dress up with your Mayo man. This is embarrassingly sad. You see the clips and the videos of them dancing with the white dude, and the white dude got, he got the two-step down. He got a little rhythm. And it's, by the way, it's not just black men in America, but I seen them clips of those white dudes in Africa, or they live in Europe now, but they spend a good chunk in Africa and they doing some dance to some Afro beat, and they got a little rhythm to them. These middle-aged white men, these unassuming white men, huh? Then you find out he got a black girlfriend or a black wife. Compassion already got the definition. Swagify, to infuse swag into an inanimate object or person. Ding ding ding. Let me see if that's let me see this name real quick. And L active says Olawa Jason. Let's see. Let's see what you got here. Give me a second. Yo, it didn't come. Nothing came up with that one. Huh. Okay, give me a second. It says Alua Patrick. Let's see. Give me a second. Is this the one I'm talking about? Huh. No, but yeah. Right. Hmm. Okay, okay. You said no. That's made up names for white men that black women give to white men dancing. Yeah. Right. And even other black women had to check these weirdo black women. Oh, he's invited to the cookout now. You cringe, lame, late. Look, man. Did nothing lamer and just I don't even think there's a word for this. There's nothing more lame than these inferiority complex ass black people, particularly non-ADOS. ADOS, I'm gonna give y'all a break with this one because it really be children of immigrants. It don't even be it depends if that immigrant came here young enough. It'd be children of immigrants or like immigrants that came here young enough that be giving white people all black. ADOS do it too, but not as much. Give these white and Latino and Asian, but mainly white people, white men, all type of passes for knowing how to do a two-step correctly. And it's really be the women. And it's so cringe and desperate. Oh yeah, you invited to the cookout? Oh yeah, he invited to the cookout. Ooh, I see you, white boy Mike. Oh my god, that's so cringe. It's so desperate. It's so desperate. What's the name of the African homegirl? What is her name? Actress, not the one that was on Issa Rae show, the one she hang with. She got a short haircut, and I think she's bi also. What is her name? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I forgot. I can imagine her doing that, right? Her face is right there. I just can't get the name out. It's so cringe and oh, I see you, white boy Mike. Oh yeah, he definitely invited to the cookout. The one that when Aretha Franklin passed away tried to make fun of oh my god, his name is right there. His name is not Lupito. It's not Lupito. Tevin Campbell. Try to make fun of Tevin Campbell because people's like, yeah, Tevin Campbell should definitely sing at her funeral. Not the one that played Molly. That was she was on Issa Rae show, right? Trail says if she bought it, I might buy, right? Huh? I forgot her name. No, is that her name? What is her name? It's right. I can't remember this lady name. I can't remember this lady name, but her face is right there, right? Huh? And I just imagine it's Caribbean sisters too, but a African black woman with the oh yeah, no, he's invited to the cookout. Who told you you were invited to the cookout? For you to invite other people to the cookout, especially just because they know a little two step or they know a little bit of urban black slang. Who invited you to the cookout for you to be inviting other people to the cookout? Oh yeah, you invited to the cookout, right? Loser, desperate stuff, man. Y'all, if there was really a black cookout, everybody would be there. Because y'all losers got such an insatiable inferiority complex. Y'all be inviting KKK members, the alt right? Anti-black terrorists. Y'all would invite everyone, right? No, no, no. He's good. He told me good morning one time. Loser. These loser ass inferiority complex having ass people. I said this to one of my homeboys before. I was like, bro, I don't trust nobody. This proverbial black cookout, I don't trust nobody at the gate. I don't trust anyone that's not me. I'm not mean with it. I don't trust anyone at the gate that's not me. It's like, see, you say you don't trust other black people. I said it. Because y'all be letting anybody into the. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. I see you got baggy pants. Yeah, you could go in. Oh, you wear Air Maxes. Yeah, you could go in. Oh, you like Jordans. Yeah, you could go in. Oh, you know Biggie front and back. Oh yeah, you could go in. Oh, you know Park Biggie. Oh, you listen to Jeezy. Oh yeah, you could go in. Oh, you used to have a black girlfriend back in '92. Oh yeah, you could go in. Right? Oh, you like black women with fat asses? Oh yeah, you could go in. Sarah Palin could go in. She used to date a black man back in what 70 something, 80 something. Yeah, she could go in. Weird. Bill Maher could go in. He like black women. Jesus Christ. That inferiority complex is insane. Black people be given passes for everything. Huh? Who said it earlier? Somebody said, I can't stand that Nigerian. Oh yeah, there we go. Better you. Better you said that cookout thing irks the F out of me, bro. Me too. Me too. Right? Homegirl I used to work with, same sex loving black woman, right? We went to somewhere and one of the people they work in a different department, white dude, young white dude, and she was like, "Oh yeah, yeah, Z, he cool, he cool. You know, he listen to rap music too." And I'm like, "What the, bro? The contempt. I could barely hold the contempt on my face because I really want to. What the f does that have to do with anything? I came so y'all, bro. Y'all have no idea. Man, jeez. I was like, what does that have to do with any? There's a lot of white dudes that listen to rap and hip hop now. What that have to do with anything? That's why I said I don't trust any. No, he cool, y'all. And then it'd be 3, 4 years later. Man, you can't believe, man. Me and such got into an argument, and bro. No, this is actually a dope comment. And Telescope says, Black Cookout has a revolving door when it needs a bank vault door instead, bruh. Say it, freaking losers, loser. And D Scott, once again, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Weirdo ass inferiority complex having ass people. Get your lame ass the hell up out of here. Right? Invited to the cookout. If you don't get your lame ass, I'm gonna find. I'm gonna look up this lady's name. Give me a second, y'all. Right? What is her name? Right? Give me a second. What is her name? I'm looking. I'm looking. No, I cannot find this lady's name. It's like drive me crazy because like I know. God, man, I'm gonna find it eventually. I don't know. Don't worry, I'll remember the name and find it when I'm no longer looking for it. That's what's gonna happen. I know it. I know it. Is it Cynthia Revo? I put money you right. Let me see. Let me see. Let's see. Is it Cynthia Revo? It might be Cynthia Revo. Huh. Is it? Because I'm trying to remember the interview in particular where she was speaking of um she was speaking of she was she was on stage and she was speaking of writing a paper in high school, I want to say middle school or high school, being anti reparations, right? I don't remember if that was Cynthia Revo though. I don't want to put that on her if it wasn't her, right? I don't want to put that on her just in case it wasn't her. But that person did. I recall because the face has thrown me off because I don't remember it being Cynthia Revo's face. It wasn't. I don't remember it being Cynthia Revo's face. But yeah, but she did have a shorter haircut. Yeah. Anybody that remembers or ever seen that clip that I'm referring to? Yeah. Y'all let me know because I'm looking at Cynthia Revo's face and I don't recall it being that exact face. But if I remember correct, it is someone that rolls with her though, and it was an African sister. It was an African sister. Can't remember her name because I it might have been Cynthia Revo, but I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm not even gonna lie. All right. And Eric Deadman says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Eric Deadman says, Z, the irony of this is that black women won't dare take a quote unquote educated lame black man and help him get his I think you said meant to say swag, his swag up, but are all too eager to take a lame zaddy to do this proves their quest for status of white men. Yeah, of course, of course, of course, of course. No, it's not a Mullah. It's not a Mullah. As a matter of fact, I've seen that clip. No, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. It's in my history. I'm probably going to review it of Amala covering some sister talking about ghetto black culture and ghetto black culture is ruining the black community. If y'all don't see Amala as Candace Owens 2.0, if y'all don't see Amala as Candace Owens 2.0, right? Is this and yeah, and here's the title. She's right. Black American culture is dying. Ghetto black people are to blame, bro. Y'all are some cowards. Louis, that's who I'm talking about. Thank you, Louis. That's what I. Once somebody said the name, I knew it. I know that's who I'm talking about. Let me look her up. Let me look her up. Yes, that. Yes, her. Her. That's the face. That's a yes. Thank you. And Big Game Orenthal. I think that's G. Yes, that's who I'm talking about. That Louis. Yes, that her. Right. When I think of somebody just letting any old white person into the cookout, it's her face. Just she's at the guard gate and she's like, oh yeah, yeah, you. Oh yeah, the swaggy ass white dude, you. Same sex loving white woman with the septum ring, you. Right. Purple hair white feminist, you. Yeah, you could, all of y'all could come and yeah, and then be arguing with us. But we like, what the hell is going on? What? No, no, no. But you know, it's just a cookout, and I didn't want to be exclusionary. And when I think of somebody at the guard gate for the black cookout, just letting anybody in. I think of her face is was the first face to come to my mind. Right, just letting any old body in. Right. Jesus Christ, inferiority complex having asses, lame. Right. And compassionate says this is why women don't guard gates. Right. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with her? Shut up. This people like they would let every it would be it wouldn't be a it would be America. It would even be the black cookout after a while. It'd just be America. Everybody would be in there. I mean, I didn't know he was racist. He said he had sex with a black woman back in like '87. Right. He was wearing a shirt with Tupac on it, so I let him in. I mean, how am I supposed to know? Right. Oh, you better believe it. And Els Active said she would have DJ Kid in the cookout around our black daughters. Huh? Machine Gun Kelly. I mean, he listened to hip hop. He made hip hop music, and he has a mixed black daughter. So what's wrong with that? I let the white girl with the stuff to bring in. I mean, she don't like men either. Then I do not. I know Mr. Z does not trust no one except for me at the guard gate at the cookout. Because everybody got that special white friend. Oh, yeah, I mean, this is white friend. I mean, he's cool. He's cool. He's white boy Mike. What's wrong with white boy Mike? Letting any and everybody. White boy Mike, because every hood got white boy Mike. So it's just going to be full of white people. Right? Bad Baby and whatever. She's a hood chick. I mean, look at her hair and look at the music she listened to. Look, she got a whole sleeve. Her arm is tatted. I mean, she date black men, so why she can't? She got a mixed black child. Huh? And Better You says, I had this convo yesterday with a homegirl. I told her women are horrible at discerning attention from intention. I think that's true. I think that's true with a caveat. I think women think they can handle and maneuver that attention into intention. I think women think they can transmute, morph, change the attention into intention. Right? I think they throw a temper tantrum and get mad at the world and then pretend like they're victims when their goal isn't achieved. This is when they play damsel in distress and victim of either you or circumstance, because they saw the danger. They made the appropriate calculus. They did the risk assessment, and their ego said, "You know what? I'm gonna do it anyway." Because the hope of what might happen on the other side, the D boy, the nurse with the D boy. Now she got a kid from him, and he's locked up, or he's no longer here. Right? He's been deleted by the ops, or he's just a deadbeat dad. She knew better, but her Johnny got wet with him around, and she wanted to be the one to tame him. right? So she takes the attention she gets from when she's the one who walks into the brunch with the Louis bag and the red bottoms, and she's pushing. Forget the C class Benz or the CLA. She got her a GLC or GLE. She got her a nice GLE, right? She got the Tesla Model 3 fully loaded, huh? And she's hoping to turn that attention into intention. He finally get out the streets and he somehow magically wakes up with a college degree worth a damn that pays him even more money than he making in the streets. Don't ask how their imagination work. You're gonna go crazy. Or Z, you about to say it. He gets deleted and she gets to live off of that attention for a few months. God damn, Z, you said that. Huh? Road Boy Roddy got deleted. Oh, isn't that your? Oh, really? Oh, I know how close y'all were. They weren't close. Oh, right. All the well wishes and for a few months. Thank you, Better You. And Better You says so. Basically, they're upset that the Philosopher's Stone they bought was fake. Can't get around equivalent exchange, baby, bro. They're trying. They're trying. They're trying. They're really, really trying, and it's not fair because white women get to do it. Let them tell it, huh? It's not fair because white women get to do it. For those of us that watched that clip, was it it was one of those court shows where they do the paternity test. And we all know y'all some of y'all already ahead of the game, y'all already know which one Z is referring to. Where they were I guess they were in an on and off relationship type situation. And yeah, they did the paternity test and comes out it's not his child, but both of them kind of wanted it to be his child. And she starts wailing and crying and everybody starts paying attention to her and even his mom goes and consoles her and he's over there standing up in agony, you know, the silent tears. And when I think of the way black women see how the world sees black men, they think that they're the brother and we're that black woman making all the noise and getting all the attention. When they say her name, that's the dynamic they think is at work, right? That's the dynamic. They feel like that brother and black men are this black woman that everybody, oh no, it's okay, right? And we bought it on ourselves. Our deletion was probably bought in, or bought on ourselves. We bought it in on ourselves, right? Huh. And Eric says, and thank you for the super chat. Black women. The irony of this is that black women won't. Oh yeah, yeah. I read this already. I read this already. But yeah, no. Some will date the educated lane, right? We're talking about the predominant or the majority. This is true. Some will date the educated lame brother. Will they go about try to give him some swag or level, quote unquote, level him up? Probably not, right? Probably not. That trend really is black women just trying to spite black men and say, hey, we could make a better you. We could make a faster, stronger, wider, clearly, swaggier version of you. We don't need you, black man. We don't need you. We could create a better you, a white version of you. Excuse me. What's the name of the actor that played White Boy Mike in that movie? Um the man stripper movie? Was it White Boy Mike? That's his name? I can't remember what his name was in the movie. Huh? So yeah, no, and like I said before, that is what black women think. They think that black men are getting all the attention for our deletion and for whatever trials we have to go through, and black women are just here being invisible and no one cares. Black women truly feel invisible in relationship. Magic Mike, there you go. Channing Tatum, yes. Yeah, thank you. And Pamela Rivers says Magic Mike, Channing Tatum. In Spain, man, yes, Magic Mike, yeah. And Magic Mike, I mean, well, not Magic Mike. Channing Tatum is married to a who? Uh-oh, white woman. And if you've seen his interviews, he got the swag of a brother, married to a white woman. But white men are going to continue to run this play on black women because black women want them to run that play for the off chance that one of them wins the lottery and ends up with the white man, right? So they'll let the white man run that play, right? So once again, thank you for the super chat, Eric. Thank you for the super chat. But depending on the nerd thing, it depends on what type of black women you're attracted to and who's attracted to you. But for the most part, whatever black woman's attracted to you, if you are the square brother or the more, you know, nerdy brother, she's probably not going to try to the swagoo and the level up in this way. Nah, right? And the black women that are looking for that, that are willing, and I agree with you on this, the black women that are looking for that, that are willing to build the nerdy or regular ass white dude into that, are not really willing to do that to the black dude. The black dude is who he is. You're a nerd, you're going to stay there. I'm not looking at the next, right? And he says Channing Tatum don't have no black swag, right? He said he got a fade. That's just about it. You let him tell it. Travis Kelsey got black swag though with the fade, right? Man, right? I'm talking about KMS, and KMS is black women trying to escape Blackistan. Also black women. Hey, white man, get with me and I'll blacken you up. Talk about shooting off your foot with a sniper rifle. Yes, I can't even say anything to that, bro. Who's first of all? I'm gonna tell you the same thing I tell BGS in the Roger Report. It doesn't have to make sense. This is how they feel. And once again, that's because the society is not pressing black women to have to come to the reality that you live in America, and white men have put you in the position where they can pipe, but for the most part, they will not marry. And so you can attempt to appeal to them with this before and after black wife thing. You can throw black men under the bus in front of them. You can insult black men. You can compare black men's lack of masculinity to white men's omnipotent masculinity. right? You can do the ain't I a woman? Look, we got the college degrees and we're in your spaces and we're moving into your neighborhoods and we're comporting ourselves the way you would like, the way white women do, and you could do the Amanda, whatever her name is, Epi, whatever the fuck, right? Yeah, Mr. Z, you let the F bomb fly. We letting the F bomb fly, right? The problem is ghetto culture, and you could do all of that for the white man. Maybe she has Miss Amanda has a white man, but dear black women, by the tune of about 85%, it ain't gonna work for y'all. Y'all gonna look, like I said, attractive black women are attractive to everyone. But just because you're attractive and just because you went to school and you got your advanced degree and you can speak well and you can comport yourself well does not mean white men in any significant number are going to elevate you, because they're the ones who created the system and the European beauty standard and the anti-blackness, and their descendants, the white men we have right now on planet Earth in America, perpetuated still. So yes, attractive black women, appealing black women, just random black women will get white slong. Will that white slong turn into marriage? Right? So all of this appealing in this advertise, because really this is just a big ass commercial. Look at what we can do for you. Call 1-800 swag yourself up. And we have black women holding to polish you up, pun intended. Spit shine, pun intended. If you're lacking swag, we have the black women that make sure to swag you up real nice. And that's for the white men that care. But once again, I will remind y'all, what's his name? Base Pluto? I want to say it was Base Pluto that was on that show. It might not have been him. It might have been another black young man that kind of rolls in the doomer those doomer spaces, that straight up said to the white men on their channel. The white men were in the comments. White men were on the panel. He was like, "Listen, black, the way you see black women treat black men, they're not gonna treat you like that. Black women want y'all. Y'all will look. Even the squarest, lamest white dude could get him a 8 black woman, and he's practically begging these INCLS white men to come pick up black women. He's practically begging them to, and they were in the comments flaming black women. They were in the comments calling black women all type of whales. These white men were flaming black women. This man is practically telling them, y'all don't got to do nothing. Just be white and approach black women, and y'all going to start winning. And so for me to see INCLS white men, listen to this brother tell him, here's the secret code. Go mess with black women. And for me to see them flaming black women, and then these same black women turn around and you watching them try to advertise to white men this way, yawn. Hey, let that white officer in the DMV area tell it. Let DJ, what his name, DJ Pope, let DJ Kid or DJ Pope, whatever his name is, tell it. And Els Active says, get yourself a black wife, and we'll throw in 4 side chicks too. Right? Huh. But they don't hear us though. They don't hear us. Don't worry about it. They don't hear us. Because black women are really trying to spite black men with this any man is better than a black man thing. White men, Latino men, Asian men, any man is better than a black man. We'll see. Right? For your sake, right? Shout out to Chissa Zed. Literally, that thing was a big ass commercial. Look, white man, look, we'll give you the swagoo, right? We'll show you how to dress, and we'll turn you into a white urban black man. Yawn. Oh, that hurt. Oh, damn, Black Uru, that hurt. Shout out to Black Uru. And Black Uru says, to some white men, telling them to get a black woman is telling a straight brother to smash a Transformers. Right? Yeah, yeah. I'm t- Hey, like I said, I worked white collar, and there are definitely white men who are attracted to black women. We even had a couple of white men who were married to black women. So yes, it happens. It's not a thing though, because the vast majority of those white dudes I worked with, nah. And we're not even talking about like these overtly racist white dudes. No, cool as a fan white men. They just nope. It's not a thing. A black woman would damn near have to grape him. He's not going out of his way for none of it. And let's be honest, we live in America. He doesn't have to go out of his way, right? So as KMS said, like as I said, they speak from both sides of their mouth. America is America, and it's racist, and it's colorist, and it's anti-black woman, and it's misogynoirist, and but at the same time, when I'm in a relationship with a white man, he knows how to treat me, and he knows how to cherish me, and he values my dark skin and my hair, and which one is it? And here comes some condescending, mean black woman. It's both, dummy, right? Bruh, GC, the only reason we cover this, and GC says most of them don't consider black women at all when thinking of potential mates. Bro, it's frightening. But the only reason we cover this, and the only reason Mr. Z is covering this, once again, young black men, don't put this on yourself. Number one. Number two, it's going to number one. It's the pressure that black women then try to apply to black men, them trying to gaslight black men by comparing black men to white men. This is not just a online phenomenon. This is not just a social media phenomenon. So the reason why Mr. Z covers these things is to dissect the mindset, the feelings that animate this out of black women. It is also to say to black men in general, young black men in particular, that you don't allow inferiority complex having ass black women, jealous of white women, black women, whether they admit it or not, resentful at black men for not graping and pillaging the planet and making black women upper middle class white women. You don't let them pressure you into working yourself to death out of exhaustion, right? Doing something reckless for a lifestyle for her, putting yourself in a compromising position for her, whether that's legal or illegal, illicit activity or not. So we cover this also to inform black men that oftentimes this is what is animating black women. It's not wanting to see you better, it's wanting to live a lifestyle provided by you because you're not the white man. So you got to overcompensate for not having the white skin by having a whole lot of money. Right? That's why when Mr. Z speaks, I say, you're not rich and you're not white. You're not rich or white. And it really is black women saying, the black women that we're speaking about, well, you're not white, so you got to make up for it somehow. You better be rich. Right? And I'm saying, do not allow for the weird old black women that feel this way to put that on you. Right? say that, and Black Uru says some white men don't even want it to be known that they're secretly um, piping black streetwalkers. We'll say. What's the name of that British actor? He had a lot of movies back in like the '90s, maybe early. He's not a redhead, like a brunette. Do you even call white men brunettes? Whatever. But he got caught with a. Somebody already know who I'm talking about too. He got caught with a black streetwalker. Funny enough, back in was it the like mid '90s maybe, right? And he was calling her all type of from what she was saying. He was calling her all type of red bone because she was giving him head in the car. And like last time I checked, I think he's still not married or has kids. Hugh Grant, yes, Hugh Grant, that's the one, Hugh Grant. Going back to what Black Lulu was saying, publicly, have we ever seen him with a black woman ever? Telescope, yeah, exactly, Hugh Grant, right? Have we ever seen him with a black woman before or after that? Now, if you're driving around and you're looking for a pros, you're the one picking. He didn't go pick a white one. He picked a black one, and he was calling her on top of red, but she was lighter skinned. While she was giving him head. Huh. Going to what Black Uru was saying. Publicly, you ain't never seen this man with no damn black woman. And Black Uru says she became a minor celebrity after that. Haha, like a pre-superhead. Right? And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Look at that. So, publicly, you with all these extra lame-ass white women, these white actresses and whoever he was with, but privately in your secret time when you're picking privately what's going to get you off. Huh. And he knew enough to distinguish skin tones because he was calling her all type of either. Was it light skin or red? I think she said he was saying. Huh? Black people, I don't know why we think. One, y'all was saying earlier, what drives y'all crazy is this whole talk of the cookout and just random black people and all different type of non-black people in the cookout, particularly white people. What drives Z crazy is black people that talk like white people don't care what's going on in our community, that white people don't know and they don't care. Oh boy. Black people, you think you would be in the position you are in if white people weren't studying black people? And when I say that, I mean everyone from the social scientists to the technocrats to the professors, all the way down to your random extra regular ass white dude. You think, and white women, you think black people would be where they are if white people didn't care what black people were doing, what black people were thinking, what black people were feeling? Right? Huh. I don't know where black people get this from. And you said Divine Brown looking. Oh, yep. Yep. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. And it looked like a channel just covered it last year. The moment Hugh Grant's career almost ended. What almost ended his career? That he wasn't this little dweeby white dude that y'all thought he was? This little square ass British actor that y'all thought he was? That's pretty much. That was the same thing that got that woman caught up with what's that Indian comedian name? Aziz. If y'all ever hear the story of Aziz when they tried to put that article out on him, that hit piece, and I could smell it. Oh, whoever it was, I think it was a white woman. Whoever it was that went out with him thought he was the square, lame Indian dude, the asexual Indian dude, or the barely having sex square ass Indian dude, right? Meanwhile, I watched Aziz stand up. He was a, don't take this the wrong way, but he was an R. Kelly fan. That means he listened to R&B. That means he liked to get freaky. But because you thought you had you the little lame Indian dude, the little square pocket protector wearing Indian dude, you thought you was gonna run game on him and deny him the vagina. He was gonna court you and grovel at your feet. And he was gonna spend all his money on you and beg you, and nope. She said they went on the date. He paid for the date. He asked him back to the place. He gave her fellatio. She gave him fellatio, and he was trying to smash. What, he killed your fantasy? Huh? I read that article. He killed your fantasy? And not just her, the female author that wrote it too. Losers, both of y'all. Where can we go if we can't even have the lame Asian guy, the lame Indian guy? We can't even fall back to that. Why are these men trying to be men? Huh? Aziz, you were supposed to be what I fell back on after Brad piped and tossed. You were supposed to grovel at my feet and act asexual. You were supposed to be the nerdy square guy that I had to make a move on. No, ladies. Men are men are men. To hell with y'all. The new form of masculinity. And what it really is, dear all of you, what's the word I'm looking for? Not undesirable, right? All of you not elite men, essentially. We need you to adopt this new, softer, more feminized form of quote unquote masculinity. Because you're not the chosen one anyway. Right? That was what it was supposed to be. And Eric says he didn't boost her ego. Exactly. Exactly. Because you not only do you get to brag about being with an actor, at the time, one of the most notable South Asian actors, comedians, not only do you get to brag about that, you also don't have to deal with a black man and whatever forms of toxic masculinity he comes with, and definitely the white man. He's white and a man, and he's rich and famous. You don't have to deal with none of the quote unquote toxic masculinity that he comes with. You get to be with the groveling at your feet, lucky to have you acting borderline asexual South Asian man. Unfortunately for you, that's just a character he plays. That's just what he plays on stage. That's just the character that the white screenwriters write for him in television shows and movies. Non-select. Thank you, Kinsey and Red. That's exactly what I was trying to say. For all you non-select men, you're supposed to be feminized. Leave the real masculinity for the elite rich white man. Leave it for the real, actual, hegemonic masculine men. All the rest of you, here's this new, softer, kinder, cuddlier masculinity, because women don't need these supermen, even though they're attracted to it and they really can't articulate it. It makes them cringe because it makes them seem like hypocrites, and some of the white women actually admit it. Huh? And even when you read some of these feminist scholars, the honest ones, they say, well, it's complicated. It's not complicated. You're hypocrites. What Dr. Richard Reeves says, there's preferences and revealed preferences. All this little euphemistic BS language for, look, there's what the women say they are on, and then there's what they're really on. And it goes both ways. There's what they say they won't settle for, and then what they actually settle for on one end. And then on the other end, there's what they say, and a lot of women, white women, admit this. There's what they say they want or what they're looking for, which is once again emotionally intelligent, emotionally available, generous, yawn, yawn, yawn. And then what actually turns them on. Dr. Jennifer Lundquist speaks about this. And she admitted, shout out to her, the white woman, Dr. Jennifer Lundquist, admits, hey, we, and she's tried not to call people dumb, but hey, you know, we don't know if we can trust people to tell us why they do the things they do. That's why we study them. That's why we're here. Right? Huh. That's why we study them. That's why we're here. So yeah, this little weird language that they use where non-select men are supposed to practice this new, softer, cuddlier, feminized form of masculinity so that you could be a non-threat to the elite rich white men. That's both the politicians and once again the elite rich white men, the Jeff Bezos and of the world. And then you leave the real masculinity to the men on top that can afford it. And let the women be used as the buffer class. I'm sorry, you're not supposed to say that part out loud. And L's Active says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I get regular big D jokes from white men at work on a consistent basis. I play into it just to feed the insecurities. They really be real big BCC fans. No homo. From my end of, at least. Are you sure that's how you wanted to end that statement? From my end, at least? Uh-oh. Oh, man, I'm messing with you, L's Active. I'm messing with you. Right? But yes, we any of us that have been in white collar spaces, sometimes even blue collar spaces, but blue collar spaces, their insecurities are more worn on their sleeve for the big D stuff, the BBC stuff, from my experience. But when you're in white collar spaces with the white men, they play it off as jokes, right? They play it off as jokes and like laudatory talk, right? But in reality, they think that like they know better, but it's a feeling for them, pause, that black men all are walking around here with 10-inch members, ripping women to shreds, right? And women like it. Shout out to Papa Z, but no, it's the total package, sir. There's a pun in there somewhere. It's the walk. What those women were saying is the big D energy, big D swag, bro. It's not just the package, it's the everything. And for many white men, they just don't get it. They don't get it. Because for them, the BBC is it's much easier to grapple with that than to grapple with no. It's what black men, particularly in America, but you can count Haitians and Jamaicans and other Caribbeans, a couple of African brothers in this too. It's what black men are and what black men have worked on, because guess what? They didn't have the resources. So guess what? Black men have the walk and they have the personality and they have the charisma, all the things that people like to play down but really are envious of or find attractive, hi white men and black women. Yes, say it, Z. The swag. Unfortunately, and that's really right. What is that? What they call it? Bi-curious or something like that? And Black Rule says white men get off on brothers giving involuntary BBC hysterectomies to white women. It gets their PPs hard. Really though, right? Particularly in the Western context. When we say Western, we're not counting Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe got the whole different thing going on. But once you get to Western Europe, all the way across to America, yes, absolutely. Particularly in America, right? It's this weirdness, right? Huh. You missed it. Was the Saint Nick's? We spoke about this earlier. I literally just mentioned this maybe an hour or so ago. And Saint Nick's is, why do you think black men, white women prawn is so popular, more so than white men, black women? Because white men are watching black. That's why. We literally just spoke about this maybe an hour or so ago, right? And so black women are literally comparing black men. Remember, comparing and deem lacking, black women are comparing black men to white men when white men are in their restrooms literally as we speak in America, are millions of white men, right, slapping the salami to interracial corn with black men and white women. Imagine comparing black men, saying black men, they didn't build this and they didn't do that. And the men you're comparing black men to across different class levels, different income levels, right? Brown hair, blonde, blue eyed, green eyed, white men across the board are slapping the salami to interracial cord involving black men and white women. Imagine that. Huh? Man, that, hey, dear black women, that gotta hurt, right? Right? So else active, yeah, the jokes, yeah, the white guys are gonna crack the jokes. And low key, Z, you about to say it, it gives questionable vibes. It gives questionable vibes because even the ones that purport to be straight, you wonder sometimes, are you flirting with me? Would you want me to pop your cherry, weirdo? Are you okay? Their white wives and black women would be, black women, y'all don't really want to know. And I'm talking about the white dudes. I ain't even mention the Latinos, right? That's another group of dudes. You'd be like, bro, are you okay? That's another group of men. You'd be like, man. And meanwhile, black women are comparing black men to these men, right? As I said before, black people only constitute some 12 to 13% of the US population. If you cut that in half and give black men the exact half, that's 6.5%. Even though according to the census, we're like more like 6.1% of the US population. Fine. So let's say 6.5% though. 6.5% of the US population would not get blacked or any type of interracial corn involving black men, white women into the top 10 searched on Cornhub. That's not black men doing that. That's a whole lot of non-black men doing that. Secretly, that's black women. Black women, ooh, you better stop. Secretly, that's black women watching black men rot out white women. That's white women watching black men rot out white women. That's non-black folks, Asians, Latinos, watching black men rot out white women. And it's definitely white men. No one is, but you're not supposed to say it in polite company. You definitely can't say it to black women because it messes up their whole fantasy of black men being insecure about white men. It messes up their whole idea of masters of the universe white men. You can't say to white conservative men because they're going to tell you it's white liberal men. White liberal men are going to admit that it's white liberal men. White conservative men, you watching it too. And secretly, you watching same-sex love and corn too. Ooh, damn, Z, you're not supposed to say that out loud. You're definitely not supposed to say that part out loud, Z. Right? And L's active, thank you for the super chat. Once again, thank you for the super chat. Huh? Is it number one in the world? Because I know it made the top 10 for a few years, but I didn't know it was number one. And Michael Ross is number one in the world, most searched genre. I think number one in the world was teen. There's something to say about that, but okay. Right? And as Black Uru's here now. Black Uru probably remember. Black Uru, do you remember me saying when divested conservative? That's the black woman that had the Confederate flag mask on when she was on Dennis Sperling's channel, attorney Dennis Sperling, and then she had the back the blue mask on when she was on the Roger Report's channel. And remember what I told her? How does it feel when your white man is smashing you, but he thinking about one of us on this panel? You remember me saying that? I meant it. And it's not something to quote unquote brag about. Once again, y'all hear Mr. Z talk. Mr. Z's not on some same sex loving thing. But if we're going to be honest, I think I'm way too comfortable talking about this, so it makes people cringe. I've been around too many white dudes. I've been around them and heard the comments and had the weirdness. And I told y'all, when Mr. Z was slimmer before the facial hair, a whole lot of white dudes flirted with me, especially I worked in Aventura, exposing myself a little bit. I worked in Aventura for a little bit. And there's something about white dudes with skinny, bald black dudes. Jesus Christ. Gotta swat them away with a goddamn fly swatter. Right? And so you would be surprised the caliber or the type, and many of you actually wouldn't, the caliber and the type of white dude that flirts with black men and that are ready to go. Yep. Oh, and Leon says, no, I think the number one is MILF. It might be either MILF or teen, which, by the way, look at the gap there. But I remember interracial being in the top 10, at least for the 3 years that I looked up the top 10. It's fascinating stuff. That's why Mr. Z tell y'all at the end, check out non-Black manosphere related stuff. I love social media. I love the internet. I love YouTube. Just random stuff. Both stuff that you might be embarrassed, Mr. Z's not embarrassed, to talk about or admit, and other stuff that you won't be. Right? Vince's same-sex loving white men be super horny, bro. Meanwhile, that's the group of people that black women are comparing black men to and deem black men lacking. Huh? Get your weird ass the hell up out of here. You don't really know what these dudes are about. And if you did, it would mess up your fantasy of these omnipotent, straight as an arrow white dudes that go around the world conquering. I could tell you what they conquering, and you're not gonna like it. Lady boys, anyway, yeah. Huh? Oh yeah, and I read this earlier, but let's say it again. And Vic says, imagine getting your dopamine hit from playing hip hop dress up with your mailman. This is embarrassingly sad. And that was us referencing the link that I have of Chissa Zed speaking on the black women, talking about their non-black man before her and then the non-black man after her, which is pretty much the glow up of the white man or the Asian man or the Latino man, the swagoo that the black woman done infused him with, right? And Vic also says, and thank you for the super chat, bro. Tell white men to be, tell them white men be worshipped over, over there like a god, bro. It you let, and this is once again not just a black woman thing, although they happen to be the loudest about it because they're the furthest away. This white man worship that women of color do, it's weird, and you see this with Mindy Kaling and a lot of her work. They insult white men and they talk about entitlement and they talk about the way white men talk to them like they're always in these power positions. Yeah, because y'all put them there. And yet they secretly want them. And it's not a secret because everybody knows, including the white man, right? So they really do put white men in their imagination in the God position. And because they do, they think the man does also. Because, like, I see him as better than you, so don't you see him as better than you? Right? I'm comparing him to you and deeming you lacking. Shouldn't that make you move the way he does? No, I don't have the inferiority complex. You do. Right? Huh? Good point. And Black Uru says it's a power thing, and D is the most natural and personal form of power. And they are so power addicted they cannot help being turned on by the BBC. The blacker the better. Right? Who was it that said everything in the world is about sex except for sex? Sex is about power. Huh? Exactly. And Black Uru says because they worship an idol and not reality. Thank you, Michael Ross. And Michael Ross says, yeah, it's teen. I was wrong. Look at Michael Ross. Is that a black man admitting that he was wrong about something? You let black women tell her we don't do this. Huh. You mean unlike black women? Unless you gotta snatch teeth from them. It's like pulling teeth. Right? Huh. And once again, Vic, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And yes, they worship the white man like he's a god. Meanwhile, in his private time, he's chasing after black men. And he's watching interracial porn with black men smashing white women. Talk about false idols, Black Uru. Huh. What happens when you end up with God and you realize that God is just an insecure little man, even if he's actually a big man physically? He's actually an insecure little man holding on to the power his ancestors raped and pillaged to give him. And he's hoping for God that one day it doesn't get overthrown and overturned by the same men that you ran from to end up with him. Oh. And thank you, KMS. Oscar Wilde quote: everything in the world is sex, is about sex, except sex. Sex is about power. Exactly. And, look, Black Uru, that's a whole different. You know what? I'm gonna bring y'all up for a little bit, as a matter of fact, because Black Uru over here inspiring thoughts. Let's see. No pun intended on that one. Give me a second, y'all. Let's put this in there. Y'all already know this is a reckless stream, so if I come to abrupt end, y'all know why. So yes, we still are reckless streaming right now. Sometimes Mr. Z gets a chance, sometimes I don't. That's why Sometimes I say I'm going to stream at certain times, and sometimes that just doesn't happen because regular streams. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. And here y'all go. That's the link. All right. Mm. Man, DA is in here. Mm-mm-mm. What's going on, Black Guru?
Hold on one moment. I need to adjust the sound.
Oh yeah, it's a little muffled right now.
Yeah, it's on me.
Mm-hmm. It's a little muffled. I have to get in a better spot. Let me read this while you're doing that. And KMS says, correct me if I'm wrong, but if the black woman's social image is to see black men as disposable, white men as trophies, and other races at different markers in between, do black women even like men, yet they wonder why their image is seen as hyper transactional? I think women in general are being okay. Black Root dropped off. Okay, hopefully, come back up, Black Root, when you get a chance. Um, yeah. I I think black women and other women are encouraged to engage in very transactional relationships. They just hate what it looks like on the other end. So they want to be transactional. They just don't want the men to be transactional. So they feel it's perfectly okay to boil you down to a walking wall and an overglorified guard dog while trying to gas you and be like, well, that's your job. Even in this supposed equal society, yes, that's your job. But then when you tell them, okay, then it's your job to provide me with adult fun when I want, right? With no debate, to cook and clean and take care of the like for me to do this and potentially shorten my lifespan, providing you with this, then you have something you have to do on the other end, and then that's when it all falls apart. Right? So yeah, no, I would argue the transaction is supposed to be only one way. Because remember, she's on the moral pedestal above you. History has
Well, the
Mhm,
transaction
mhm.
occurred. The transaction occurred when she agreed to grace you with her heavenly presence.
Well, that part too.
When she picked you, she had done everything she was supposed to do.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. True. I picked you. Isn't that it? That was you have been graced. Shouldn't you feel so honored that I've
And this
graced you with my presence?
and this is why I'm a
Well,
thought
you
man.
well, you know how it's like when you go to a strip club, even if you're not getting a dance, if they're sitting there talking with you, they start charging you for it.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
That's the same concept they think. They think the mere fact that you have their phone number, or today, their social media handle or whatever it is, then that you should be spending your hard-earned dollars on them. But the shit
Yeah.
doesn't even make any sense. It's like when you said when you talking about Aziz Ansari is who you were talking about, the
Mm-hmm,
Indian
mm-hmm.
guy, right? So
Yep.
first off, he's not even typically the kind of guy that they were even going to go out with. It's only because of his status that she went out with him in the first place,
Yep.
right? But there's a sense of ownership they have over not just you, but your resources as well, including your
Yes.
attention, primarily your attention. Even now, look at this shit. Even now, you look at Jaleel White and look at this shit now with black women getting mad over Urkel. Urkel.
Yeah.
Black women don't talk about Jaleel White outside of the context of Urkel.
Yep.
And now he marries a white woman. You have the nerve to be mad? Bitch, fuck out of here.
Some of them
I mean,
were,
at a
but
certain.
I
Go
did
ahead.
see some of them checking those women. I was kind of blown away. I'm not gonna lie. I did see some black women say, wait, man, let that man be happy, right? Because like we wasn't checking for him anyway. So I did, and I was blown away not because I saw it, because you see these comments occasionally. How many black women were checking other black women? I was like, wait, am I in the Twilight Zone?
That's what I was just gonna follow up with. Like, were there
Yeah.
enough of them doing it? Because dude. I mean, and here's the thing too. There's
You break it up a little bit, Meech. You break it up a lot of bit actually.
there's you, I'll check back in.
Meech weekend. We could not hear anything you just said over the past, I don't know, 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, Vince, what you got for me? Let me give me a second. Let Vince go first, and then you.
Well, it's a very one way kind of situation, and it's
Hmm.
very unfortunate how it's like everything's coming unilaterally one day, one way, and you kind of you know get the fact you're able to do it as a reward. That's just like it's not enough. It's really not. It's
Hmm.
not. It's not popular. I had more thoughts, but then like at the same time, I came in a little late in the discussion, so I'm gonna just sit back. I came in like an hour and a half in when you was talking about
Look, Mr. Z did the usual Mr. Z drift, where I start off on the topic and stay pretty consistent, and then yeah.
yeah,
So
you start talking about corn and prawn and stuff like that. I'm like, whoa, wait a
yeah,
minute.
I saw when you came in and you was like pause, and you said that.
Yeah,
I saw. Yeah, no. I think the point I was trying to make is that black women are comparing black men to white men and deeming them lacking. And as you saw with the, if you check out the links in the description, Chessa's Bed covering this trend. And those same men, and not those exact same men, but these are the same men that are sitting in their restroom right now, smacking the salami to interracial prawn with black men, white women.
for sure. Let me say this real quick. When you
Hmm.
say the comparison part, the need to belong is very compelling. And people will get real dissonant at a certain point when it comes to the need to belong at their own expense. That's before we even get to like a Stockholm syndrome and stuff like that. But for people to think that us as men are looking to conform when we're like we're the standard, but we're hated for being the standard, and then we live in the country that we are. So it's like it's weird. Whereas like reality is kind of like veiled over a whole bunch of bullshit and false
Mm.
and stuff like that. So they look at us like, what's wrong with y'all? We're looking at y'all like, well, we're looking at them like, what are y'all doing? So it's kind of weird when you look at it, where they looking at us like we should be moving like them, but like they don't know that how you say it, they're moonwalking backwards or something like that
Oh yeah,
to the
yeah.
back of the line.
Moonwalk, yeah, right. Moonwalk
Yeah,
right into the BS.
right. And they're
Man,
like, well, and they assume that they know, but I don't know.
no, I hear you. Let me read this real quick. DA says, "Did you know that black people watch the most corn? This includes both black men and black women. There is stats on it. So I did not know that. And am I surprised? Am I? I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little surprised. Um, I wonder why that is. Does anybody having any ideas why that might be? If this is true,
The culture,
right?
the culture of it.
Huh?
I would love to see where he got those stats
Uh,
from. If he could put a link
No.
down there, because I don't
Yeah.
believe that.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know if I believe it or disbelieve it. I mean, I guess
Hmm.
it's possible. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Black people consume a lot of media in general,
Yes.
so it
Yes.
could be
Yes.
a function of that to a degree. It could be a logistical thing in terms of just kind of our pattern of
Mm.
things as much as anything else. Uh, but yeah, like Meech, I'd also like to know what context in which that stat is being presented, because
Huh.
that it that surprises me to
Hmm.
some degree if it is true
Hmm.
in some respects, but then like I say, maybe logistically I could see perhaps how it
Because
happens
we do
if you're
consume the
saying, for
most media.
example,
Hmm.
right,
But look,
and it,
I,
and so it could be just a function of just sort of behavior of consuming media itself.
yeah,
Mm.
Could
I would
be, I
like to
don't
know
know.
stats too because like yeah, also like kind of put one and one together. Even though we don't have stats for clue. Look how hypersexual we are. Look how young it starts. Look at what the culture was with the DVD culture 15 years ago and stuff like that. How
Mm.
many nephews and sons and cousins got into the to the pot and stuff. Like in movies in like 70s, they showed
I,
dirty magazines and
I
stuff
think
like
there's
that.
one element that might explain it, or could be related, correlative, or related.
Hmm.
Um, you know, Black people, Black men and women, are also sort of probably on the high end in terms of the production of amateur porn in particular.
Mm.
Mm.
You know, black people
Mm.
tend to kind of be the stars of that sort of those genre of filmmaking in particular. So I think it could also be you got a lot of people who are not just consuming the porn, they're
They're
making the
making
porn.
it.
Mhm.
Mhm.
They like making it and swapping it, and you know, it's a whole kind of ecosystem, you know, that
Ima-
has
Mhm.
imagine,
come. You know, when there was more of this sort of
ima-
traditional kind of, you know, this place in California, these isolated places in
The
California
industry.
making all the pornography, it probably generated a particular sort of consumer base and et cetera. Particularly, it was difficult to get porn, you know, expensive, et cetera. But
imagine the recruiting process.
the democratization, I guess, of pornography probably took things in different directions, like the creation of music. As it became easier to create music, many more black people, many more creative black people began to dominate in the creation of music. So it could be a similar sort of thing to
L-
like that.
Let me let's so Victor Creed, and I think he's speaking to what we speaking to right here. He says, and thank you for the super chat, Vic. Thank you for the super chat. He says it's in the National Library of Medicine. So are you still talking about the corn? Like that we actually do consume that much? Oh man,
Mm.
compared
Well,
to I
speaking
mean,
of which,
Well,
yeah,
if he
go
knows that,
uh
then can we get a link, or can we at least get a
yeah, but
title of an article or something?
yeah,
But I
because
Can we
believe
get a title of an
I'm not
article?
gonna lie, I'm somewhat surprised by that because I do know, the hypersexuality in the black community, um, but to consume more than everyone else, including white folks, that's interesting to me. Like I said, I'm surprised by that. And shout out to DA for bringing that to us. Number
Can I
one, number two.
can I add
um,
Yeah.
something to the mix
Yeah,
as
but no,
well?
let me let Namer get in here first, real
Uh,
quick, because Namer, yeah, we going round robin. Go ahead, Namer,
he
and then
sees the
we'll get you after.
Kalashnikovs.
Mhm,
He sees the Kalashnikov being brandished.
mhm,
Anyway,
right. Mhm,
the one thing I think you forgot to consider regarding the adult content, as we could, so
mhm.
as I remember a few years back, if you look at the consumption of it from state to state, which states are also consuming the most of it? It's mostly
Alabama.
those in the Bible Belt.
Yeah, I
They
mentioned that
said that
earlier. Thank you. Yep, yep, yep. Go ahead.
and the main state and the first state that has the highest consumption of it is Utah. And they also broke it down to like to what categories and everything. And you'd be surprised what kind of categories most of the folks down in
So,
these like very conservative states.
Namer, pause real quick because I think somebody in the comments was trying to make that correlation earlier. They were
Mhm.
like, "We're also the most religious," and I think that's the correlation that that
Oh
that you're
no,
making
I
right
would
now,
disagree on that.
where black people are the most religious in America, and that also would correlate with, like you're saying, the Bible Belt, and them consuming, all of this. And we also know how much they get divorced compared to everybody else too. That funny part. But go ahead, go ahead.
I don't think it's among our own, among black folks in particular. What we're saying it's mostly, the opposite end who are mostly consuming all this type of, mostly of this content. But with,
Well,
with the
there's
advent of the
another.
internet, but with the advent of the
Go,
internet
but,
and
I,
also
but go
smartphones,
ahead. Black Rupert, you already know we got elder privilege, elder privilege.
well,
So go ahead, Black Rupert.
I was just
look,
going to say there's another element too, particularly in America. You know, you have the employment issue, you know, which also relates to the
Uh,
media consumption issue. Uh,
you definitely
you
gonna be
know,
watching
you
internet
got
stuff when you're home.
very
Hmm.
high percentages of particularly younger black people, black men in particular, that are unemployed. So again, a lot of this is sort of logistical to time, what you got to do in a day or not do in a day. You know, a lot of consumption of pornography is a function of depression or other issues, you know, in people's lives that, and pornography, not unlike alcohol or, uh,
Hey Guru.
drugs or whatever, become a way of distraction from other issues of people's lives. So, it could be a function of other things, not just this whole, desire for purient consumption.
Hey,
And
Uru,
let's
will you say that?
before you go, Vince, my bad. Let's because Vic gave us this link right here, so the PubMed link is right here. I'm highlighting it,
That
so y'all check that out. Um, thank you, Vic. Thank you, Da, because I did not
Thanks, Vic.
know that I would have never I would have lost that Jeopardy bit. I would have lost that. I would have lost that Jeopardy round because I would have put money it was white people, namely white men. I would have put money on it. So yeah, so thank you for that, y'all. Yeah, go ahead. Who I think Vince was trying to speak, and then we're gonna have I think Els
yeah.
was trying to speak afterward. Go ahead, Vic. I'm gonna say Vic.
To
Vince.
speak to
Mhm,
to speak to Uru's point about
mhm,
the unemployment stuff like that.
mhm,
In Kenneth B. Clark's book, Dr. Getter, it talked about the correlation between unemployment and intimacy and things like that. So,
mhm.
fast forward, we have computers and stuff like that. And given the climate stuff like that, I wouldn't put it past the whole fact of unemployed black men driving this statistic.
Yeah. So let me say this before Els goes. Um, and I think Vic said it earlier. Where's that comment? Where's that comment? No, it was Da actually. We are becoming isolated, especially young people. Clubs are shutting down. We are becoming antisocial. So this might explain it. So and we see this literally, like literally, we're part of the Black Manosphere. I think the online discourse actually does have real world effects, and so what's happening is that people are becoming more atomized in general. I wonder what that means for Black people specifically, right? And I'm tying that to the corn consumption by saying how many of us are actually engaging in like adult fun, right? How much of us are really engaging in that? Because we know dating is going down, but is dating going down for Black people also? We know the marriage rate obviously fell off a cliff for Black people decades ago, right? So like, how much of us are actually engaging in this as a formal release, a formal
Well,
release, right?
that's where I was going to go with this. Is that if
Mhm.
black men, and we can all agree that black men in this
God,
country are are having the
go ahead, Mish. Go ahead, because you're
most
like
difficult
you
time.
like cutting in and out. Because I really am
Yeah.
trying to. I think you really got something good to say. Go ahead. Go
Let me
ahead.
wait. Let me wait till I come to a stop.
No, you're good right now. You can
Is
go
it?
ahead. Go. Damn it, he cut out again. Right when I say you're good right now.
Is it raining over
Okay.
there, y'all?
Okay,
My bad. He's on it.
so you guys can
Mhm.
hear me, right? So what I was
Yes. Go
saying
ahead.
is
Mhm.
we have the most difficult time with our women in this country. So if that's the case,
Mm.
because now it sounds like it makes sense, we have the most difficult time and have the most difficult time for the longest time, especially when you just look at the shit that's being posted on social media with women
Mhm.
outwardly just embarrassing their men. So I mean that would make
Mhm.
sense then. That would make sense, especially amongst the youth.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. And Vic, if you want to come up, because I know we were gonna have a conversation about older women with younger men, and not even just older women with younger men, adult Black women with underage boys. That part. So if you want to come up and talk about that also, because I know we were supposed to cover that, which by the way is a thing that happens a lot in the Black community. Talk about disproportionate, but yeah. So talking about that, and KMS says, I said KMS. Vic says KMS, they like everything according to the stats. Bruh. I don't know if you're talking about white folks, or you talking about Black women, because both of them. But yeah, so there's that. Els, are you still up here? You wanted to say
Yeah,
something?
yeah, yeah. I'm
Go
still
ahead. What's
here.
up with you?
Now I think it's quite like a combination of all of these factors that's that
Mhm,
leads to people being like the number one consumers of porn. And one thing I wanted to add into it is because say our theory is correct that white men do consume interracial porn in the form of black men, white women. Yeah,
mhm,
they're the number one viewers of that. But also, I came across on Reddit um, porn sites on there, porn sites, sorry,
mhm,
where there was black women, white men who are the highest uh, numbered in terms of viewership. And
mhm,
who's watching that porn? Yeah. There was one page in particular called Say No to Black Boys. And that's what stood out
mhm.
to me. That's why I can never forget. Because I was like,
I saw
what's
that.
this? Say No to Black Boys.
Wait,
It
wait.
had like
So
1 point.
among the highest viewership on corn sites, or is it an individual corn site with black women, white
No,
men?
no, it's on Reddit. There's pages
Oh,
on
okay, okay,
Reddit.
okay, okay, okay.
And the
Hmm.
highest page that I could find out of interracial corn
Hmm.
was that page, Say No to Black Boys.
Okay,
It,
okay.
it's
No, okay,
probably
that's
it's probably
okay.
black women that are the highest
Yeah, that's black
consumer of
women.
that
That,
page.
okay, yeah, yeah, okay, yeah. That
Right.
okay,
So
yeah.
that might be the
In
that
fact, it was probably a black woman that created the page.
I'll put money on it. You're right.
Hmm.
Yeah,
and
no, I
that
agree with
might
that.
be
Speaking
the
of
numbers
which,
that we're not accounting
Hmm.
for in terms of
hmm
why we are the highest rate, highest number
Hmm.
watching corn, because
Yeah,
we don't know what they really watch.
no, this is true. And yeah, like I think in the privacy of people's homes, that's that in the privacy of people's homes and in the privacy of their restroom or wherever you're doing it in your own room, and when your wife's not home or your husband's not home or your kids are not home, whatever people are doing in the privacy of wherever they do it. um hey, I think people's phone history would if people's phone history was out there public plastered,
Oh
Jesus,
my
right?
gosh.
yeah,
So hey, bro, I think a whole lot of people would be a whole lot of embarrassed. But
Yeah, real primal.
hey, bro, and I think if we're gonna be honest, look, when you strip people of the power dynamic, when you strip people of plausible deniability, when you strip people down to just their human base forms, I think you see something beautiful and something ugly simultaneously. I think you're gonna see a whole lot of bi-curious stuff. I think you're gonna see a whole lot of, oh, you know what? Secretly, this is what I actually am attracted to black men. I actually am attracted to black women. It's just all the minutia of what our society has done that I could never, right? I am actually attracted to white women, but I got to be on this pro-black thing, so I got to pretend like I'm not. I'm actually attracted to white men, but one of them, I got my little heart broken when I was in middle school, and I had to pretend like I'm really pro-black and a hotep sister. Like, Asian women. And remember what Jenny Ma said before she ended up with Jeezy, like, right, white meat as the main course, black meat on the side. Like, I think if you strip human beings down without what this world is right now, it gets, once again, like I said, really beautiful and really ugly at the same time.
What
Right?
black
Go
men
ahead.
to do foreplay and white men to bust a nut? Yeah.
Yeah, seriously. No, seriously. The lifestyle makes
hmm
people, for what we are in our society. I think the lifestyle makes women move a certain way and it makes men move a certain way. The security, the lifestyle, image, status, money, right? Like, okay, fine,
perception.
you're a white dude. Look at what happened with Dog the Bounty Hunter. Look at his son. You're a white dude, you're genuinely attracted, and we're assuming that his son was genuinely attracted. You're genuinely attracted to a black girl, you like her, and but your dad, who's a rich, famous redneck, um, he likes saying the N word. Your family likes saying the N word, and you go so far. Remember, him and her exposed Dog the Bounty Hunter. So
The
like,
answer
eh,
machine message.
right. So you imagine, yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. You imagine you're a white dude who genuinely is attracted to this black woman. You in love with this black woman, but your
Mhm.
grandfather is holding. And I said this before. Your grandfather is holding the house over your head, right?
I
Or he's
It's that
holding
remember.
over
conformity, Z.
his classic Mustang or his classic Camaro over you. Yeah, I know you in the cars. Yeah, yeah, me and you built this. Yeah, yeah, this car is a $80,000 car. You're not getting it if you marry her.
That's
So I
because
think,
Because
conformity
go ahead.
permission
conformity
to
makes
sneak
people
in.
deviate from who they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Conformity
After this,
people
we'll
conform
get
to what
we'll get
the
Neymar. Go ahead. Go
yeah, conformity have people acquiesce to what they feel and what's good and
ahead.
primal forming for whatever they whatever they seeking. So people do weird things for the sake of
Hmm.
conformity.
Yeah, yeah,
All
and
right.
real quick, Neymar, and Da says, corn may also explain the increase in bisexuality among some black women too. I think it's that, but I think no, I really think it's black women giving black men the middle finger, and not enough white men will be seen publicly with them. Will they smash? Yes. Will they do the situationship for a little bit with a black female coworker? Yes. But like, serious dating boyfriend girlfriend thing, and that turn long term enough to become marriage, maybe not. And I think black women have painted themselves in a corner with the F black men thing and the not enough Latino men, white men, and Asian men will pick up the slack on the other end. They paint themselves into that corner. So I agree with you that adult content corn could be contributing to that, but I think it's also the idea of like F you black men, you're not on my level type thing, and then not enough white men
Yeah.
and non-black men on the other end making up for that. So yeah. But go
It
ahead,
sounds
go
like
ahead,
we're.
Nemo.
Well,
My bad.
um, by the way, Vincent, before I ask my question, before I say what I say, I just want to ask about your avatar. I'm inquiring about your avatar.
Oh
What
yeah,
is
I
that
have a few
exactly?
avatars. That's Dave Chappelle floating in that season when he was like fucking around with Miss Cleo.
Gotcha, bitch. Anyway, just to piggyback with some of the things y'all saying. First of all, Z, I mentioned this before, and it seems like I gotta hit you in the head and time after time again with the facts, but or remind you of this. But when women consume porn, regardless of race, they focus on who primarily in the clip. It's always the woman. People forget that a lot of women
Mm,
consume chick on chick, material as much as guys.
mm-hmm.
Are they lying?
That's one thing people forget. Secondly, and you always hear about black women also mentioning, fetishizing men of other races because they were talking about. Y'all remember a while back, people were talking about Moroccan men claiming
Mm.
they were packing heavy lumber, trying to put the. Am I allowed to say the initials about for black men or
Yeah,
not?
yeah, yeah. You can. Yes, go ahead.
Trying to say that the BBC has no match for the Atlas one
Mm.
or the
Yeah,
Atlas
it
Tom
all,
and
all
crew.
of that is just trying to, okay, fine, black men, we can't insult you and make you do what we want you to do, and we can't hurt your feelings.
Uh-huh.
Fine, we'll go out. The one thing that our society is willing to concede that you have that maybe these other men don't have, we'll go at and you even hear black women now saying, well, they're selfish and bad, and they're not really good lovers that way, and it's really just we're gonna bring you down to size, huh,
Yeah,
pun intended, no matter what. We're going to
that's
find
true.
a thing that bothers you. Go ahead.
I
Hey,
mean, the
Mr. Z,
funny
do I
thing
have a
about
good
that is,
connection?
Let
the funny
Namer
thing,
finish real quick and then go ahead.
the funny thing about the funny thing about that is like, you always hear about, they always brag about, that we're not the only ones who packing because they talk
Mhm,
about men of certain nationalities. Like I remember people bragging about Italian dudes doing that shit,
mhm,
packing and heavy lumber, Moroccan dudes and whatnot. But bear in
yeah,
mind, but a lot of them just look at you as just a fun time, and some of them are
mhm,
openly racist about it.
yeah,
I mean, if y'all remember a Bronx Tale, the main character of
yeah,
Bronx
yeah,
Tale,
yeah, 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 yeah.
messing with was in a relationship with had a black girlfriend, but had no
Mhm.
problem calling her brother or the N word and roughing him up.
That
What does
so
that tell y'all?
Okay, but but
Godfrey
but
mentions
but you
this in
gotta
the.
consider
Mhm.
you gotta
Go ahead.
consider the mentality of a lot of black women. Better to
Yep.
be a white man's whore than a black man's
Yeah,
wife.
yeah,
So that's
yeah.
what you did.
Hmm.
So when you're you're giving her a logical message, the logic
Mhm,
being, this person thinks that you're beneath him or whatever.
mhm.
In her mind, okay, but he's a white man.
Yeah.
He is supposed to be over me.
Yes.
I'm supposed to be his whore. So that's why that does not register with them. When you tell them when y'all enjoy telling white men that black women that white men don't want them, to be wives, and that's logically true.
Yeah.
And inside, a lot of them is, I don't care. I don't
Mhm.
expect to be his wife. I expect to be in the subordinate position to him.
Yep.
I'm good
Yep.
with being the house negress that occasionally gets pulled into the broom closet by master.
Once again, everything
Question.
is about sex except for sex. Sex is about power. And if
and,
you finish that thought
and
with
just
what Black Uru is saying, that's where the white man comes in. I think Leon was trying to speak. Give me 1 second. Leon, you still there?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Tell me how my
Go ahead.
connection is. Is my
You're good right
connection
now. Go
good?
ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so
Hmm.
I didn't talk to enough queer, intersectional black feminists, man.
They watch every type of porn there is.
Mhm.
And
He
my
had to break
friends,
it. We over here
they
saying corn. You had to say it. You had to go. Go ahead. Now we got to say it. Go ahead.
no, I'm gonna say corn. This is a weird thing. So my
Mhm.
friend, one of the intersectional feminists I talked to, her name is Coochie. Okay, so that's her name. That's her
That's her
name.
literal. That's her real name, or is that
No,
like her
no,
slang
no.
name?
That's her playing name.
Oh, okay, okay,
Okay,
okay.
okay. They like watching every type of porn devoid of race. But when race is played into it, it's not about what she said. It's not about like the physical action. It's actually about the mental and everything else. Watching a man get emasculated, pretty much, and him take it, or regardless of race, but then race plays a part. And it's some of the most cringiest stuff I've heard. They say they get
So
turned
they
on
like to
by.
watch men get pegged.
Well, it, that's that's where it gets confusing because it's dependent. You know, queer women. It's dependent
Mhm.
upon whatever in their mind. So it can go either way, based upon either race, based upon either gender, and I'm sitting here trying to understand them, and it's cringe. But then on the other side of, because I'm at work, so the other thing is this:
Mhm.
when we talk about Facebook,
Mhm.
everybody can go down their Facebook timeline and click on any female friend of theirs, and they probably have some porn that connects to Twitter X. This
Mm.
this 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 stuff is out of control on Facebook. Facebook allows it as long as it's connected to Twitter X. And
Mm.
I got women all down my timeline, friends that I grew up with, Facebook friends, all type of women, not producing, but some of them produce it, but just nonstop links to porn
Mm.
connected to Twitter. I'm talking about endless amounts. And like I said before,
I've seen it.
um, oh, so you know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, my
Uh,
friends post that type of stuff, and I tell them stop doing it. I'm tired of seeing it, and then they keep, you know.
Yeah, but check this out. I already knew this because I don't watch Fresh and Fit. I already knew
Mhm.
the type of women that they have on there. And when you literally see women say, "I made $25,000 overnight by getting yelled at by people and comments," but then they go buy my OnlyFans. You kind of see where this stuff comes from. And I want to add something extra for you, Mr. Z.
Mm.
California said that porn stars had to wear condoms. And your conservative governor said, y'all don't have to wear condoms here in our state.
Really? No, DeSantis said they don't have to do it here.
And Florida
Bang
is
Bros,
now
anybody?
I
Florida
mean,
is now one of the top
it is.
porn
It is because
destinations.
whenever we'll pause real quick, Leon. Wait, pause real quick, Leon. Because all of that bang, when you see Bang Bros, Bang Bus, all of that's down here. That's all happening down here.
Yeah.
And not even just Florida, South Florida. Like,
In
because
fact, Mr.
sometimes I
Z,
see the scenery in the back, and I'm like, I've been on that road before. I know where that is. But go ahead, y'all. Go
I'll
ahead.
do one better for you, Mr. Z.
Hmm.
I'll give you one more.
Hmm.
Hot Girls Wanted, that documentary. And first, let's all forget the TV series as well. Hot Girls
Hmm.
Wanted, rebooted. That's set in South Florida.
You know,
Okay, and
When
I
you're
think moving.
about
moving,
10 years ago,
Mhm.
uh-huh.
about 10 years ago, I saw this movie, interesting movie. It was called The Kids Are All Right. It was a white
Mhm.
movie. So, but bear with me because it makes a related point. It's about this lesbian couple portrayed by
Mhm.
these famous white actresses, Annette Bening and Juliana
Julianne
Moore.
Moore.
And
Julianne Moore.
and the male
Mark
star
Ruffalo.
was Mark Ruffalo, the Hulk. It's about
Mhm.
this lesbian couple who has a child, I guess artificially inseminated. The child wants to know who her father is, and her father is Mark Ruffalo, and this whole drama about discovering who her father is. And apparently, at some point, one of the lesbians uh, relapses into having sex with Ruffalo. But that's
Mm.
beside the point. The reason why I brought this up is the movie opens with them having sex or attempting to have sex. And while they're having sex, they're watching a porno one man trying to backdoor another man.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a
Wow.
lesbian couple, and this is a major motion picture. This is not, like I say, these are Oscar-winning stars kind of thing.
Mhm.
And so it was a shocking thing to see, and it happens at the very beginning of the movie,
That's pretty
right?
deviant.
And although they don't show the men genitalia,
Yeah.
they definitely show that you got one man trying to get
Yeah,
into
the
the back
position.
door of
Yeah,
another man.
yeah, yeah.
So it was,
Wow.
and it was startling to see because, and I don't know if it was Victor or someone alluded to it earlier, but how broadly women, particularly lesbian women, are turned on,
Mhm.
and I think one of you noted by an assortment of different things. I think one of you
Mm-hmm.
noted that, and it was noted in the movie that they enjoy seeing one man be subordinate to another man sexually. That
Yes.
they got
Yeah.
turned on by that in particular.
Is that a
That's an
power
imagery
thing?
right
Is
there.
But
that
it was a
a
very interesting. It was a very interesting thing to see, in particular because of the, like I say, this was a star-studded
Yeah.
cast. So I'm like, wow, that's how y'all gonna open this movie?
right?
Thanks,
Let me
man.
read this real quick, real quick, Nemo. Let me read this real quick. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Next thing they gonna make Jelly Roll. Oh no, the next Rick Ross.
Oh
Got the
no, leave
snap, my
Jelly
dude.
Roll out there.
No, he
Leave
definitely
Jelly
he
Roll out
definitely
there.
don't got the swag for that.
No.
Right
Have you
he
seen
got
his wife though?
And they kind of
Have you seen his wife
emphasized
though?
in the movie that
Mhm.
that was that they needed to see men having sex with each other to get turned on.
Mm.
That was
Um,
like,
yeah.
the major impetus towards them getting sexually aroused.
And the aspect of that, if I may, sir, was first of all, one, Julianne Moore in that movie is actually a bisexual woman. People forget there's a
Mm.
lot of bisexual chicks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Most bisexual
of
chicks
course.
are both involved with, they go both ways. But Annette Bening's character in that movie was also having an issue that many older women have, and that's alcoholism and how that messes up with a lot of things in the female anatomy, especially if you're
Mhm.
menopausal. Oh, by the way, and Ruffalo was also the father to their son because they used the sperm donor for both my daughter and son. But the
Yeah,
daughter,
yeah,
Mhm.
she
Mhm.
she,
yeah.
but the thing was, the daughter she was still too young. She had to wait until she was 18 to find out who her to legally relocate her, to trying to locate her father. But they did so illegally. They did so on the sneak, and that's how he ended up getting tagged up in this shit. But
Mm.
the thing about
Let
what
me
you said.
name it before you
Okay, go ahead.
transition on. I wanted to bring up Big Jaw to the max, and so he has a series. And somebody reminded I watched something the other day that reminded was it on Compassionate's channel? It was on
What?
Compassionate's channel that reminded me of it. And so Big Jaw has a whole series where he's smashing the homie, and the homie is same sex loving women, but it's primarily butch
Oh yeah, remember.
same sex loving women, right? And like it's funny because it happens. It's true. It's true. Like that's why like these people are so wishy washy in and out. Like I said, they don't
Hey
like
Z,
following rules. Negative liberty. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Z, that happened.
Hmm.
That's a true story with one of my best friends. I just got my hair done the other week, and
Hmm.
my friend said that her ex was sneaking dick.
Wait, her ex girlfriend was sneaking peen.
Yes, and I think she had about like 4 kids and stuff. So it's kind of weird to
Come
me,
on, man.
right? How all that.
Speaking of which,
Like,
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Nemo.
speaking of which, yeah. Um, what was I gonna say? Speaking of which, is like you always hear about. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say, and now I lost it. Thank you for getting me flustered. I'll come back. I'll come back to it. I'll come
Well,
back.
look,
No,
you don't forgot.
it's
That's not
like
on
By
you.
the
us.
way,
It's like you.
I just want to
Go
say,
ahead.
you know how reckless this stream is.
Uh,
The fact that we're streaming on Mother's Day.
Oh
and
God, it's Mother's Day.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, in the
Oh
it's
U.S.,
Mother's
shit.
Day
I
over
think it's
here.
Monday. Hey,
No,
I already did what I needed to do.
I'm
you already
literally
did my
chilling in
thing
the house.
already.
I'm literally
I
chilling in
Hey,
the
just
house
called
with my
my
mom
mom.
right now.
for all you last minute people, y'all better start sending them texts and those flowers and candy and whatnot.
I bought my mom
Nah,
crabs, y'all.
me. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm in a different content. First of all, from my mom.
Where you at?
So she just huh?
Where you at?
What's that?
Where you at?
I'm in Norway. My mom's back
Hmm.
home
Damn,
in Africa, in Eritrea.
Hmm.
damn.
Oh
Yeah.
no,
So
she, you know,
all you gotta do
that's
is
why I
make a
got the
phone
avatar
call.
here.
Yeah.
I just make phone calls. That's all I do.
Yeah.
Every so often I call. Besides,
Very
Hmm.
low
my
maintenance.
dad
They're
passed
very
anything.
sentimental.
Hmm.
Hmm. What's that?
They're very low maintenance, very sentimental.
Low
You're
maintenance
right about
sentimental
that.
call. Yeah, that's a good. That yeah, that's good. That's good. That's probably true.
Well, anytime I call is
Mhm.
important. You know, it's a good call. It's a good time to call. You know, but
Oh wait,
what
wait, 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 wait. Sorry, name. Wait for it. Junior Harriet says, Z, another divester bites the dust. Oh boy, what you know? What do you know? Put it in. Oh
who,
boy, we'll put it in the comments.
put it in
Jeez.
the comments. Oh, I just remember what I was about to say. Mr. Z is
Hmm.
probably brought to you by Smooth Soul Plum Wine, the smoothest plum wine this side of Haiti. You better step after that drink. You're gonna be going sock by say, mon frere, motherfuckers. Hey. You know I make you laugh, motherfucker. This
Smooth
is
on the
why
way
you
down.
should never hate the Eritrean, man. Why do Haitians gotta hate Ethiopians
Right,
like that?
right.
Ethiopians and Eritreans,
I
man.
don't. I don't think Haitians hate anyone. We just think we're the best. Like every other group of black people, we the best. We freed ourselves, and we get the gold
Hey,
trophy of eternal poverty.
you get the
There
yeah,
you
but
go.
yeah, and right now I'm just standing like Elton John,
Right. We
looking like
freed
a
ourselves, so
crucified, look like a little kid.
we get the white people's boot on our neck forever. That's
Hey, you're paying
tell
the
them what
white
they
people
win.
reparations. You give the people
I think
reparations.
if black people throughout the world were righteous, the Haitians
Mhm.
would be the aristocrats amongst us.
in,
To be
in
quite
a
honest,
just
Arrogant
world,
francophone
in a just
motherfuckers.
world,
in a
in a
just
just
world,
world.
in a
but
just
Oh, by the way,
world, our aristocrats would be Haitian.
mhm,
but
yeah,
as it stands currently, and this is the first with all of y'all with everything you've ever seen. This is the first time Haiti does not have a government. This is the first
yo,
everything we've ever been through. And this is the first time, and they finally broke the straw that broke the camel's back. Finally,
wait,
man.
weren't you guys like? Did you guys have like? Never mind. I remember. Was it like 1911 when you guys were invaded by the U.S.? Weren't you guys invaded by
Yes,
the U.S. in
no, but
1911?
multiple times back in was
Okay,
it 19 14, 1918, 1921, something like that. So it's happened multiple times, but this is the first time no government like complete. It's never been this
mhm,
chaotic, is what I'm saying. No government, no
fair enough.
any like yeah, no
By the
yeah.
way,
So
Z, we were
mhm.
talking about, people like, talking shit about, brothers getting married, having white wives and whatnot. I'm gonna give you one example.
Real quick, Nema. And Da says, "What you speak French, Z? No, I speak Creole barely. My Creole is trash, but I speak it, and I definitely could comprehend it. And my
You can
French
comprehend.
is here and there because if you speak Creole, then you can comprehend certain phrases and terms in French, obviously. But I cannot speak French whatsoever, but I can comprehend
What
certain
about
phrases
Spanish?
and terms. No, no, none at all, none at all. That's my dad, right?
¿Tú no hablas
That's
español?
Z
Hey,
Senior.
Como
Yeah,
okay.
that's Z
talent
Senior.
Yeah, what I want to say was,
Mhm.
people talking about, black men with white wives. Here's one wife they will never talk about.
Hmm.
Like in Africa, like you have those four countries in West Africa that have dictatorships and whatnot from the coups and whatnot. One example is Guinea.
Mhm.
Colonel Mamadi, no, see, Mamadi Doumbouya, first of all, is his name, the colonel who's head of the regime in Guinea. His wife
Okay.
is white. His wife is not only just a white woman. He met her when he was serving in the French Foreign Legionnaires, and she's
Mm.
in the Armée Française. She's an active duty military person, despite being the first lady of Guinea and giving her four children. That's not one white woman you want to fuck with. You know what I'm saying?
You said she's active military. What for France or for Guinea?
For France. Her husband was in the French Foreign Legionnaires for about a
Mhm.
decade
Mhm.
in France. Afterwards, he came home, re-enlisted in the Guinean Armed Forces. He was commissioned to the rank of colonel for the special forces, the same group that deposed the government and led to the coup and everything in 2020, and I think it was a couple years ago. And she's still a member of the French Armed Forces still. despite being the first lady of India.
Sounds a little
That
conflict of
sounds
interest
crazy
to
as
me.
hell,
Yeah,
man.
you see
That
what I'm saying?
sounds crazy as
Thank you.
hell.
I don't trust it. I don't trust it. That's why I
Something
made sure
sounds
D for you
crazy
to
as
say it
hell.
again. Yeah, absolutely. I do not trust the look. As a Haitian, y'all already know. Do not trust the
So
French.
when he is overthrown,
Mhm.
we know who has left.
If this is not a spy
That
movie,
sounds
I don't know
crazy
what
as
is.
hell.
I don't know. This is not even a spy movie. It's so blatant, right? But and let me read this. And KMS says to Victor Creed, not to be pedantic, but black women will take anything.
Pedantic.
Like, don't have nothing to do with it. They don't like themselves, bro. That part I definitely agree with. There's a reason why I stress the term negative liberty over and over again on my channel concerning black women. They really burn the rule book to the ground. It doesn't matter what they engage in. They do not want any constraint, restraint, anything they feel is coercive, which is everything. Nothing. They want to freestyle everything, including freestyling. They want to freestyling. Look, no rules whatsoever. So I agree with KMS on this. Especially when
Well,
you get under
I
the age
think
of 45. Shit. Yeah, go ahead.
all women are capable of engaging in, rather feral and maybe felonious kind of
Mm-hmm.
behavior. A lot of it is it's always a function of the degree of punishment to which the
Mm-hmm.
women are going to suffer associated with their misbehavior. That's always the issue with all women, and unfortunately, because of Black American women in particular, because I can imagine that in most of the rest of the world, Black women are not able to be as free willing in their behavior because they suffer some sort of punishment. They suffer some sort of retribution against their
Uh-huh.
misbehavior.
They know
But in this
it
country,
depends
the people
society.
who would be most vested into punishing them are in every way disabled from doing such, prohibited from doing such. So this is what you have.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with it, and so it's crazy. I love when an elder or a wise one says the same thing I just said, because it just just feels cool to have what I said solidified. So I said that earlier, right? I literally said that a little bit
But
before you came up. So yeah.
I wish I could put you all in a time machine
Hmm.
and take you back to, let's say, 1973.
Hmm.
You did not see this behavior amongst American Black women
Mm.
in
Nope.
between the religion, in between the racial issues, in between the multi generations you might have in most households, three, hell, in some cases, four generations of women in a
Hmm.
household. When you combine all those factors together, you did not have the city girl thing could not exist in 1973. It
Great
couldn't.
Grands was backhanded, backhanded with the
I
wrinkle
mean,
arm hands.
backhanded, forehanded, kicking, threatening, and every look.
Hmm.
I've told this story before. I
Hmm.
remember one time, you know, my grandmother was visiting us from Mississippi, and I was
Uh-oh.
visiting, and she was staying with my aunt, and my cousin stayed out a little bit too late. She was like 15 or 16 at the time. She comes in, and my grandmother tore into her ass, initially verbally. And then the and then my cousin had the audacity to say to my grandmother, "You ain't my mama, you can't tell me what to do." To which my grandmother said, "I'm your mama's mama. I'll whip her ass too." And her mama was standing right there. And then she commenced to beating my cousin's ass right there in front of her own mama. At a certain point, both of them were crying. She was crying for getting her ass beat, and my auntie was crying for seeing her daughter get her ass beat by her own mom. That's how it was in the 70s. So
Damn.
this whole city girl, we run around, we fucking everybody, we doing. this all this dating apps, sneaking around and getting unalived by white dudes. That shit couldn't happen in that world.
You know how Black Uru's telling the truth. The clip that we've all seen of the sister talking to her grandma, and her grandma was like, "You don't got no manner." When she said, "You ain't married and you out here fooling around," and her remember the grandma called her, what she called her, a whore or something like that. That clip, I can't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it was kind of casual the way
yeah.
he said it. It was
Hmm.
kind of casual. Yeah, I guess you just a hoe.
Yeah,
You
right.
know?
And that goes to show you, like, and you could tell she's a bit older. Well, she's obviously grandma, but that is complete. Like, ooh, these young. I can't even say. I know your daughters tell you, but I can't even put it into words for you. The attitude of under the age of really 45, 50, the under the age of 45-year-old women, it's insane. You can't when I say you can't tell them nothing, anything short of the force of law, white men, you can't tell them nothing.
Well,
And their
it's so
facial expression says it. I don't know if anybody else sees the facial expression on a lot of black women, particularly in the hood, but even the ones that's not in the hood, concerning not just black men, but it's this air of F you. It really
Z.
is. I've said it before, real quick. I've said it before. It's if and I mean it. And Black Uru heard me say this before. If I gotta say the B word, I gotta say it with the hard. I gotta say it hard. If I can't be that white bitch, fuck everyone and everything. But when I say that, I can't say it the way I can see it. They feel it. If I can't be that white bitch, fuck everyone and everything. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, yo.
But
So
look though,
I,
it's scary, right? Because
Mhm.
we like what I be thinking about is how shit gonna look 10 years from now. Like these girls under
ooh,
40
You're breaking up a little bit, Vince. Cannot hear you right now if you're talking. Oh yeah, you're breaking up. Yeah, you breaking up. But when you get a chance, you could speak again. I'm gonna move on a little bit. I think who was trying to say, was it Better You hasn't said anything yet. So
yeah,
and Cam S, thank
just
you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Go ahead, Better You.
I be
just to
oh,
kind of
go ahead,
piggyback off
baby.
what you and Mr. Uru was saying.
Mhm.
I feel like the reason why we're there
Mhm.
more so than any other group of people is because social liberalism has really ravished a lot of those accountability mechanisms. To what Mr.
Yes.
Uru was saying, like, that's how my family was coming up. If
Mhm.
somebody came with a short skirt or something like that, like my grandma, my aunts, like they would check them. And you was not about to
Mhm.
be going out in the streets a particular way. You were not about to conduct yourself a particular way. And God forbid they got a phone call, somebody saw you doing something or speaking in a particular way, like your ass is just gonna get straight whooped. And
That's it.
you know, but thinking about like all the social agendas that have been pushed on black people, like when you think about it, this sexual liberation, this honestly, it's even led to a death of God in a sense, because anything that could possibly check that bad behavior has been demonized.
We
Yes.
started
And
saying the same thing I'm
the
saying.
great irony of that is a lot of what they're encouraging them to behave in is detrimental to themselves.
Yeah.
And, and that
But
and that's what I'm
once
saying.
again, the
It's like
self-destruct button. If I, it ties, but Barry, what you just said just ties into what I said. What F everything. I can't be the white bitch.
Speaking of
It's so
which,
like
I
self-destruct,
gotta.
scorch earth, everything. If I can't be her, then burn the whole world to the ground. Burn it
Mr.
all.
Z,
Go ahead, go ahead. And I think who
we
else was
talked
trying to speak
about.
after you? Go ahead.
it
Go
was
ahead.
me. It
Okay,
was
when you
me.
talk, when,
Okay.
as I
So
was saying, when you
I'm just
want,
like oh
when
go ahead.
No, let Neighbor go and then you, Vince. Go ahead. Go ahead, Neighbor.
I got
I gotta break up
bars.
the machete sometimes.
Mhm.
Anyway, thank you for the help, better you. Much love for the best to the Bedside Baptist Church.
Right.
Um, yeah, yeah, he's a minister there. But like, you want to talk about negative liberty and everything?
Mhm.
The ultimate example of no, negative liberty is like all the people who claim to be non-binary. Because what do you find out?
Bro.
When they say, but
Thank you,
held
Neighbor.
up.
Go ahead. Go into that. Go into that.
Well, I was about to, but I guess I gotta try and get a hand in the door. Get out the way. All right, I got the machete. Now, give me 3 feet. Give me 3 feet. When you talk about negative liberty, no
Mhm.
one is the ultimate or the epitome of negative liberty like the non-binary, because everything about them is about ambiguity.
Yep.
They want it. They don't want to. They want to be label free. So they want to do whatever they want, free of any
Shout out
accountability.
to Raven
Because
Simone.
I'll give you one better.
Mm.
Sara Ramirez from Grey's Anatomy.
Which
You
one is
seen
that?
what
Let me
you
look
seen
her
how
up.
she transitioned? Sarah Ramirez. She was like Dr. Callie Torres. She was the lesbian character in Grey's Anatomy.
I'm looking her up right now.
Mexican American.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was the one that's transit. Yeah. We saw her slowly
She went.
transition from the woman to the more masculine character. Yeah.
She
Yep.
transitioned. No, she changed up when she got into the. I think it was one. I think it was Sex in the City. One of those when she got involved with the character played by Miranda Nixon or something like that. The redhead
Hmm.
from Sex and the City. Remember she got involved with her and such. Even in the show, which was reflecting who she was, non-binary, negative liberty to the max, which means no accountability because they want to be in this ambiguous, labelless type of state of being. They don't want,
Too
because
bad.
even if you were try to figure them out, they're just gonna look at you like you mislabeling me. Well, what am I supposed to call you? This,
Well,
that, and there. Because the thing is about it is humans by nature can only handle so much ambiguity. They need to have a certain amount of parameters to comprehend anything. But here you
Hmm.
just want to be this you want to be this completely
Amorphous,
gray face.
ambiguous,
well, look,
friggin'
when,
blob,
when,
just a
when
blob.
labels
I just want to keep it short.
when labels
Every
become
Wait. Let's
when
let Black Guru
labels
go. Then
Elders,
Leon, and I know
elders.
Vince trying to go. Go ahead, Black Guru.
with labels comes roles. With
Exactly.
Yes.
roles come responsibility and
Yep.
accountability. I
Yep.
got
Mhm.
to you got a label, you got a role, you got a job. There's certain things you're
Yep.
supposed to do. We're going to hold you to it. We're going to judge your performance on it, whether it's as an employee, as a father, as a brother, etc., whatever. That's what those
Mm-hmm.
roles say. So the extent
Hmm.
to which I don't embrace any role or label at all, I can skirt being responsible for any damn
And that's where all that's why what Mr. Z, how often are you gonna say it? Like forever, right? And that's why I'll keep on saying the negative liberty thing, because that, and I'm literally typing in the definition so I can read it to y'all for the 1 zillionth time ever. And let's see, there we go, boom.
thing.
And once again, negative liberty is freedom from interference by other people. Negative liberty is primarily concerned with freedom from external restraints, rules and regulations, everyone, external restraints, and contrast with positive liberty, which is the possession of power and resources, et cetera. But once again, it's about coercion. They see all of these things they see as coercive. So
Hmm.
rules and regulations, as Black Ur was saying, and just standing on something, all of that is seen as a problem. These rules and regulations, right? So go ahead. I think Leon was trying to speak, and then
Yeah.
we'll get you in Vince after her. Go ahead.
Hey, shout out to Black Uru. Thank you for
Mhm.
proving my fucking point of what I always say. Utilize grandmas, and if the
You see,
grandmas is
your
down
comment
with
is
that
still up,
shit,
right? That's why your
it,
comment's still up. Go ahead.
when I say when you got one of them off brand grandmas, you shouldn't even fuck with a daughter. If they're not about
Hmm.
that type, utilizing, this is how you need to behave. It's not worth dealing with that woman. Like I'm always been into meeting women's parents. I'm sorry. Shit, I'll meet your
Hmm.
fucking grandma because I want to know how you behave. Same.
Second that.
I, like, there's no getting away from that. But the other part is what you said about. Damn, I just brain farted. Y'all were talking before the negative liberty and the other thing. Damn, I just brain
Non-binary.
farted. I gotta. Yeah. The non-binary
Yeah.
stuff in the
Hmm.
Sex and the City. Y'all gotta remember that show. They utilized women because they
Hmm.
knew they couldn't give that to cable TVD with gay guys in it.
Hmm.
Okay,
But it was a gay story.
it's a
It was a
gay
same sex loving story.
story.
Yeah.
It's a gay. So every woman in that show represents a man, not a
Hmm.
woman They just had to give it to the public with women in it. So
Yes.
don't. I'm just saying, just it's not what you think it is. These are a whole
Yep.
bunch of LGBT guys wishing their life was like this
Hmm. Hmm.
in the
And
open. So it's not. It's and women fell for it. It's funny. But yeah, I
well,
gotta go. I'm about to.
it, it's the freedom aspect of it all, right? Like when you
Yeah.
watch that show, they doing whatever. They're once again they're all super successful. That we
Hmm.
can't miss that. They're all super successful. They're living in the major city, New York. I think was it New York or Chicago? I want to say it was New York, right?
New
They're
York.
living
It
in
was
New
New
It
York,
York.
was definitely New
and
York.
right, and they're just living the life, and they're having sex all willy nilly. They're in situationships. They're in relationships. And I remember one time that main character, I forgot her name, the curly hair one. I
Sarah Jessica Parker's.
yeah, she said something along the lines of like, because it was this dude that I guess they were in a relationship, situationship, whatever, and
Mhm.
it was supposed to elevate from that. And as it elevated, she kind of cut it off, and she said, "I realized that he just saw me as a something like prize horse, and he was just trying to hold on to me and tame me." And I'm like, who talks like this? Who talks? And remember, he this is like a rich, successful man, and she kind of turned down the situation because it would have been too once again for the
I
one
think I know who you were talking
zillion
about,
time
Steve.
constraining. Go ahead.
Okay,
The
but have
character,
y'all heard that the creator of Sex in
Mhm.
the City
Mhm.
regrets the messaging that that show conveyed, and
Yes,
herself regrets not settling down and having a family. Have y'all heard that part?
I didn't know that. No,
I
See,
heard
that's
that.
the
no.
true. That's the true story behind all the bullshit that they've sold women over the last 20 some odd years since from the
Mm.
advent of that show.
yeah,
They
as I
leave
was
that
saying,
part out, but she has publicly spoken about lamenting what that
Mhm.
show did, and in particular how her own personal life sort of coincides with what was presented on that show, and now she's gotten to the point where she's too old to do anything about
Black Women, let me
Oh
say
yeah,
this real quick. The character that I'm speaking about, that the main character was speaking about, his name is Mr. Big. Yeah, that's exactly because I looked it up
oh,
and
was
yeah,
it
that
him?
because I remember his face. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was there where she because you know you're at somebody's house and whatever, and they're watching this. So I'm sitting down on the couch at my aunt's house, and I remember this scene in particular. And I'm like, was I a kid or was I in my early 20s? I think I want to say I was in my teens. And I remember saying, I just remember thinking to myself, who the hell talks like this? Like I still remember that thought to this day. Like what? Who thinks like this? Right? So yeah,
Well,
exactly,
you know,
exactly.
Mr. Big got Me Too, and that's why they killed him off on the reboot of that show.
Oh, oh,
Wow.
in real
did he?
life,
Yeah,
yeah.
I forget the actor's name, but he got Me Too,
Hmm.
a few years back, and by some starlet waitress, whatever bullshit, and
Oh, okay.
and they immediately killed him off on that reboot or whatever the hell it was that they
Wow.
were.
Was it the movie? Because remember
Yeah.
she stood him up.
I don't know what
Speaking
it
of
was.
terms,
I don't know if they done. I know there was some. No, they've done a new show or something. It's got a different title, but it's the
His name is
same.
yeah,
Chris
Well,
North
not the
or
same
Chris Noth.
four because one of the
yeah,
women refused to participate in it. But they've done essentially. They brought back the older, obviously,
yeah,
versions of those characters
Mhm.
into
and
a
that's
different
the
show.
show.
Wait, name it because Vince was trying to go. Actually, finish what you're saying
Oh,
and then
sorry.
Vince. Hmm.
And that was the show that Blackbird just alluded to that we have Sarah Ramirez did a few episodes in where she
Hmm.
plays a character that's non-binary and whatnot. And the one I forgot something Nixon I think is her name. Meredith Nixon I
It's
think is her name
crazy
too.
seeing her as a more traditionally feminine look, and then seeing
Yeah.
the now trend. It's
It's
whoa,
weird.
yeah,
And here's another
yeah.
concept. Here's another concept. The woman
Hmm.
who Blackbird mentioned who did not want to take part in the show. Her name is Kim Cattrall. Most people might
Hmm.
remember her from the Police Academy and other movies. But when she
Yeah.
was as Sam Jones, the character in Sex and the City, she called herself a trisexual, which means she was willing to try anything once.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of that shit just flew over motherfuckers' heads. I'm not fucking surprised. Excuse my French.
But once again,
Well,
the freedom.
you
Shout
make
out to
a
you
you
men
make
that
an
marry these chicks
interesting
anyway.
point. Well, you make an interesting point about her character because her character was to a large degree used to kind of normalize a sort of free-willing, you know, uh, unapologetic sexuality amongst
Uh-huh.
modern women, and again, particularly the sort of high class, affluent, urban, cosmopolitan female. She was sort of like the ultimate
Mm.
Cosmo
Hmm.
girl or whatever,
And
where
that's separate
she
from a
can go
negative
and
liberty.
screw
Uh,
anybody, any age, any sex, whatever. Everything's kind of free game. So
Yeah.
she
Hmm.
was kind of she's a particular archetype within the
Hmm.
madness that has ensued the last 25 odd years.
Yeah. Here's an episode I remember.
Remember, Vince was trying to
Yeah.
go ahead, Vince, and then
Oh, sorry.
you
yeah.
know.
So with all this talk, one of the things that made me think is like, is this a script for the boss bee? Were these the prototypes of the boss bee like woman? Because
Yes,
Yeah,
and
they
yeah,
definitely
because
were.
you had
Hmm.
Sex in the City on TV, you had Oprah, you had all of these like
You
tough,
had
you had what
girlfriends.
girlfriends,
and,
Judge Judy I
Yeah.
think was on TV at the same time or a little bit after Ally McBeal. All this is like back to back to back to back to back. You had
Don't forget the girl
um
bands.
well, yeah, all the Spice Girls and all those girl bands, true indeed. What am I
Hall of
thinking
Fame.
about? New York Undercover had the Latina that was in there that was kicking ass too. Like all of these stuff, like what's Jessica Albert's TV show? What was the name of it again?
Dark
Jesus
Angel.
Christ,
Was it
Dark Angel,
Dark Angel? I think
Dark
it was
Angel,
Dark Angel.
all of this is
Yeah, it was Dark
happening
Angel.
at the same time, right? So
Jennifer
now
Garner's Alias as
now
well.
right, Jennifer Garner's Alias. You have all this happening at the same time. So of course you fast forward 20 some odd years later from this, and you hear women, you can't tell them anything, nothing can stop them except for death, of course.
and
Yeah, so of course they
and
speak so
it's a
delusionally.
failure.
Hmm.
It's a hell of a failure. And then one thing I think about too is like these people who wrote
Oh,
these
Ricky
scripts,
Lake,
they
thank
fall
you.
short of they fall short of nature when it goes on in nature, and not talking about the whole spectrum of what's
Hmm.
going on. And it's like all the
Hmm.
stuff made me think to my original thought is like it goes back to like keep talking about black myopia. Where is this
Mm.
taking us 5 to 10 years? This is really who lose the
We're
most?
the only
You,
ones thinking that far out. It's us and a
yeah.
couple of black people that are somebody's background. Black people that are supposed to be in the know. Black women
So
are not think. When I say black women, I mean short. I did hear Bowser say something like she's formulating what she wants to be and if she wants to go to law school and she's formulating her next 5 year plan. So okay, fine, her.
Hmm.
All the rest of these, when I say they're not thinking that far. The average person, I would say, is not thinking that far, let alone black
and
person. Definitely not
you can
black women. Absolutely not.
you you can tell by the people that they pick to have their kids. So my
Yep.
thing is right is that okay, it's how you say it, right? And I'm gonna kind of take it a little further, but I'm gonna get the point right. It's how you say we are gonna lose, right? Men gonna lose, but they're gonna lose hard. But who really loses the most is the kids. And
Hmm.
what's being
Mm.
taught to the kids, and like it goes back to the whole family thing. With all these relationships, we losing the part about the family, and the family is a survival, system and things like that. But it's like with everything going on 10, 15 years from now, these kids are already wild as hell. Where I'm at in the DMV, they're already wild and stuff like that. Wild in a lot of places. And then we're feeding them and things like that with the media and things like that. Where is it going for the kids 10 years from now? How's it going to affect us 20, 50 years from now when we go and need these same kids who can't read? Half the kids can't read. They,
I
they,
think you're
they
going to move into neo feudalism. Let me just cut your question real short. I think you move into neo feudalism with a veneer of capitalism, and a super thin, barely seeable veneer of social safety net that's damn there on the floor, and you might as well be destitute. So no, I think you move to
still
neo
got the
feudalism,
paymaster?
which is wait, say that again.
Hold on, Z.
We
Hold
Yeah.
still
on,
got to be
Z.
the paymaster?
Don't be talking.
We still,
Hold
this is
on,
the
Z.
thing, there will be I would argue you will have, I don't know if polygamy will ever be, the way I think of America, be legal in mass. I think what you will have is what you have now. It just become way more overt and known, which is legally there will be a man married to a woman, and he will have the side women that people know in the city are his side women, and these are his mistresses. I think you'll move into a neo feudal era where elite and rich men and the man of your city, however he got to whatever position he got in, he will have the predominant say over the women, and whichever women he want, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Most women will be single. Men will be out here freestyling and trying to get it where they could fit in. And you will see just an
And it's
exaggerated version of
always
what you have now, which is
I'm
Mhm.
suspicious of that for this reason.
Hmm.
There are too many fucking guns in America.
Damn
I
right.
I foresee a whole lot of killing occurring before it gets like that.
The Purge, anybody?
but here's the thing
Purge?
though.
And
I agree if
I
people were
mean,
awake.
I think these people who think that they can billionaire their way out of getting
billion
Yeah.
eaten,
away.
Yep.
I think they're sorely mistaken. Because I think we're a few moments away from a certain all it don't take but an infinitesimal percentage of men to say fuck it,
I agree. I
and
agree with
all
that.
this shit can
I agree with
collapse.
that. But here's my
That's all
only
it takes. So we're getting to a point where I think, look, we had a guy go
That
and burn himself up in
yeah, I was just about to
protest
bring up.
Yeah, I saw that.
of
I saw that. Hmm.
of all it takes is for that to get activated amongst a certain number of percentage. Why do you think they're going so hard against those January 6th folks?
Yeah, yeah, yep.
They know it.
Mm.
They know it. And I'm not embracing or agreeing with the motives
Hmm.
of what happened, but just the broader sentiment in the world we're looking at now, in particular, what's going on in historical Palestine. No, I don't. I mean, I get what you're saying. I
Hmm.
think you could have gotten away with that kind of thing 1,000 years ago.
Hmm.
I don't know if you can do that shit now.
But here's the
I
dip.
think everybody died.
Here's
I
the
think
dip.
it gets real bloody,
This
and
is the
nobody can hide.
only thing I'm saying, Black Root, because I don't disagree with you. I think that happens if you have enough aware people. And you're right. It doesn't have to be a lot. It could be infinitesimal. I wonder how much of us are aspirational enough and how much this quote unquote American dream and put your head down and work hard has worked on us. I'm talking about the American populace in general and really the whole world, but the American populace in general. How much of this keep your head down, work hard, entrepreneur your way out has worked on enough people where what you're saying, which I do think is a possibility, I'll never take that off the table, is a bit less likely because so many of us
Look,
are
you can
temporarily
only
embarrassed millionaires.
distract people. You can
Mhm.
only distract people so long with
Mhm.
eating cake when there's no more cake left.
Yeah.
When you
Yep.
don't have no more cake left, and there ain't no more cake coming. See, what
Mhm.
we're now doing is unwinding from the fantasy of the cake.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
what happens
Yeah,
when we
facts.
really fully realize there really ain't no more cake?
So you're telling
And
me
and I got
there's
and
no
I got
cake?
a
Are you
shed full
sure?
of guns.
Right.
And I
But
got a shed full of guns.
let me read this, and I gotta let Vince go after this because Vince. By the way, so Black Uri has this uncanny ability that what you thinking he's gonna say it. He says it before you're like, damn it, I was gonna say that. But yeah, because I heard Vince in the back. Like, God damn, I was gonna bring that up. Which was the I think he was gonna bring up the January 6th thing. But let me read this real quick.
Yeah.
So a split Jim says, and then thank you for the super chat. When black women get with
But
white men,
Jim,
they will sign the prenup. Remember Stephen Jackson wedding story? That was the one where she didn't sign it, right? They
Uh-huh.
didn't get married because she didn't sign it. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that the same one? But yeah,
Stephen
yeah,
Jackson.
yeah, Stephen Jackson, yeah, yeah. I think that's the one that I'm recalling correctly. Yep, yep. And so Vince, go ahead and thank you.
She fucked up. She should
Hmm.
have signed that thing before they walked out to get married. Had she
Hmm.
signed that thing would have got tossed out of any legitimate court.
Yeah,
A wedding day prenup ain't worth the toilet paper you wipe your ass with.
right. But
Has
but that
Black Rule been
also
listening to the
but the
show at
test wait,
7?
wait, but the test also, the fact that he did that and she didn't sign it also let him know what she was really on, or what the
Mm.
ultimate goal in the drive is. So you're right about that, obviously, Black Rule. Like, you're right about that. but with that, he also now knows. Oh, and that's why they end up not getting married because it's like, oh, so you're planning on if this doesn't work out, cleaning me out. Okay,
Okay,
thank you for
but
letting me
here's
know
the
that.
fucked up part about that. He had
Mhm.
already made children with the women. So by
Oh,
that act, you created permanent lifetime estrangement with the mother of your children.
yeah. See, I didn't know
He
that
hustled
part.
backwards.
Look, I'm
Yeah,
not
he did
I'm not
hustle backwards.
condemning what he
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
what he
hustle
did.
backwards. Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah,
saying don't have no children with her and then
yeah,
try to spring a damn prenup on her.
yeah. No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Which is
I agree with
probably
that.
part of the reason why she adamantly refused to do so.
Yes,
Nigga,
yeah,
I done already had several of your children.
yeah. No, oh yeah. So what Vince said, he hustling backwards. Exactly. Go ahead,
He
Vince.
played
Go ahead.
himself.
We done cut
So,
you off and everything. We
cause
put
I'm
Vince at
just
the
trying.
junior table. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to get in where I fit in, man. I'm new here.
Hmm.
So, but my whole thing is what I'm getting at, bro. I don't think this thing is going to sustain it. So one thing you said earlier made me realize, like, black woman is dealing with a upside down low in relationships, and I don't know how
And now you want to break up.
this is how
Look
it's
at you.
supposed to be before.
Your phone is telling you not to talk right now. I'll play with you. Go ahead, because you broke up a little bit.
Oh man.
You're clear now. Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay. Uh, all right, but it's like where these relationships and things going, how this stuff is. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I would have been one of the cohorts who probably would have married the baby mother, or
Hmm.
save women from a bad decision, stuff like this. But it's like with stuff like this coming, and then this stuff being the norm, and looking to see how these families are structured, single parent with like 4 or 5 kids, different parents, stuff like that. And it's like when like more people start, like more men in general start wising up to how all this stuff is going, and it stop to matter, and then marriage really come to a halt and stuff like that, and then being real choosy on who we have kids come to a halt and stuff like this. It's to me, it's worrisome. It really is.
Mm. It. I I think the lowering birth rate, they're really starting to panic about this birth rate because it's at 1.6 around the country, and even for Black people, it's at what 1.7, 1.8. So this is going to kind of what Vic was talking about, what Da was speaking about earlier, which is like we have become so atomized that includes Black people that we're having less sex, we're having less children, we're not even counting, and I don't know if they put in their calculus like the women that are deleting the unborn children, which we already know how Black women get down with that. Um, so if you think of us becoming more atomized, we already know Black people are largely a metropolitan group of people, so we're living in these cities. We're become more atomized. So even though we're quote unquote living amongst Black people in the hood, how much are we interacting with each other to form these relationships and all of this? So I think there are a group of loud, notable, sexually active, out here young people and people in general. And then the further you got down in age, the less they're actually engaging in all of the rhetoric that they're talking on these songs about. I don't think young people and like me and Raj have this back and forth about this. Because I'm like, Raj, I know you know that it's the white guys aren't having this, and you don't know any young Black men in your circles that like aren't, um INCLSs. Um but I think this is a thing. I think that the music is saying it and the commercials and the movies, but I don't know how many young men, including young Black men, are actually out here, right? Even the
Well,
women,
I
I don't
mean,
know how much
we
they're
were
out here, but
talking
definitely not the men.
earlier.
Good.
You were talking earlier about that. Apparently,
Hmm.
the biggest consumers of pornography are Black people.
Hmm.
Wouldn't there be a correlation with what you're
Yeah.
discussing? That we
Yeah.
are becoming sexually estranged from each other. And
Yeah.
while there is some a lot of it is when you the problem with anecdotes, particularly
Hmm.
amongst Black people, Black men, is very specific to whatever strata of Black life you hold.
True.
If
Right.
you that nigga and you around a bunch of other that nigga types, everybody
You
fucking.
go.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
if
Yep.
you
Yep.
not
Yep.
that nigga, you know, y'all might just, nobody might be fucking or hardly fucking, or maybe
Hmm.
somebody fucking
Hmm.
hookers or all
Yep.
kinds
Yep.
of,
Yep. Yep.
things
But
that you or I might look askance to could be happening.
Hmm.
Maybe some guys are fucking 70-year-old neighbors, or it could be
it could
all
happen.
kinds of wild
Which is
shit going
happening. which is
But
happening.
Yeah.
my question is, what about the stability of things? That's where it makes it's like how we talk about people who make OnlyFans content, stuff like that. When they get older and get to like trying to find someone, and they start figuring out, oh, you on this type of time, or you have this on the internet, things like that, and they probably do have some type of pride, self-esteem about themselves. Like, I'm not about to be here with no shawty who's
I think
getting like
okay,
this.
go to what you're
I
saying
think
about the
we're
stability.
descending. I
No,
think
go
we're
ahead, Black Rufus. You're
descending
gonna say
so
what I'm gonna
much.
say. Mhm.
Well, I'm gonna let you say it then. Go
No.
ahead.
I
Go
think we're
ahead.
both saying this. I think we're gonna say that like we're the stability is gonna be for the people at the top. You don't get stability.
What,
You get what you can afford is what
I
I was
mean,
gonna
no,
say.
no,
But I don't know what.
I'm gonna
yeah,
be good.
well, and
Mhm,
I think because our
mhm.
moral center or whatever is so off or has been so
Yeah, off
degraded.
kilter.
I just 10 years from now it's not gonna matter that she did OnlyFans because 80% of the
Mm.
women you done probably encountered at some point done put her ass up on OnlyFans. So
Mm.
how big of a deal is that gonna be?
Hmm.
And even for the
Speaking
ones
of which,
and I think we miss the aspirational thing when we speak about this often. I would argue most women aren't doing a lot of the things we're saying, but they're open to it given a situation or opportunity. And to me, that's just as bad as if you did it,
Isn't that how it
right?
happens in the first place?
Look,
Yeah.
most women
Hmm.
ain't like hoes,
Yep.
but just about all of them have done some whole shit.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And
Yes.
if
Yes.
you are clever enough, you can find it.
Yeah. Yes.
She could be
which
the nicest person, and then you find out back at University of Michigan she had the basketball team full of train on.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And that is like that goes to sometimes when I say like these black women they move back to the hood after college and you would never know, but like she was the jump off for the white frat bros back in college type thing. So exactly what Black Uru was saying. So this is I think the kind of situation women in general are trying to get men to overlook and to ignore is that they are out here
Mhm.
at one point or they could be out here given the situation and the opportunity. Given the situation and the
well,
opportunity, they would be and
well.
could be out here, right? So yeah, go ahead.
However,
Go ahead.
however, you're right.
Hmm.
First of all, like I remember Eddie Murphy talked about this in Eddie Murphy Raw. We talked about you don't want to date one of those timid women because they might have actually not just skeletons but graveyards in their closets. And like you said, they may not admit they did it, but the STDs and STIs they might have will more than confirm it.
Mm,
How many of them coming home with a positive HPV, HSV, or some other STI we talking about?
man.
The ones you keep with luggage, the type you keep with luggage. I'm talking
Yeah,
about the
right.
viral ones.
The gift that keep on giving.
Why do you think you have these ever increasing numbers of
Hmm.
women who have fertility problems?
Mm.
I
Ooh.
would wager the majority of them are STD related. I
They
would
was
wager,
getting
and
a
it don't
And the
hysterectomy.
necessarily
way they
mean
use
that they have.
Hmm.
It don't necessarily mean that they currently have an STD,
Hmm.
but
no.
in between the STDs, and the
And the
of
baby
course
yank. The baby yank.
the curing. I was going to say that as well. The remedies of the STDs, the
Hmm.
abortions, all that stuff is going to have an impact, and very often a long term impact, even after the source of the illness has been addressed.
Even if they
It's
have
going to
like not to
change the
which
physiology of their body in some way.
I agree.
not to mention what's that thing I remember um was it
Let me read this real quick while you're trying to figure that out, Namer. And L says, only logical made a point in a video that white men won't pursue black women in mass in fear of white women doing the same. I say let this advertisement flourish so it can force a move on the chessboard in our favor. Yes, I mean if you want to go scorch earth with it, but don't underestimate the not the actual power of white men in this case, but the perceived power of white men in the minds of black women and white women, quite frankly. Um,
right.
so that's what I would add with that. It won't
I think
be
if
a
white
you
man
know.
really wanted black women like that. They, I don't,
Yes.
I don't foresee that
If
as
white men
being.
wanted black
That's
women like
not
that,
how.
black women would be Asian women.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
they
It's that
Yes.
don't. I
simple.
mean,
I
Yes.
that's
feel
why.
you
It
guys.
would be.
I feel you
Yeah.
guys, but
I
I'm more
mean,
talking about what black men are
Hmm.
gonna do when this becomes mainstream knowledge. When it becomes
Hmm.
mainstream knowledge that black a lot of black women, let me not say
It's an
all.
open kept secret now. It's a white men already know. They're ignoring and pretending like they. White men are your proverbial. I'm acting like I'm a 9-year old and I think you have the cooties. Ooh, black women like white men already know. They already know.
But
They're
do black
pretending
men
not
know?
to know. To that's a no. That I would say. I think the majority of black men, because of our ego, lie to ourselves about where white men fit in the imagination of women of color, largely black women also. I
So
think
what
because of our
happens?
yeah. So I agree with you on that one. Yes, definitely.
And,
What
and
happens when
they're
this
not
becomes?
looking at the logistics of the
Hmm.
lives of black women, particularly
Hmm.
as their
Hmm.
lives differ from that of ours.
Yes.
Black women, and especially depending on where they are socioeconomically, spend a
Hmm.
whole lot more time around white men than we do, in
Yes.
between
Yes.
college, in between employment, not for profits, certain
Hmm.
government jobs. I mean,
Yeah.
they spend a
Hmm.
whole lot more time around white men. So, I
Hmm.
mean, even black women who may not necessarily like all white men,
Hmm.
if she around enough of them, she gonna run into a Brad Pitt who
Yeah.
about that white.
Yep.
ooh,
Yep.
Yeah,
shout out
now
to
I
Jamie
think
Kennedy and Malibu Most Wanted.
And that,
Malibu
no, no,
Most
and it,
Wanted.
yeah, with Regina Hall, old, still fine, old ass, old fine. Regina Hall is still bad, old fine ass. Anyway, um, Jesus Christ,
yeah,
what a waste of pretty, what a freaking waste of
Publicly
pretty.
begging for Brad Pitt.
Right,
Publicly.
man. Yeah,
And
same
what
but
I
with
was
the
yeah.
gonna say
lady
was,
in the UK when she got on the knees for King Charles.
Wait, what did she do?
She got on her knees and started screaming like, "Ah, my God, King Charles!" I think she was Nigerian or some
Oh
African
yeah, yeah, no,
country.
we saw that. Yeah, we spoke about that. They're
Yeah,
disgusting.
yeah.
We saw that. We spoke about that before. But yeah, no, I
that's
didn't know that
nasty.
Regina Hall was publicly begging Brad Pitt. I didn't know that. Jesus Christ. Well,
Not like
and
that.
that's
That
and by the way,
monastery.
and that's why you're single now.
It was at an awards ceremony. I think it was like the Golden Globes or something like this. So you got all the most quote important white people in Hollywood, and this bitch was publicly begging for Brad Pitt right there in front of all of us.
Man,
What the
I
hell?
want
And
black.
I
Let me.
generally like her, so I
Yeah,
was
me too.
disturbed by that.
Yeah, and let me say this to black women. I don't care how messed up or sexist it sounds. Hey, you can't pull what we could pull. The
Mm-mm.
second you pull that, you heard what Black Girl just said? You're persona non grata for all of us. You know what that means? You're regulated to the loser Negroes on the bottom if they'll even have you. The second you pull a public begging of white men, yeah, it ain't fair. It's not fair. Y'all get to chase after white women. Da, 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 da. And the second you pull that, Regina Hall, then guess what? You get to be the pretty 50-year-old bitch with no man still. Go ask the white men. Go ask the non Brad Pitt white men. But any one of you Negroes that try to do anything with her now, oh my God.
Black
And I'll
will be
pause right there.
back.
Y'all go ahead.
I still
What
might
I
try
want
to
to say
hear it.
was,
I ain't gonna
but what I want to say was like, first of all,
Mhm.
you know,
And
that
once again,
ego thing you've
L's
been
active,
talking
thank you
about.
for the super chat. And yeah,
Yeah,
you're still up here. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, y'all. Is he still up here?
but
No, I'm still
he'll be
here.
back.
Oh, yeah, okay, okay. No,
L
he's
is
still
still
here. He's
right,
still here.
but just
Mhm.
all right. But just like L's situation, because in the UK it's a little different. Over here where I'm at in Norway, it's a little different as well. But then again, back in Africa, where I'm from, it was. I remember seeing shit like this before. What women getting with white dudes and whatnot, and I was like, I was already. This was nothing new to me as a kid because since I was a little kid, I've seen interracial coupling before. That's nothing new.
It's not the
So
interracial couple in particular. Like it's across the
black
world.
women with white men,
But
I've seen
no,
plenty
no,
of
no,
that.
no, no. It's not that. That's not what I'm saying. Them. What I'm
Okay.
saying is when you let women of color talk long enough,
Mm-hmm.
particularly black women in relationship to what we're saying right now. It's not, oh, we just bumped carts with each other in the grocery store. We started talking and we started having sex and then we end up married and now we have 3 kids. That's not what's going on. It's hunting for white men because of the status of white skin,
Oh yeah.
right? And so
Yeah.
but women of color they don't like to say it publicly, but if you let them talk long enough, it's gonna slip out,
What is it
right?
that term
And so,
Amala Negra talked about?
oh, what Mejor la raza, right?
Ahora
And
la
it's a real
raza.
thing, right? So it's quote unquote improve the race, which is what women
Whiten
are
the
on
race.
across the planet. This is the thing. As a black man, I'm not playing second fiddle to your imagination of what white men are. And then when you show them, now that black woman told me that about Regina Hall, I can never look at her the same again. Then when you publicly laud this man in this image, I, as a black man, knowing the history of this planet over the past 500 years, will never subject myself to a relationship, intimate relationship with a black woman who publicly begged a white man for anything, particularly his semen, his seed, his attention, his sex, whatever. I'm not gonna say you're invisible to me, but I can't do anything with you. I don't know
Well,
about everybody
but
else, but the
we've
second I
seen
see
a
that, I can't do
number.
nothing with it. Yeah,
Not even
I
good.
publicly,
mean, we've seen
privately
a
as well. I
number
find
of
out.
True.
black female celebrities declare their love or lust for white male celebrities. So,
Yeah.
whether it's Leonardo DiCaprio and
Mhm.
Rihanna has done a similar sort of thing.
Yeah, with Ashton Kutcher,
You
she.
had that
Yeah. Yep.
Tiffany Haddish, and so I
Yep.
mean, that's a thing of black women. Some of them get to a certain level where they're comfortable, and maybe feel like they're not subject to the oversight or whatever, or the dictates of black men, and they're just these free agents, and they can just say whatever they want to say. I think to some degree it's also a shot against white women as well. So
Yeah.
I think it's that kind of thing too.
Not smart. Well, how's Tiffany Haddish doing right now? Uh-oh. What about
Leave
Regina
me the
Hall?
fuck out of
Yikes.
that one.
Right?
Leave me out of that one.
Right. So like when you look at this public display, because we know even the white men in Hollywood, we know what they on, right? Like look at how they lauded Chris Evans because he had one or two ex-black girlfriends. He's married now to a white woman, right? Like so
Did Leslie try to hit on him?
I just can't do it, particularly concerning American history. It really just
So,
Western history, generally speaking, over the past 500 years, really 1,000 years, really 2,000
so,
years, if you
so,
really kind of Roman and whatnot. But
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
Captain America really pulled a gank move on black women because he
yeah,
really pandered to black women.
yeah, yeah.
He really pandered to them and the whole sort of liberal black
Hmm.
feminist sort of thing. So yeah, he really got him real good.
But it's a sign, isn't it? A sign. We saw this with Travis Kelsey. We saw this with Captain America. We see even Brad Pitt himself. If you really want to be honest, we see this over and over again. And like
Robin Givens paid Brad Pitt's
thank you. Yep.
bills
Yep.
until he got
Yep.
on, and then
Yep.
he got with Gwyneth Paltrow. That's exactly what happened.
And have you seen him with a black woman publicly
Ain't seen him
ever?
with one since.
And there you go. But you
Now
didn't even see him with.
he might be
What?
smashing some behind closed doors,
I wouldn't be surprised,
but not out in public now.
right? So like,
Hey, can,
and
can I
real
make
quick,
a
the reason why that matters. Once again, I do not peen police white men. I don't even really vagina police black women. Once again, it's about the narrative of black men not being ish. We're more loyal than they are. And when you look and when you actually step back and look, wait a minute, the history says something different. The history says your narrative says that. The history says your rhetoric says that. But both publicly and definitely privately, that's not actually what's going on, right? And that's why it matters. It's the disparaging black men publicly, insulting black men publicly, comparing black men to white men publicly, obviously deeming them lacking, and then saying that black men are not loyal. Once again, all of this talk about the NFL draft and what these brothers are on, white women, and it was only what a few of them. But then when you
And the
actually look
fear
at what
thing.
black women are on privately, definitely publicly, but privately, they're getting down with white men. It's just that the white men just refuse to, because we know what country we live in, turn those situationships and maybe air quotes relationships into actual marriage. And that's not black men's fault. Black women, y'all gotta go take that up with white men and their families, right? And I'll
Here's
pause
an
right there.
example I can give.
Hmm.
Here's a couple examples I can give
Yep.
of like, interracial marriages, like, black woman with a white man. Robert De Niro, first of all,
Yep.
with his wife, they would think it's gonna be like that. I remember there's an English soccer player. Elle, you still there?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
here.
no, go
Elle?
ahead, go ahead. I'm still here. Yeah, everybody, we listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. Mate, Elle, you know about Jude Bellingham's parents, right?
Who?
Jude Bellingham. What race is his father?
Mm,
Jude Bellingham.
mm. And
Yes,
after this, we'll
Jude
get
Bellingham
Socrates
plays for
in.
Real Madrid.
I might have to see his face to remember him. I don't know his
Mhm.
name.
Okay, he plays for Real Madrid, English soccer player. But his
Okay.
father's white, his mother is British Jamaican. They
Yeah.
would think it could be, you can have a relationship like that, have produce children like that. Or in MMA, everybody might remember Pat Barry, aka HD, who is the fiance of Rose Namajunas and her head coach. Born to a white father, he's from Louisiana. Born to a white father and a black mother. But you look at him, you're thinking, oh, an ambiguous looking, white boy. They're thinking that they can escape their whiteness by having, children through white boys like this, through white men and whatnot.
Logic. They think they can produce logic looking ass white dudes.
Here's another example I can give you, Z. French history. Thomas Alexander Dumas.
Yep. Or
The
British history and
French,
Portuguese history. Queen
yes,
Charlotte.
Queen Charlotte. I'm not sure about Queen Charlotte, but I can think of what's his name?
Mariah Carey.
No, Mariah Carey, born to a black father, white mother.
I know. But I'm saying the look. If we wink, if we squint real hard, you might be able to pass, right? But yeah,
But she got damage.
her, right, the Meghan Markles of
Uh,
the world. Yep.
ugh, on that one, scared the crap out of me. Just looking at her mother,
Right.
I'm like, ugh. She make you want to hurt. She make you just.
Hmm.
That's not cringe. That makes you just like want to grab the barf bag. That's motion sickness right there. But you see things like that, I mean, like the Chevalier Boulogne, who has a movie out, born to a white father, black mother, although his mother was Senegalese. But they try to say his greatness is
Yep.
in tribute to the
Yep.
white side. Hell,
Of
let me give you
course.
another example, Z. Let me give you an example. Non-black, but white. Actually, there was a clip I sent you by Vice talking about the situation between Chinese kids who are half black compared to those who are half white. How how the ones who are half black are negatively viewed, and how positively and held up high the half white ones are.
And I want to
One example
let's
is
pause. Let's pause right there, Nemo, real quick, because I want to actually
mhm,
say this. As much, and this is what grinds my gears of in the black community is when we compare ourselves to non-black folks and like we're the only ones that talk about this like this, and we're the only ones. Let me be very clear: these non-black people are not talking about it, and it's ripping their communities to shreds. Y'all think Asians are being ripped to Asian men are livid about what Asian women are doing. And if you check in their little forums and their little spaces online, they talk about it and they feel
mhm,
betrayed and backstabbed like a mug. So just because you don't see these conversations happening in public so much and being brought out in the forefront and for these other communities does not mean that there's not an issue there. From South Asian men with white women now, right?
mhm.
And South Asian women, definitely the Mindy Kalings of the world, worshiping white men, right? Obviously, East Asian women, indigenous men have their whole conversation about indigenous women. We already know about that, and I still haven't watched it about those indigenous women that the white dude was pretty much killing, right, deleting. So like this is a thing amongst a bunch of
First
people. The
Nation,
reason,
Canada.
yeah, we're just speaking about this so overtly, right? But yeah, no, this is a thing. This is a thing
Hell.
globally, and we as men we understand, especially if you've ever been the man in any environment, right?
Hmm.
You understand what that commands when women are around. So imagine
Here's another example.
being the symbol of that in on
In the
planet
whole
Earth
world.
over the
Yeah.
past
Here,
few
yeah,
few
here,
centuries. Real quick, Naaman,
here's.
let me let
Okay.
Socrates go, and then we'll have you back. We'll have you back. But go
All
ahead,
right, all
Socrates.
right, all right. I don't want to lose my
As a matter of
thought,
fact,
but
before you go, Socrates, let me actually read this. And goddamn, where's the comment go? Comment running
I
from me.
got
There it
it.
goes. There it goes. And KMS is white men. Ha 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 ha. It's all jokes. We're not obsessed with BBC. Also, white men, did you see the hindquarters on that outside linebacker at the NFL Combine? Jesus, what a specimen! They will say hindquarters.
Look at the calves. Look at
There's
the
a
quadriceps
you
on that on
you
that
guys
specimen.
watch the video football young guys the guy who's a quarterback of the Texans, C.J. Stroud,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
lineman of the Cowboys, the All-Pro lineman. Anyway, they're being interviewed by some white dudes, random white dudes, probably related to somebody. This is how they was able to get their job. And one of the white guys starts talking about how long and thick some guy's fingers were or something, you know, and he said it in a way that the brothers started looking at each other and instantly started laughing. You know, like, because he was saying it like he was talking
Pause,
about
son.
you know, it's out there somewhere. It's a hilarious video.
You know
But
they wanted to say pause. You know they wanted to say pause.
yeah,
Son.
you know,
Whoa,
there's
whoa,
like,
whoa.
and they were like looking at each other, laughing, like, man, it's like you talking about somebody's dick. But yeah, they are in sports, particularly in football, they are very comfortable with doing the whole slave auction thing. The
Yep.
NFL
Facts.
Combine is a modern day slave auction. You can't tell me it's
Ooh.
not.
Mm.
They're measuring
Ooh.
I've been saying that since high
everything,
school. Yep,
every
yep,
physical
yep.
quality about a human being, bone density, everything, everything.
The 40 yard dash, 440
No, but
or
they're
the
measuring height, weight, size of fingers. They're probably
vertical
measuring dick
jump.
sizes too. Wouldn't surprise me.
Low key.
You know, would not surprise me.
Uh
You know,
yeah. I just wanted to mention something.
Go
Like we
ahead,
were
name it,
talking
because we got to
earlier.
get Socrates in there.
Yeah, was it? Because the point I was trying to get at earlier was, first of all, like you said about the Asian dudes who's on these things, you know, talking about how much they cannot stand this whole thing. Going back to the adult scene, adults, you know, which we call entertainment. There is a certain an adult star, male star, named Jeremy Long, and another cat. They're involved in the whole cuckolding white boys thing because they break this the whole. They're like an Asian stereotype, but when you look at these motherfuckers, you realize, wait a minute, they're not Asian. They're half white. Everything about them lets you know they're half white and shit. And also, like in Australia, white women piss off white guys by talking about their fetish for Polynesian guys. They call them islanders and such. That's the thing that people sometimes forget about, which you know gets Aussies all pissed off, even Kiwis, New Zealanders and such. Mr. Socrates, please welcome to the Agori. Let us hear your philosophical breakdown.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? How's everyone doing?
What's going on with you?
Good man.
Oh, I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling, man. I'm in a pretty good mood. It's relaxing. Um, yeah, I'm abreast of the situation regarding these channels that got put into this um file of questionable or problematic, YouTube channels. And of course, that's par for course. This is not the first time this has happened. It's not the first time that there's been this reaction from the greater society regarding men discussing their issues. And what I find fascinating about this though is like these things are just indications that whatever they're doing is actually failing, right? Why is it such a problem that men are talking about these issues if they're not an issue, if there's no reality to it? They're afraid of these channels going to radicalize men when I believe that nearly everything in society already does that. The View, the school system, the dating scene, the app scene. There's no need. You don't need YouTube channels to tell men what's going on. They're living it. They're experiencing it every day. So in that front, I think it's kind of silly that they're trying to block these channels as if that's going to change anything. The birth rates are still going to go low. There's still going to be this gender war that's going on. They're still going to try to put a thumb on the scale for women, and it's still going to result in the same thing. So trying to censor people is not going to do anything. You don't cut like when you cut off someone's tongue, you only prove that you're afraid of what they're going to say, not that you deny the truth of what they're going to say. As
Well,
far
but
as
you have to
yeah, go ahead.
consider, it is very important when a major cabinet of the federal government sponsors
Sure.
or publishes a
Okay.
report about the alleged threat of the manosphere. That's an important thing for you younger men to consider. Because what that says to me is they are at some point going to allocate some resources to thwart what is happening. You
Yeah,
don't
but
invest that
but
time, that money, those resources. So I mean, part of it is propaganda to a large extent. Let's create the veneer of this threat of this entity, so then we can justify allocating $20 million or whatever to bring it down. That's
But
the
I
Uru,
first
mean,
and that
they
kind of
they
thing.
they
but,
can they
but
can they can put as much money as they want behind it. That doesn't change the reality of the situation.
but
It's an issue with communism. Go ahead.
let's
Was
go even
someone
further
talking?
though. Wouldn't that not be in the best interest of our country? Being of where we're going, if we're about trying to,
And I'm sorry, Vince. I'm not actually disagreeing with you. I'm saying the
yeah, I know.
question within itself is when you said wouldn't that be against the interest of the country? It's not about the interest of the country. It's about the interest of the elite, and the elite want this
Yeah.
power dynamic. It's not about the
Yeah.
country per se. It's about the elite. The elite want this power dynamic because once again they do not fear the women at all whatsoever. They know they ain't about it. They know they're not gonna, like as like we mentioned January 6th. They know they never, women will never, y'all know I don't even use the word never. They're never gonna pull off a January 6th. Ever, 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 ever. They're not about it. So that is why you use them as the buffer class. That's why you make sure they're the teachers. That's why you make sure they're the nurses. You make sure they're in these fields because you know they ain't and nor not only would they not do that, they won't even raise the boys to be about it,
Yeah.
right? So
Sure.
that
See,
But
that's
see,
but
when
yeah.
you do a report like that, what you're creating a language. You're creating a language of censorship. So if, for
sure.
example, suddenly you can't say certain things in certain environments, or if certain environments are eliminated, you know, you can attribute that to what's happening in, for example, in another very popular social media format that has recently been subject to a change in law, a
Facts.
change in
Yeah.
law.
But yeah. But
So you
here's the
cannot
thing.
look. Do not be flippant about what's going on. It's not enough to
I,
just say what they cannot do. What you have to,
sure.
what you should educate yourself about is the tactics in which your adversary will take, so you can protect yourself and preserve yourself. And if you aspire to continue to do whatever you want to do, how do you do it in a way to circumvent their efforts to thwart?
Yeah. So I'm not flippant in the sense that I don't think that it's necessarily a serious thing that they're trying to do this. I mean, this is par for course in terms of the intelligence community or these government forces attempting to control society through machinations. So this is like a common thing. But what I'm saying though is how successful will they be? Because you can propagandize all you want. All the reports that are coming out are not based on the manosphere. What I mean by this, meaning that the current rate of 30-year-olds not being sexless, these 30-year-olds aren't being influenced by the manosphere. They're not sexless because of the manosphere. What's going on in dating is not due so to the manosphere. The manosphere does not influence the conversation like that. The manosphere reacting to what's happening. So what's happening is already happening. Trying to close your eyes or put your head in the sand, which is what they're trying to do with censorship, does not change what is happening. And it's not just happening in America, it's happening around the globe. It's happening for places in China where there's censorship. There's absolute censorship in China, and they still said let it rot. It's going to happen regardless. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that their
I see
efforts
like this
are
though.
good.
Yeah, the efforts is
Go ahead, Vince.
futile
I go after you. Go
because
ahead.
yeah, it's like the efforts is futile because it's like they're trying to like to me, y'all know I'm pro nature, tree hugging guy. They're not
Hmm.
going to stop what's going on with nature. They can interrupt it, but nature's always going to deviate to a default setting, and them trying to. It's like you just had said it, where it's like they're trying to silence what's going on, but it's like it's happening in front of our face. So it's like even if you try to get us to not see what's going on, it's happening anyway through nature. So it's like
Correct.
I don't think it's about. Here goes something to think about, Vince. I don't think it's about not getting you to see what's going on as much as getting you to view it through a certain lens, right? Getting you to
I know
view
they're
this,
trying to do that.
right? And
Yes. So hold
that
on. Imagine
mhm,
a 24-year-old. Imagine a 22-year-old, right? They tell them this. Let's say they succeed. They boycott the manosphere. They boycott the black manosphere. They propagandize that everything is fine. Everything is great. Everything is wonderful. The 22-year-old goes on a date, and the woman is saying, "Why didn't you cash app me yet?" Say, "Well, excuse me? Why didn't you cash
yeah.
at me yet? I need a cash app before this date even starts." All right. How is the government going to stop that? How is the government going to stop the fact that she does OnlyFans? How is the government going to stop the fact that she says,
It's
"I was
it's
feeling you," but yeah,
here's the thing though, Socrates.
yes.
Did you ever hear the conversation between me and FD Signifier the second time, which happened? I
Not the
think that was
second
at
one.
early January. Okay,
I
okay,
think I saw the first one, not the second one.
okay. So we had a conversation. I want to say it was either January or December of last year. It was I want to say December of last year, but we had a conversation, a second one, and if you notice, I kept on catching him up on his framing of things. This
Uh-huh.
go into what I would say earlier, the lens at which you see it. So go into what you're saying. Let's go into the foodie calls and whatnot, or the send me money before we can even go on this date thing, right? That some of the Gen Zs are having to
Sure.
deal with women now. The
Uh-huh.
way that would be framed is, but you got to understand how much money she spends to get
Hold on. Hold
together and
on.
to get herself
Pause.
together
Pause.
and and
Sure. Sure.
and
Sure.
yeah,
Sure.
no, I'm
Sure.
saying
Yeah.
so that's so it's
I
not that
understand that.
these boys are not
That rhetoric.
experiencing, these men are not experiencing it. It's that the framing then puts it back on the men. Wait, aren't you
Sure.
trying to be a real man? Shouldn't you be
Sure.
able to
Sure. Sure. Sure.
provide
Sure.
these
Sure.
for
Look,
her? Right? So go ahead, go ahead.
the
What?
reason why they're trying
Mhm.
to get rid of the manosphere is the manosphere pretends that we're actually men.
Uh-oh.
Like it has the nerve
Say
to
that.
pretend, and so we can actually talk to each other and
Uh-huh.
think like men. Because for
Mm-hmm.
close to 60 years now, everything has been designed for you not to think like a man, not to
Yeah.
respond to things like a man would, a self-respecting,
and otherwise have backbone
virile,
and self-esteem.
masculine man.
Mm-hmm.
Everything
Sure.
has been about making you docile. And understand, I
Mm-hmm.
think this is what Z was headed. You know, it doesn't take long to 10 years from now get, you know, your nephew to accept a lot of bullshit that you would never
Facts.
accept, brother.
Yep.
If
Yep.
things are sold a certain way and they're done so in a certain
Yep.
environment,
Mm-hmm.
and this is the only option you believe you have. If you think the only option you have to have a woman is to share her with three other men, you
Mm-hmm.
might actually believe that shit. Some percentage of
Yeah.
men
Mm-hmm.
are going to actually
Yeah.
believe that. And
I.
you even
I.
see that. You actually
Okay.
see that
Don't
in
we
the
still have a baby
actual
father?
current media now.
Yeah.
Don't we
Yeah.
still have a
So
side pieces?
I.
Wait, 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 wait.
I.
Let's do this. Socrates, then Vince, and then I'll go. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. So I completely understand that the conversation that FD signifier to him about how he tries to frame
Mm-hmm.
things and puts it in a certain lens. The thing
Mm-hmm.
is that FD signifiers of the world aren't as influential as people think they are. For most
That's
people,
true. That's true. No, that's true. That's true.
these leftists in
I'm
these
not talking
silos.
about FD signifier. I'm talking
No,
about
no,
I'm talking about
I'm
like
responding to what.
CNN. I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking
Yeah, I'm
about
getting there.
I'm talking about
I re,
every I'm saying if you have a federal agency, you
Mm-hmm.
know, allocating millions of dollars to a certain effort, then it's going to get picked up in the news. It's going to become a part of some sort of collegiate, scholastic program. Is going to become it, which is going to filter down into, you know, post-secondary and even, I mean, to secondary and even elementary programming. Why do you think the current elementary program now we have in our own state law in Illinois? You in a public school, you got to allow fruitcake shit to be taught in the
Yes.
state
uh huh.
law.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So this ain't just about fuck a FD signifier. It's not just about him. It's about much
No,
bigger,
I'm the
much
one who
more
bought him up, Black
powerful
Guru. I'm the
forces
one who
than
bought him
him.
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. I was
That's
just.
why.
No, but I'm
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
I'm saying
I,
that
Mhm.
it is a real issue, and it's not something. And while you think that the logic that you have of what's happening is going to prevail, we thought I wouldn't. I'm gonna tell you, brother, I'm 60 some years old. There's a whole lot of shit that has gone down. I never would have expected to happen. I never would have
Mm,
okay.
expected all this fruitcake shit to go down. Not in a million
mm,
years.
Okay.
Never would have
Okay.
expected it to happen. If I went back in the time machine to 1979 and 1980, and you asked me, I'm telling you, men gonna be getting married and adopting children, I would say no fucking way that's gonna ever happen.
mm.
Ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was responding. I was responding to what Mrs. Z was saying regarding the framing of the conversation and how influential these people are. But it's true that they can trickle down from the graduate to the postgraduate to the scholastic level in the public school system,
Mhm.
etc. I understand that. But my thing is that I believe there are natural limits to society and what society can do and be sustainable. And that's a fact, historically speaking, right? Like
Wait. I'm sorry to cut you off, Socrates. When we say
sure.
sustainable,
Yeah, that's a very
I think
interesting statement.
right, exactly right. I was gonna say,
Hey, as we saw in 1999 in the Matrix, that was a sustainable
and you see
society.
what I'm saying? So like when you say
Wait.
sustainable, like this is what I
Wait.
keep on
Which
going
one?
to. Oh no.
Yeah.
When you say sustainable, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
there is a comfortable that the elites are okay with watching us not have, as long as they're able to have their steak in dinner and their nuclear families.
Hold on.
And
I go,
right, so
yes,
like, yeah.
but it's required. What's that? That requires that the society has a level of comfort that they or discomfort that they can tolerate and not flip out.
But I
And
can
and
train you.
hold on. And the fact is, I'm telling you right now, if you have a group of young men who are single, they will flip out. It's gonna happen. Like it's just inevitable. I don't care who you are or what kind of
Socrates.
Go ahead.
Don't miss what Black Ur was about to say. Go ahead, Black Ur, because I'm not disagreeing with you completely, because I do think there's a line of like, right?
If this was 1965, I
Yeah.
would agree with you more than I would today, because in 1965, your testosterone level would probably be 5 times of what it is now, which means you're much more comfortable with killing. You're much more comfortable with killing and dying.
Yeah, so the thing, what you're saying, I hear you, but the thing is that when you study historically speaking, that's the fascinating thing when you study revolutions or when there's upheavals, it doesn't happen the way people think, right? So people assume that the society just flips out. No,
Train tracks. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's really like a small percentage flips out, and that small percentage reflects a societal feeling that wasn't being expressed.
No, you're right.
Then,
Like
and then the rest, like a domino effect, like the Arab Spring Revolution, right?
No, you're right. Black Uru mentioned that earlier. What we're saying is, go ahead.
The question is to what degree you're gonna, and that's where I think it's important that you maintain a degree of vigilance against.
I agree. No, I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm not saying that we should let people know.
Go, Black Uru. Go on.
You maintain a degree of vigilance against the attempts to mute your voice, because if you don't, it becomes easier for you to accept the change. Because I look back on what has been happening, and I'll be candid with you. I look back on what has happened the last 40 years, and I feel remiss, frankly. I do feel our generation was negligent, but it was complicated by a lot of shit. I mean, we had the drug war, we had all that shit that was very distracting from a lot of things. And so it's complicated.
Black Uru, I gotta say this, Black Uru. I gotta say this. Can you avoid a scatter shot from a shotgun?
Not really, unless you're
buckshot,
Barry
Buckshots,
Allen,
yeah.
if you're Barry Allen or Wally, one of them guys, maybe you can.
So that when black boomers speak, and just as you did about how pretty much there was a lot of y'all would be hit with a lot of things. That's what I think of. Like how you know, I do engage in sometimes kind of, you know, bringing in boomers in for a good little smack around, mainly white boomers, because I don't put all of that on black boomers the way
Well,
I do
I put
white
it
boomers.
more on the
But
white boomers because they're the
yeah, yeah.
ones who actually control the electorate and the
Exactly,
politics.
exactly. So
Yeah.
like
So
that's
wait, hold
why.
on.
So when you said what you said, I definitely understood where you were going with that bit. And then if you're a student of history, it just makes sense what older Xers and boomer. There are faults there, but I don't think y'all thought it was gonna get this bad. I don't think y'all thought like they were like it was something that it's like, okay, we fought for this, we got it, or we fought for these little
Well,
things, we got them,
let me
and
tell you
like,
from the
you know, where do we
perspective
go
of
from here? And I
of a
think
of a old black man, you
yeah.
know, who got married, who had a family, bought a home, owned businesses, all that kind of stuff. For me, and I would say for most of my peers, at a certain point, you become so consumed about maintaining you and yours and community, and it's not that you were not concerned about these broader issues, right?
Mhm.
You were, but the other thing is we didn't have the internet, so we could not see the big picture of things that you all can much more conveniently see. We could not see how badly, because like for example, what happened with the crack epidemic, you cannot separate the city girl from the crack epidemic. The crack
Mhm.
epidemic, the city girl is definitely a product of the crack epidemic. But nobody would have seen that in 1983 or
Yeah.
1984. Nobody would have believed that it would have perverted like all the women, to varying degrees. Because I came up prior to that point, you didn't get a blowjob from a black woman unless y'all were maybe married. So I mean the fall of the behavior and the character of black women in particular has been so precipitous. It almost like I've gone to another planet. It's almost like that. When I really think about it, I mean, over time you kind of lose, sort of connections to certain things about the past. But when I think back, for example, how most of the women in my family went to church about 4 times a week, minimum 4 times a week. You can't be no damn city girl and you're in church all the time. My own wife,
Unless you're with the pastor, of course.
have back problems now because she grew up. She was in church just about every day, and she got back problems now because her mother had her in church so much that she would be sleeping on the church benches half the time. That's the world I saw before a lot of this madness. So, but I didn't see that. Well, when the crack turned everybody into hoes or wannabe hoes or competing with the hoes, that then it was going to create 3 more generations of just everybody hoes. You can't really see that in 1983.
Do you think there's anything new under the sun?
I don't think there's anything new. Let me actually get at this real quick. So um I think that was done on purpose. So once again, Mrs. You can bring up the Palm memo. Hopefully you guys can still hear me. I know I'm kind of going into dead zone. But if you look at the Palm memo, this was done on purpose, like
I
largely to
agree.
Americans writ large, but Black Americans obviously bore the brunt of this kind of disintegration of community, this shredding of community, and even more and more what we're seeing now, family, because you being atomized is good for the elite, right? It's good for
hold
the
on,
elite.
hold on.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, I understand that. What I'm saying is that when I bring up the fact there's nothing under the sun, is that there's been times and been periods where civilizations had a period of extreme decadence and extreme immorality and just sensuousness, and they're just gonna have orgies all day and not do anything. That has happened before. And what I'm saying is that when you have a people, if the elites are trying to turn the people to be dysfunctional, disjointed, atomized, insane, etc., but they still have to be sane enough to maintain the infrastructure and maintain. It's like,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
you're gonna reach a point where your dysfunction is so dysfunctional that nothing can work, And that's the point. It's like you cannot have so thorough
What you're
dysfunction.
saying now is that the dysfunction is important to the system, but you're saying there's a point where it eats on itself and you can't even maintain the system with it.
It happened to Russia. So in Russia, part of the reason why the USSR collapsed is that the corruption became so bad, the dysfunction became so bad that nobody was doing their job anymore. Nobody, right? Like it gets so bad where your electrician who's supposed to maintain the infrastructure is stealing and selling copper because he wants to make money. Like it's so bad. It's like you cannot have that. Even in China, they understand that yes, we're a totalitarian society, but if we catch one of our government officials doing too much, we got to kill them because if it gets out of hand, it will destroy the entire society. So what I'm saying is that fine, you elites, you're not the first elites to try this game. You're not the first elites to do this. You think the guillotine has gotten dull. You think society is going to accept it? It's like the elites before you thought. This is not the first time they thought this. They're just going to accept it. We're so secure. We have our walls. We have our troops. We have our blah, blah, blah. What are they going to do about it? I am the state, Louis the 15th.
And Marie
Yep,
Antoinette
sure.
says,
Yeah. right. I said, it's not the first. You thought you would, like all these, no elites who end up dying would have died if they saw it coming, right? None of them would have died if they saw it coming. They were secure. They
Well,
thought that,
again, it depends on the degree to which you can train or convince males to accept your status quo. And
there's a point at which they cannot. There's a point. There's a point. Like 1984 talks about it. Hold on. The Animal Farm talks about it, and another point. The Republic of Socrates talks about it. So the Republic of Socrates is a very fascinating book because he prophesied something. Yes, he prophesied what's happening right now, which is crazy. If you read that book, there's a part of it where he talks about what happens in the democratic state.
But the mouse utopia experiment proves that the mice don't necessarily go to war. The male
they
mice
just die.
If they're trained a certain type of way, they don't go to war. If you
they just kill
acclimate them to accept certain things or certain conditions, they'll diminish, but eventually they just sort of descend into this kind of vegetated almost state.
Yeah, so how is society gonna run if
No, go to what you're saying, Black Socrates. But look at the population now, though. Even in the Black community, our replacement rate is 1.7 or 1.8.
I agree. The Black community is not America, right? They're a small aspect of America.
The birth rate for America is 1.6.
Yes, I know. I've been there. Hold on.
Is a precursor to America.
Yeah.
That's my point. Is the Black community functional? No. Without outside stimulus, the Black community cannot survive. Just like if the rest of the greater society of America gets this way, it will also not be able to survive. That's my point. It's called a tangled pathology, right? It spreads. Yes, I agree. Look at the Black community. If you take out government subsidies and all these external things, the Black community will collapse. They'll become like Brazil, right? Like you have to create just boarded up communities to keep feral people out and just try to survive and have guns and shoot people. That's what would happen. So what I'm saying is the same thing.
South Africa.
Basically, if it spreads, yes, it would not be sustainable. That's my whole point. The Black community is not functional like that.
But once again, wait. You just said the Black community is not functional outside stimuli. Exactly.
Correct.
So when we talk about sustainability, better yet, what we're saying is there will be outside stimuli bolstering whatever they need bolster from the masses of impoverished drones, right? But just enough to get what they need. Right, I'm talking about like a dystopian future. I hear you. I'm disagreeing. This is so I usually say I agree, but this is the way the disagreement comes in. I think what you're saying is a possibility. I don't know. Once again, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know if there's a upheaval in the next decade and what you're saying happens, which is very possible. Nobody's saying that's not impossible. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is there's also an other side where we spend the next few centuries going down this route. because Europe is a prime example of that,
No,
right? Go ahead.
no. I'm gonna tell you why it's not gonna go down that way.
How long did
First,
feudalism last again? When Rome fell?
no,
I'm
no,
just
no, no.
saying.
I'm saying
Go
this
ahead.
between now and feudalism. We
Mhm.
have AI coming. We have the singularity coming. We have AI robots coming. We have sex
Doesn't that
robots
just
coming.
put the
We have,
elites in a better position?
I mean,
no, it does not.
all you're
It doesn't.
describing, all
Uh-huh.
It
you're
doesn't.
describing
Hold on. Yeah.
is more tools for
Hmm.
which the elite may be able to better control our ass. If
Yes,
they
that's what
turn,
they
for
think.
example,
Okay, so
Hold on.
if they
democratizes the
turn, for
space. I
example,
agree with Socrates on that.
Correct. Yes,
Hmm.
that's what they think. That's what they think. They think that, but
That's the
they're
flip side.
mistaken.
Yeah,
They're
that's the flip
wrong,
side.
right? Because the flip side is just like the elites is like, we don't need you, and it's like, well, hold on, I don't need you either, right? And they say, yes, you do, because we can unplug you. If you unplug me, I'll blow everything up. I'll kill everything. Like that's the
But this
point.
is
Like
where
you made.
socialization comes in. This
Yes.
is what Blackwood was saying.
No,
So
socialized by
it,
who?
it,
AI
it,
robots?
it,
Like, the problem is that you atomize the people. They're not socialized anymore. Like it's already happening. I saw a video, right? I'm
mhm,
from New York City. I'm in
yeah.
New York City for like I'm a 40, so I've been in New York City
Mhm.
for a long time, and I saw something that I couldn't believe. I could not believe for the first time in my life. I've been in New York City since I was in the 80s. So I see a lot of wild stuff in New York City, but I've never seen this. They were People used to do what's called subway surfing. Now, subway surfing is when you go in the back of the subway or you go on the side of it and you cruise on it. Some brave souls will go to the back of the last car and cruise on it that way. Very dangerous. You could end up dead. I saw a fleet of teenagers riding on top of it as it's going.
Like India?
Yes,
What?
on top of it. I'll show you the video.
Wait, what?
And not just one. Not just one. I'm talking about at least 20. 20. And I said that level, like, mind you, we grew up in the 80s and 90s. So we were very nihilistic. We understood that you can die anytime, you can get shot at any time, you can do whatever. It's whatever, the wild time. But
Trill
we
over
didn't
here is a
have a,
comedian in the comments. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah,
Don't
we
read it. Do
didn't
it.
have,
Laugh. Go ahead.
we wouldn't have a level of nihilism that would allow us to think it's a good idea to ride on the top of a subway through the city. That's a level that's like I can't even put into words. So what I'm saying is that the elites, yes, you control everything. Sure, yes, you got them atomized. Yes, you got them deculturalized. They demoralize. They don't care about nothing.
Shout out
Guess
to
what?
deculturalized.
Yes,
I don't even use that
but
word. I'm
guess
gonna start
what?
using that word. Thank you for that, for
Well,
Black Soccer Teams.
yes,
Exactly.
but guess what? That's a double-edged sword. A person who doesn't care
Yeah, it
about
is.
anything, who's
It
not
is.
attached to
It is.
anything, can destroy everything because of what he has to lose. You already
Yeah,
took
that's true.
everything from him.
That's true.
You took everything. That's why prisoners, on Prison Break, the show Prison Break.
Hmm.
So they didn't allow it in a lot of prisons. You can't watch Prison Break in prisons. Why? Because they'll give them ideas. They'll say, yo,
Yes.
break out. Why? These people really don't have anything. Freedom. Yes.
why haven't black people attempted to overthrow this country?
Great question. Great question. All right. Black
Fear and
people.
propaganda to me, and hope,
No,
and hope.
not just that.
Because of a combination of things, hope for possibly being accepted and becoming a citizen, our
Nah.
religion, our
Nah.
basic.
Wait,
Nah.
let's do this. Wait. Let's do this. Let's do this.
It's
Because
one thing.
I want to do this real quick, Black. Let me do this. Let me do
Go
this.
ahead.
Let's let Black Socrates say that, and then you come in with what you're gonna say. Because I want to do
Okay.
that backwards for a reason. There's a
Sure.
reason why I'm doing this. Go
No
ahead. Go ahead.
problem. No
Go ahead.
problem. It is not bad enough for black people. It is not. That's why the policies exist to keep black people satiated just enough that they don't go crazy like they did in the 60s and 70s. If they were to cut off
brother,
everything,
you're talking like
yes,
all we've ever been are in the condition we in right now, brother. We
no,
had
no,
a time in this
nah.
country.
Mhm.
Can I speak?
Go ahead.
Go
Yeah, go
ahead,
ahead.
Black. Go
We
ahead.
had a time in this country where they literally burned us out of town and
Correct.
lynched us and
Hmm.
hung us. I mean,
Yes.
the worst possible circumstances and the worst possible treatment of people, lynchings, and mass killings, and rapes, and burning it down. I mean, if there was ever circumstances in which a people should attempt to overthrow a government, it would have been black people, certainly during the 19th century and most of the 20th century. But yet we
Okay.
did not attempt to do that. And that was because of a combination of circumstances that prevented or precluded or distracted us from doing that. And all I'm saying is that depending on how the conditions are set up, how the people are trained, how the people are motivated, how they are, whatever sort of intra societal issues they have. For example, we were prior to, I would say maybe the 1990s, might have been the most religious people in this country. And because we were so religious, it muted a lot of the righteous anger and indignation that we had towards our treatment in this country. Our most revered figures have mostly been religious men. There's a reason for that. So
Facts.
the point I'm making is that the presumption that we will automatically rebel, I think that's conditional. I think it's going to be a function of things that do or do not happen. And I know that to be true because, again, I've seen too much outlandish things to go on that I would have never expected men to accept. Black men, I've seen things I wouldn't have expected white men to accept, and we've accepted it. And so, for that reason, I don't know if it's as simple as saying that, well, if supposedly the conditions get so bad, we're going to do things. I think it's going to depend on just how audacious and outlandish some of the stuff is the plutocrats pull. That's what it's going to be dependent on.
Let me read this from Vic real quick, because I had asked him to come up earlier. He says can't get on yet. But black women bisexuality really ramped up in the 90s. The overexposure of black women to sexual content pushed their curiosity over to the LGBT way. Thank you, brother.
You
I
never would
think
have
so. I think
convinced
so.
me in 1970 that 30 or a third of black women be eating each other's boxes. You never would have convinced me of that. I mean, that phenomenon alone for my younger self is flabbergasting. It's
Something like that.
flabbergasting.
And I think 23. It's really because 23% of them are both ways. You already know where I'm at, y'all. Y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Somebody
Can
was
I can
trying to
I
say
can I
something.
jump in for a sec?
It's my time to shine. No, I'm joking. Y'all go ahead.
So yeah, man, I agree with what Black Uhuru is saying, yeah, but I think what Socrates is trying to say is that it's not sustainable. They can keep perpetuating this kind of like matrix where we think it's okay to carry on like this, but at some point you can't feed the system anymore. What are you going to feed it on? You know, that if a third of black women are eating box, what percentage will it get to the point where we just die out? 80%, 90%, is going to stop at some point, isn't it? So I think what Socrates is saying is that is unsustainable anyways. So there's definitely going to be some group of men that's going to clock onto this, because men are logical. They're not going to just completely be sold on this dream in 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 contrast of reality.
Well, but here's the trick about the eating box. They still also sucking dick.
Facts.
So it's kind
That's
of
the
some
sweet right
overlap.
there.
They still hopping on some pipe. So,
But it'll be to a point where is you can't hide it anymore. Even when it comes to the pursuit of white womanhood via white men, you
Well,
know,
well, well. Here's the thing, Els. When you say not hiding anymore, who says they would have to if we're
yeah.
willing to
they
accept it?
have to, because if black men catch on, then black men become indifferent. And this is why I think they are targeting certain people in the black manosphere. Conspiracy for maybe Kevin Samuels, but MTR, they put it on the books because the black manosphere might be the only place to harness that indifference into a direction where it could harm them.
I totally
Okay.
agree with that. Thus, the government action being taken against it. I totally agree with that. And that's why like I say,
So
I think it's important that we read these reports, because I think these reports are going to tell you. I mean, there are companies tagged on sponsoring that program. Major corporations, their logos are associated with that thing. So this ain't even just a quote government thing. This is part of a broader environment. This is part of a multinational corporation saying, we need to get them boys in check, or else.
Brookings Institute, anybody?
What was that? What did you say, bro?
Brookings. I said Brookings.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying the report of the I'm sorry. For one of the links that Z posted of MTR, Mediocre's Tutorials and Reviews, he referenced this report where he's been listed or being targeted.
Yep, number two.
As a number. That's what I wanted to ask. How is he number two? What's your theory on him being number two? The black guy being
Because
the number two.
Number one, because
over.
he's black, and because he's sensible.
Okay, that's how.
Okay, who's number one?
Yeah,
So
because
you think his potential persuasiveness?
Yes, because he doesn't actually sound insane. He doesn't actually sound like a sexist. That's the problem. He's not cartoonish. He actually makes sense. He's actually doing the social math I talk about all the time. He's actually saying, how the hell is this supposed to work? That's a problem. He actually makes sense.
And for that reason, he's able to thwart the algorithm controls that would normally subvert him. Because if he were those other things, he would not be nearly as big, because he would have gotten looped in, but been taken out by the algorithm monster.
He's actually sensible. The problem with MTR is he's actually sensible, right? He's a good looking brother. He's a light skinned brother. He's a tall brother. He's a problem. He is a lighter weight Kevin. This is a problem.
Also,
right?
he
probably has a significant non-black audience.
And
yes,
the woman that he bring up too was even killed her, because one of the girls he interviewed I went to high school with, and I see the type of woman that he actually talked to. He's talking to like sensible woman who actually is like, oh, I see the bullshit too.
This is a problem.
Then that says
number one
a
on the
lot.
list?
That describes a lot. That tells you the extent to which, and the depth that they will go towards subversion. That it does not matter how reasonable you are. In fact, the more reasonable you are,
exactly, exactly.
the more they're likely to try to undermine.
Think about some of those shows on that channel. Some of them are a little outlandish, we're gonna be honest. But the other ones of them actually bring women on, and you get to hear the women speak for themselves. That's a problem, because it shows we're not making it up. That's a problem.
And
right?
it kind of do show on the other end there is not necessarily, I don't know, something else about it too, where it's not, because we know MTR isn't hateful. So why is he on the list? And he's like, because the way he
It's only no. I think this is a problem. MTR is sensible, and he makes sense. He's doing the social math,
logical,
right? Exactly,
and
logical.
Everything with ease.
And the logical brain, right, says certain things. And you look at some of the other shows, even the white guy shows that's on there. They bring the women on. The women are across the class spectrum, education spectrum, etc. That's a problem. It's hard to make women, especially white women, out to be damsel in distress. Oh, they need us elite men to stand on the backs of these other men for them, when the women are sounding insane, when they sound as materialistic as they are, when they sound as hypocritical as they are on some of these shows. It's hard to use the state power to crush regular men when the women are telling you, yeah, but I want a paymaster.
Here's my question.
Right.
First of all, on that list, who has the number one spot?
Damn, I don't recall. Do you remember?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go back to look at his. I'm gonna
I
go back
remember
because I
some
remember
of the people
watching.
on the list,
So
but I don't.
somebody do me a favor, screenshot it, and then run off the list.
Because MTR does respond to being blacklisted, being put on this list, and he calls out the nonsense and debunks everything about that
And
list.
that's actually my bad because I should have known better. I should have had the list in front of me. I don't know why I didn't screenshot it. Jesus. Yeah.
Because I know a couple people are on that list. I mean, like FNF are in that one.
Yeah.
Just Curly.
Well, FNF have their issues. They do, and that's why I refuse to accept
Fact.
anything they own. But
They
we
are.
also we cannot
He.
forget. No, wait, real quick. We cannot forget that they do bring women on from once again across the class spectrum, across race, across education. My issue
Mhm.
with this is that we continue to pretend. This is the same thing they tried to pull with Kevin, that these are not real people, real women sounding like this, and that they're
Hello.
So.
interacting with men, and it's on
Yeah.
camera, and you see what the issue is. Everybody
Oh,
pretend like they
you're
don't
good,
see it.
Socrates.
Go ahead, go ahead, Socrates, and
The
then Damon.
top of the list
No,
is
no, no. I
Sandman.
said he was clear. No, I
The
said
top of the list is
there was
who?
somebody said.
Sandman. Here's the list.
Sandman.
Oh,
Oh
Sandman,
boy,
yeah.
the OG.
Sandman,
Sandman Mikal. Oh yeah. Because he goes in
MTR.
a lot of numbers. He breaks down because he does 10-minute videos every day for the past decade or so, and he's committed, and he keeps on breaking down the logic and giving it to people in bite sizes because he always talks about a red pill a day keeps the nonsense away. So I can see how he got listed, but they're just trying to look
Rational
for
Mel.
people
That's
they can make an
Rolo.
example. Oh, Rolo, yeah, but they need to have because these are prominent names, but not the biggest names because they want the ones that they can make an example of. Somebody said, "What about Thinking Ape?" Well, first of all, Thinking Ape has been dealing with being shadow banned, so they really took care of him to an extent. There's other couple of people who are like, you wonder
Rich
why
Cooper.
they're
That's
not on this list.
associated with Rolo.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
Legion of Men,
entrepreneurs in
of
cars.
course. Yeah.
He's also
Yeah.
he started his own Richard
Stephen
Cooper. I
Cole is
remember.
on that list too.
Yeah,
Ooh,
So
what's
yeah,
that?
Richard
let's go.
Cooper. Richard Cooper. I remember him being brought up on Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan, what they were talking about, you ever heard about this new alpha male program that's going on? And they showed a video of him conducting a course and whatnot about that. I looked at it and said, oh, that's what they're talking about because they didn't know
And
who he
once
was
again,
by
Vic,
name.
thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And
And
Leon
somebody
already
said it
came
might
up to
be,
explain why he brings up grandma's power. And so reading Leon's comment real quick. Mr. Z, do you get why I give grandma power now? Yes. Y'all go ahead.
Abaye. Oh, sorry, you guys don't understand my mother tongue because I just said my dear grandmother in my mother tongue. But wait, how do you say grandma in Creole?
I mean, it's very
Grandma.
interesting to look
Grandma.
at. I'm looking at the list of the ranking here. It's because there are channels that have significantly larger subscriber lists,
Mm-hmm.
some of which have grown more quickly, during this period that they review.
Mm.
So it is very odd that MTR is almost at the top of this list. That almost seems like targeting. I mean, even for what they're doing here.
Well,
I mean, they have Just
Black
Pearly on
Guru.
this list. Just Pearly has probably, twice or whatever the subscriber count as MTR.
Well, here's my question: is this only on their reach within YouTube, or does it expand into other social media platforms as well?
It's just YouTube. It's specifically
Just YouTube.
cites YouTube.
I would say it's based on their potency as well, isn't it? Because maybe it's not exactly membership or viewership, but in terms of like your internet usage, what you go and search afterwards, all of that, they might be tracking that, and that's what they kind of
But
judge.
here's the thing, brother. Just Pearly's site is 3 times that of MTR in
But
subscribership, and
MTR is black and
it's
he's logical.
increased. Yeah, so
Hmm.
he's being targeted. He should watch.
No, I agree with
He
you, and
should
I
watch
think he
this.
realized that.
Yeah.
I've listened to MTR speak enough to realize this brother is not dumb by a long shot. He understands what this is. We know what this is, and I think the best way I've ever heard it said is Armio say Frimpong, the funky academic, he was speaking about protests, and he was saying they always take the black men first. When the cops come for the protest, they always take the black men first. Because when they take the black men, everything disperses after that. It's done. Right? And so you target MTR because of what MTR and Stethus Cole, what they represent, but MTR in particular, a logical, reasonable, he's not out there. He's been very careful with his footsteps on what he puts on his channel, what he promotes, even him backing away from any type of manosphere label.
He even
He
overtly declared that he is not.
I literally just said that. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Exactly. And even with that, they understood they didn't. We're real. Yeah, you did. Real quick, because what's important about that is it didn't matter. The problem here is that you have a reasonable, logical young man, young enough young man that you can put on stage and he will Malcolm X and Swiss cheese those women on a panel. He will Malcolm X they ass. For those of you that ever saw Malcolm X when he went to where was it, Harvard, and he was debating them in all different schools and he was taking their head off. That would be MTR in these spaces. They can't have someone like that because the important part, they want to put the thumb on the scales for the ladies. It makes it really MTR and a lot of those dudes, including even some of the racist ones on there, they make it difficult to put the thumb on the scales for the ladies because they're showing you their articles, they're showing you them speaking, they're showing you what they think about men, they're showing you. It's not what we think or how we feel. We're showing you the women talking. Right? This is a problem. Right? So yeah, y'all go ahead.
Hey, yo, I just wanted to keep it short.
Go ahead.
I was in NTR's Discord doing stock trading and shit for 3.5 years. So I was in his Discord when he had 10,000 followers before he got 700,000. The major problem why they're targeting NTR is because he does have a white audience too. This is
there
what this shit is.
what Black Guru was saying. Yep, there you go, Black Guru.
There you go.
Okay, it was. I'm not gonna sit down and say certain shit, but I'm the one that gave him Rashad Ali videos before Kevin Samuels did those videos. Like I gave him those videos. The white audience when he did the interview with her got mad because she basically called them white devils, and so he doesn't format his stuff around pro-blackness. And the issue is why they fear him in some shape or form because he doesn't base stuff off pro-blackness. He just says, yo, this person is openly saying something racist like curly things. Another issue that took place during the Discord days, a lot of people think we're related, just straight up, because I never got in trouble for shit. I had conversations with him about FD Signifier when all that shit was going down. I say, yo, he's talking about pulling up on you. He has this many followers. He's on this shit. Don't talk to him. Because NTR is a robot. He's not an intersectional speaker. It wouldn't be a good conversation. NTR's main, why they target him, like I said, is because he has white followers. He had white followers in the Discord. What's that one guy from the Make White Women Great Again hat? What's his name? He had that hat on. He was a white guy in the white space. No, it was a Make White Women Great Again or Make Women Great Again. It came from the White Manosphere hats.
Oh, okay.
When you remember the black guy that's married to the white lady with big tits? He has a bald head. He takes steroids. He's the old Manosphere guy.
Oh, I think
you're not talking about you're not talking about Donovan Sharp. Donovan Sharp?
Yeah, Donovan Sharp. Yeah. So that guy made a video of Donovan Sharp, and I made a comment about it, and he was just like, he hit me in the DMs and said, "Hey, there's a whole bunch of white people that don't talk in this Discord. They just pay attention. You like all these Discords are compromised. They have agents in them. Just to keep it 100. There's agents in his. There's agents in Ab and Preach. There's agents in every single Discord that I've been a part of. There's agents.
I am not at all surprised by
like
Alphabet.
I said, before I roll out, It's about literally that white kids listen to him, white guys listen to him. There's white guys all in his Discord. Like it's not active anymore because there's a lot of free discourse. But when his shit was free or like $5, people joined 24/7. We had stock traders in there, cryptos traders, and when I said I made a shitload of money during that period, I made a shitload of money. And I'm just gonna stay right there. He does not talk negatively about people racially. White people listen to him, and I'm rolling out after that.
Yeah, you know. So, and thank you for that, Leon. Thank you for the clarification. This is why my channel is my channel. Um, so I am not at all surprised by the Alphabet Boys, whichever. Well, actually, it's an NGO, but either way, they're being funded by the Homeland Security by the Alphabet Boys checking and snooping in and trying to fear us with these names. Y'all give me a second. Y'all talking about yourself.
I mean,
Well, no,
when we talking about
no. I mean,
infiltration, such
there, it's all. It's a combination of things, and you got to understand. It's not just the alphabet. It's a cabal of the alphabet, the
mm-hmm,
NGOs, and
mm-hmm,
corporate funding. They all work
true.
together in this sort of triumvirate of power. One provides the funding, one
Mm-hmm.
provides the actual manpower, the intellectual. Then one provides the sort of official, legal, legislative, or governmental standing. So you have the alphabet, you have the governmental standing, the legitimacy. You have the people doing the actual work, the NGO. Then you got the corporate sponsorship.
And
That's
so
the
Ah,
triumvirate.
that is the excuse me, cauldron of toxic crap that Black Roo just mentioned.
That is
So,
fascism. That is modern day
uh-oh.
fascism.
And so when I say
That
the
is modern
elites,
day fascism. That's what that
and
is.
that's why I bring up what I'm saying. It is a marriage between the corporate sector and the politicians, the political sector, on keeping men in particular at a subordinate state and elevating women
H-
as the buffer class. I think this is
Hello?
something that we have to stress here. Go ahead.
Yeah. So hypothetically speaking, we've seen the work that they've done to the black community in regards to the relations between men and women, where the men are being subordinated. How is that working out in terms of how the women feel about it?
But
ooh,
it's not working. Here's the issue. But it
yes.
does use the women. It does have the women raise the boys to be ineffectual.
Sure. And these ineffectual men become the ineffectual boys become the ineffectual men that these black women despise and hope that they can get a white man instead.
True indeed. All that will mean for white
Okay.
society is that it moves up in class.
I understand that, but think
Mhm,
about it. As society continues to bifurcate, what is less
mhm,
of a middle class, and now you have an upper class and a lower class, and this
mhm.
spreads to white people. What happens when you have all these women who subordinated the men, and now they're dissatisfied with the men they subordinated, and now they don't want to be with these men? Now what?
Well, you have the elite men do what they're doing now, even more in an exaggerated form. Eeny,
And
meeny,
when you do
miny,
that in
mo.
exaggerated form, and when you do an exaggerated form, and you have a whole bunch of these Chads and Tyrones just have
Mhm.
all the women to themselves, and no men have any women, are these men supposed to sit there and just say, shrug and just say, okay, cool?
Yes,
Or
mhm.
what's going to happen is that you're going to reach a point where there's just complete apathy,
An
where they
inflection
say,
point. Mhm,
correct.
mhm, mhm.
Well, but I don't think the elite men will have the exclusive run of the women. If
I
you
don't think so either.
observe the primate, if you observe, for example, chimpanzee, or gorilla, they'll be like one main guy, and the female chimps are still fucking the babies as well. And so I think that's what's going to happen. I think you're going to have these sort of official uh, polygamous arrangements, but the women are still going to, unless they try to pull something that they did in the past, and that is castrate the majority of
I
men
I don't see
around the
that.
women.
Mm-mm.
Which, well, and that, now, if anything that would probably provoke an inevitable, you
Mhm.
know revolution, and a wholesale, disruption of society, that is them actually attempting to do something like
I
that.
I think
You know,
you make weed legal. You might even make prostitution legal. Um, you you push for technology to make VR and alternative reality more realistic. All of these
proliferate.
distractions, yeah, and what you have is almost the giver type situation where you have to apply to have a child type thing. I
Yeah,
think I think
yeah,
we're gonna
but
move
that's
there, and I think the populace will be okay with it.
no,
How
because
long is a different
the
question. Go ahead, go ahead.
the
The
women,
woman
the
won't be.
women would be completely dissatisfied with that arrangement. So once you, but
But what will
that's
they
why they don't
do?
want.
Here's the thing though. Sir. I agree. Okay, let's say you're right. Okay, you're right about that. But what would the women do about it though?
Okay,
Not a
it's not
damn
what the
thing.
women. Yeah, it's not what they'll do to the elites. It's
Hmm.
what they're gonna do to their male counterparts. What they're already doing. They're gonna
Hmm.
say we're not gonna do anything with this man. And the idea that they have sex with some of the better men is still questionable too.
Hmm.
I think yes, but the better men will still have to have certain qualifications, and the qualifications keep getting higher, 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 higher. So what's gonna happen is that you're gonna have a whole slew of men that are not going to be able to have anything outside of AI relationships. And I don't think they're going to allow for prostitution because prostitution also diminishes the value of women, and they don't
Yeah,
want that.
but
So
that
politically speaking, go ahead.
that
Go ahead.
construct is predicated on the degree to which the powers that be can and will maintain some uh, female sexual liberation. Female sexual female sexual liberation is an artificial construct. It is based on the whatever the prevailing powers are dictating as to how men can quote treat females. When much of that goes away, the bargaining power of women in their relationships with men radically changes. And then the men becomes really the brokers of sexual activity of women, frankly. And we've seen enough of history to know this to be true. This whole female liberation thing is very new. You know, these decisions were made by fathers and husbands and brothers even prior to just about 60 years ago.
Hmm. Hmm. Interesting point.
Y'all go ahead. I'm sorry about that. But
So
no.
so
So
what I
go
so
ahead.
what I foresee happening is we going back and there's been an argument. I think it's an interesting one that has been profited, and that is we might end up with a de facto Sharia law.
Oh, that's a scary thought.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying de facto. I'm not saying specifically Sharia law, but what we may
Hmm.
end up with much more control and much more regulation of the overall
Hmm.
behavior of women than we currently have, and that will be a
Take it from
bargain
me.
that will be a
Uh,
bargain that men agree to make. That
so
will be
take it
men
from
saying,
me.
"Look, we want
Oh, sorry.
I want to respect yours. You want,
Hmm.
I mean, I want you to respect mine, and you want me
Hmm.
to respect yours. And in order for that to happen, this is the deal we're going to make with each other."
Hmm. I mean, as somebody who actually grew up in such an arrangement, I can tell you it is not fun. It is not a cool thing to be in. You usually live in constant fear for your life at times because you never know whenever you're going to be open to abuse of it. Because even if they had such a system, how open to abuse is one thing you gotta ask. But what Z was mentioning earlier about like we can go back to a neo, this we could end up going back to like a neo feudalism. First of all, to quote AB Media, Z, don't be talking about Ethiopia prior to 1974. But yeah, Ethiopia
Would
1970
you not say the
prior to
black community
1970.
needs like a Sharia law though?
No, 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 because what he said, neo feudalism. It'd be more accurate to describe it as more of like a neo feudalistic arrangement than a Sharia one.
No, but
Because
you was
neo
framing
feudalism
it
was
before
more.
as that if Sharia law came in, that
Mhm.
it would be a dreadful situation.
Oh,
But
there'd be a
would what
pushback.
was that?
There would be a serious pushback because
Of
once
course,
you
there would be
hear somebody
pushback,
talking,
but wouldn't
Serious
that
pushback.
stabilize, like Black Huru said, you respect yours, I respect mine, and that's how we can
Yes
continue
and no,
forward.
but there's a whole lot of technological stuff that would slow down. Because when we think about it, we think about the cultural aspect of it. We think about the family building, but we don't think about everything that comes from the toxic sludge. That is this weird form of capitalism slash neoliberalism. Like there's some stuff that has come from this because of the chase of profit, right?
Yes.
So if you bring in Sharia law, you're gonna put the brakes to a lot of
But
that, because there are
but
rules to be adhered to, and
as
so the
Uncle Jules is
motivation for the
saying,
capital will change, because it's not
as
just cultural.
Uncle
Go ahead,
Jules
go
is
ahead.
saying, this
Mhm.
peddling this thing with money isn't sustainable.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with
So
that.
we're
It's
gonna
not
come to a
sustainable
point,
at all.
however long we drag it, where we're gonna have to correct the situation.
Yeah.
No, I agree. But when we speak about the correction, I want y'all to. This ain't no movie, y'all. Just because
No.
you're air quotes on the right side of history does not mean your head can't be on the wrong side of a guillotine. And
Well,
in
Yeah. That's the
real
point.
life,
no.
in
The
real life,
movies
the good guys
always
get
say
murked too.
the movies all right.
True.
Exactly. The movies always say there is some preceding cataclysm.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh
If
yeah.
Yep.
y'all notice
Yep.
that,
Yep. Yep.
all the post-apocalyptic dystopian futurists, they always say
Hmm.
that a whole lot of
Every single
Muslims
time.
died prior to that.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, I'm watching this series Fallout now.
Mhm. Yeah, me and my girl are watching it too. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Yep.
based on the video game series.
It's
Based on the
it's
video
based off
game
a video
franchise.
game. Yep. 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 It
Yeah,
is.
Wait a minute. Has
Yep.
anybody ever played Fallout?
No, my girl
Has
plays it
anybody played
literally. Yeah, my girl plays it. Yeah. Yeah.
wait, Xbox, PC, or PlayStation?
PC.
Okay.
Yeah,
You were
yeah, yeah. But
spoiled, man.
but
You were spoiled when it
we're
comes to
I,
gaming.
but going to and I
speaking of
can't wait to see the Mad Max joint too. That's coming out too. By the way, Black Hulu, the new Mad Max that's coming out.
yeah,
So yeah, I'm all
the
for
Mad
the
Max.
dystopian stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that that's Australian. Goes back to
Hmm.
Mel Gibson. I think the first movie was like amazingly was like what 79 or something
Hmm.
Yeah,
crazy
late
like that. So
70s, early 80s.
it's amazing
I care
that
more for the
it
techno
started back that long.
the techno dystopian stuff is usually my thing, like the futuristic this techno dystopian stuff, Ready Player One type stuff. But I do enjoy the Mad Max and the Fallout also. So yeah, yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what? Here's
it's always
something.
interesting to ponder
Mhm.
which is likely to occur. I mean, I guess it depends on how the fall
I think the
occurs.
techno dystopian stuff. I think the techno
Well, we're
dystopian stuff is
actually
more.
in one
Mm.
when we think about it. We are
Yeah.
actually in one.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Demolition Man, anybody? A
Yeah.
lot of things.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
look at Demolition Man. Remember, there was a lot of speech policing, tone policing. They were trying to control people's choices and whatnot. And people forget. Everybody was like focused on what was going on the surface, but look at how people underground were living. If you
And when
remember
you
the
get a
character
chance,
Edgar
neighbor, read
Friendly.
this comment because I want us to kind of go over this after when you're done. But finish your comment and then
Okay,
read this
okay.
for me.
If y'all remember, like there's a character by Dennis Leary called Edgar Friendly who talked about what was going on and how he opposed it. And of course, I remember one of my favorite lines from that movie was by Wesley Snipes when he explained to the founder of San Angeles. He looked at him and said, "Hold on, you can't just take away people's right to be assholes." Even though he couldn't kill him, he had Jesse Ventura kill.
Facts.
But anyway, as Leon
But
008 would
that
say,
society was allowed to evolve because a
mhm,
series of calamities that had preceded
the
it.
great
If
earthquake
you
of
recall, they
the
don't
great
touch on
earthquake
it
as well as
very
cataclysm.
much, but they
Yeah,
allude to that there was this series of calamities that had
yeah,
occurred
earthquakes
prior
and
to that.
such. Because he went to the museum.
Sandra Bullock's character references
Mhm.
to
She didn't have to not only reference it, sir, because you remember there was that fight scene that Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone had in the museum when when Snipes was trying to get some firearms. They ended up, falling underground into an area where the great earthquake had happened, and they showed a piece of what happened in LA during that catastrophic earthquake. But anyway, reading to by Leon, it says, "Oh, by the way, I have to quote Leon. He says, Stop the bullshit. But guys, y'all got to be realistic. There is no way the structure will shift like that. It would literally take 60 years minimum, or replacing the population with another population. Otherwise, it's capped. Stop the bullshit.
Damn it, Black Uru just the Black Uru just fall. Oh no, he's still here. Because I want to ask Socrates and Black Uru what they think about this, and L's active also. Everybody actually
Well,
get a bite
I
of
mean,
this.
I don't know what structure and what way I have to know specifically what he is alluding to in order to
I could
address
start off then.
it.
I
Go
would
ahead,
say it
L.
could
By
take
all
2 years if they would really want to get serious and put billions behind it.
Well,
You
again,
know,
Mhm.
if they
depends.
really
It
wanted to
depends.
change whatever structure they wanted, they could put
Mhm.
people in jail. They could go people's Democrat on people. They can literally go scorch earth if they want to. They've got the funds to do it. So it just depends on their motives. Look at what uh, Western countries do around the world, and we can't be
Yeah, good point. Good point.
so naive to think that they wouldn't do it at home.
Are you experiencing much of what we're talking about in the UK also, Els?
Yeah, definitely. This
Yeah,
is why I'm
I
tuned
figure as
in.
much. Right?
I've
He
seen
said
stuff
it's
like
happening
Well,
here too.
I've seen documentaries
I
and
do
stuff
think
about
the
over there.
protests. I do think the protests at the schools are a small but telling microcosm
Mm,
of
good point.
what could possibly be the direction in which things are going. Uh, but you have the issue of, these are school, these are still mostly young people. So there's this perception of just, well, what do they know anyway, that sort of thing. I think if the arguments against what's going on and the faces of what's going on against what's going on broaden, older, uh, more working class, et cetera, whatever, then it becomes much more of a real issue, and much more of a much more of a window of the direction in which we're going. This building of these, what they refer to as cop cities, um, could be signaling
Wait,
some
Black Guru. What cities did you say? What are they called?
cops,
Oh, the
cops.
Cop City. Oh yeah, no, Cop
Yeah,
City. Okay. Yeah, like
I
Atlanta
mean, it
right
could
now.
be signaling, some precursors to some more martial law kind of scenarios.
Black Guru, don't forget to tell the people that many of those cops in those cop cities are getting trained by who in what country again?
Well, of course, our friends and what I refer to as historical Palestine.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm not joking, y'all. They really ship some of these cops out to that place over there in the Middle East to be trained and then come back here, and then you want to know why they want to crack your head because they see you the way those people over there see, as Black Uru said, historical Palestine. But yeah.
Well, and what's interesting to me, I think about the mentality of a police officer going to crack heads at like Ivy League schools. You know,
Yes. Yes.
I wonder, you have to really think about not only what sort of just basic training they've had, but also what kind of mental work is being done. There's
Uh oh.
some mental work being done, some
Hmm.
MK Ultra shit, I think is going on. And
Hmm.
historical Palestine is the perfect place to do that kind of shit.
Uh oh.
In fact, if that kind of thing is happening, it likely is happening over there.
Well,
I agree. I can't even pretend. I'm sorry. I can't. I agree. I
well,
agree.
Um,
Right.
Leon's in the
I
chat
agree.
saying that it's going to be like South Korea, yeah, and that's probably a
But
realistic
Leon is
option as
serious,
well.
but he's like trolling at the same time. But he's dead at you know someone that's like there. It's like the Joker, right? Like it's a joke, but it's not, right? So
I
yeah,
know,
no,
I
yeah,
know,
right,
but I'm taking it
yeah,
seriously because it is like
right.
something into the future that the West could
Hmm.
go down, isn't it? Where you could what's going on in South Korea? They've got no one marrying. Their birth rate is under one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the
cost
only
of living
country
is
I think
out of
that just
control.
that's under one. It's at 0.7 or 0.8.
Oh
I want to say
wow.
0.7. Yeah, no, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad because you remember like you're talking about a country that was subject to Japanese rule, then got their
Mhm.
quote unquote independence, went to war with the North, then like started to technologically advance. So while they had like a
They had two
dictatorship,
dictatorships.
and they
They had a couple
just
dictatorships.
yeah right, and then like when did they just shred like shake off the dictatorship in the late '80s, wasn't it, or the early '90s? Namely,
Or late 80s, late 80s, late
yeah. So
80s.
late '80s. So like over the span of the past 30-ish, 40-ish years, right? Like just straight technological marvel. I mean, of the
But
world,
the birth
the
rate.
Koreans are like right behind the Japanese in like technology. I would argue,
But here's the
and yeah,
thing, Z.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Here's the thing you got to consider, Z. First of all, like when it comes, especially in the corporate world, Korean men, Japanese men, even Taiwanese men, they pull off some of the most grueling. They have the largest working hours
Yes,
per week of any of any country ever. And because they're so overworked, it's no wonder. And because when you're overworked, you're overstressed, which means that has effects on the male fertility. So it's
hmm
no wonder that they have very few children at a time. Not to mention the rising cost of living and the tradition and the emphasis of tradition. Not to
and
mention, they also mentioned
the majority of South Koreans live in Seoul, or
Mhm.
the suburbs of Seoul, outside the outskirts of the city. So like
Yes.
talking about the Mouse Utopia that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
You're watching the Mouse Utopia like on steroids,
Not to mention
And,
right?
and why
also
haven't
the
the
rate
men?
of
Mhm.
the
Go
rate
ahead, go ahead.
of self. Let's
Let's
put it this.
I
Black
mean,
Guru go
why
in name.
haven't the
Okay.
men revolted and overturned South Korean society?
Ugh.
It's all going to shit. Why haven't they done that?
Well,
Yeah,
one
that's a
thing
good
I gotta
question.
mention that factors into this also
Hmm
is the South Korea has has one of, if not the highest rate of self deletion ever. Just
Yeah.
outside in Korea, just one of there's a bridge in Seoul.
hmm
That is a common jump off place, just like like if you're in the Bay Area, the Golden
hmm
Gate Bridge. They have
hmm
to call in people just because they have constant 24-hour watch because somebody might try to jump off in an attempt to self delete.
Mm.
So self deletion is one of the issues they also have to deal with in Korea. They don't talk about it much. And although they're talking about low birth rates, let's not forget also the number of out of wedlock births that are not being registered and whatnot. See, you got to find that. You got to see that documentary about baby
So,
box in Korea.
so
And
what,
and
what,
and for me to be particularly morbid on that
No, go
point
ahead.
of
Go
deletion,
ahead. Hmm
if if over 50% of black men ain't having children at all, that's
hmm
self deletion.
Anyway, yeah,
In case
I
y'all
agree.
don't know
I
hmm.
agree.
That's
So,
collective self deletion.
so I
Yeah.
should have a baby out of spite. No, I'm playing.
No, don't. Depending on the baby
it. No,
mama,
I
don't do
mean,
it.
but
Oh, for sure.
at least you're saying, I have a right for my
Hmm
legacy to go into the future.
Yep.
When you accepted not having children
hmm
and you're accepting it as a form of pride,
Yeah.
for which, because see, we proudly declare that in this environment, over 50% of black men don't have children. And I understand we declare it in defiance to the madness of the situation of having a children, having family in the
Right.
United States of America. But if you're not positioning yourself to either like leave this country, go, get a woman and have some children wherever, whether she's black somewhere else or whatever else somewhere else, they won. They won.
I
Yeah.
say this. I
If you don't
I agree. By the way.
reproduce,
Hmm
if you don't reproduce, then what are you talking about?
yeah.
How have you defied what they've done to you?
Yo,
I
I'm at
just
for like
want y'all to know, real quick. I just want you to know that Black Uru has also lectured me about this. Also, those of us
Well,
that are good
I'm
black
saying,
men not having kids. He's like, what
I'm
you
saying,
doing then? Would you?
saying
True.
if you're
Good
gonna
point.
let if you're
Good
gonna
point.
let like 15% of black men, many of them are in less than the best situations,
Hmm.
produce the majority
Yeah. On top of
of
that.
the next
Yeah.
generation of children, they won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They won.
Good point. Let me finally. Yeah, I need everybody on in the with me right now. I can't even get the words out. Because Anubis dropped the biggest bomb I think I ever got. No, actually, yeah, this is the big one. This is the biggest bomb I ever got. Oh, I don't even know what to say about this. Anubis, you too. You and KMS, y'all send me whatever topic y'all want me to cover, because y'all just be dropping bombs when y'all do come through. Um, wow. Okay, and
You need
Anubis
to
with
drop a
the
bomb for that one.
three. I don't even have no soundboard. I don't even know what to do with this. So we
Give
need
me
a
those.
right, right.
Get this out, man.
So that's why I left it highlighted for so damn long. And he just says Z, and that's it. He ain't even got no comment. And so
All right.
thank you so much for the super chat, Anubis. So like I said, you and KMS, y'all send me whatever topic y'all want me to cover and whatever corresponding materials, and so I will cover that. Wow, this is huge. And
That's
thank you for the
amazing.
super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And I really think this is a Black Uru, to tell you the truth. I really think it's Black Uru. Like whenever Black Uru's on here, right? It's the elder. It's Black Uru flowing. Black. It's when Black Uru and BGS here. They be flowing in the sky, right, with their gray hairs, right. So it's like, you know, you know
Now,
how people have the fairy godmother. We have the fairy godfathers flowing in the sky, and they
Well,
sprinkling
whatever
down.
credit you give to me, I
Hey, yo,
appreciate
I gotta.
and
Right,
honestly appreciate the generosity of Anubis and
right.
was it KS and
KMS, KMS be coming through all the time,
KMS.
also.
Yeah,
So yeah,
All
yeah, yeah.
right.
But
yeah. You
thank
know,
you very
so
much.
to the extent that I am my presence here is appreciated. I am really honored.
Shout out.
You always, always.
Hey, listen to
Go
me.
ahead, Leon, and then we'll have Black Rule again. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm not joking. I was coming in when he was talking about the people being overworked. Okay. For
Hmm.
them
Hmm.
to, South Korea, Japan, and those countries to advance as fast as they could, they had to work their people 18 hours. They worked their women 18 hours. It worked at first because you still had great grandmas and moms and grandmas and shit that the families lived with while their kids were working 18 hours. Okay, they
Hmm.
advance because of how much they fucking work. They abstract everything from the everybody. You're in this list. This is your
Leave
IQ.
no
You fit
stone
here.
unturned. Go ahead.
Okay. So when I
Go
say
ahead.
this bitch can turn into South Korea, I mean this bitch
Okay, I
can
see.
turn
Okay, now I
into
see what you're
South
saying. Okay, okay.
fucking Korea.
I see what you're
When
saying.
you
I see what
people
you're
are
saying.
talking, people.
If
See,
you
this is
get
what.
this
Wait, hold on. You know, I'm at work. I wish you
Go
would
ahead.
do shit at different times. This is the thing. People are worried about the 4B movement, and that shit doesn't mean anything. That shit's been going on. Okay, look at the fact that how are they supposed to raise their kids if there's 50-year-old women prostituting themselves in the street in those countries because there's no welfare state. There's nothing. This is
so
what being
you
BJ. So when you have none of that, they're extracting every single resource from the person. We're getting worked harder than previous generations. I told you, women don't get what they're signing up for because when they get 60 and
Somewhat
they get
changed
that
here.
doctor bill, when they get that doctor bill and their debit card stops going through, we're rolling them out of the hospital. Good luck. See you on the
we're
block.
talking we're
Okay?
talking like 20 years from now and stuff like that, right? Like this current
It could
generation.
be, or it
I
could happen
But
tomorrow.
you,
oh
okay,
shit.
but you don't get that they frame shit within. They already understand they're taking resources from everybody right now for a war. So now your
Hmm.
35,000 truck costs 50,000 now. Okay, your house costs 200 to 400,000 now. Okay, they're
Ain't
absorbing
no
all
two
the
nothing.
wealth from people. They don't give a fuck, and people think they can do uprisings. You're not, because soon as the water goes, the best uprising that can happen is literally guys not even having kids into their 35s. Okay, if that happens, yeah, this shit can go sideways real fast. Okay,
But isn't that what the
but
immigrants are here for?
exactly, I was about to
The
say
illegal ones, better yet, the
that's
legal ones. Yeah.
that's that's what I was about to say. America is good at absorbing the petite bourgeois from every country. So when you go to countries and you
Yes.
wonder why they haven't
Exactly.
they extract the blue collar workers, the low
Hmm.
labor workers, the petite bourgeoisie. Then when you go back to your country and you're mad that it hasn't advanced and it still looks the same as 40 years ago, other than for Dell owning some shit or Walmart owning some shit or whatever major fucking corporation owning some shit, they will continue to take the talent
Basically, they
out the
did
balance on
a
the books
brain
for
drain.
that.
Wait.
Yo, yeah, but
Let's pause right there because something Leon said is very, very important here. Going to what you were saying, Vince, the brain drain. That's the brain drain for those countries. For America, for
that's
us,
yes.
it is the petite bourgeoisie, as Leon was saying, that's now here, that's operating over here like they over there. So they're teaming up with the white folks over here to keep their foot on the necks of the working class people, and Negroes is all full of working class people.
Yes.
So what do you
So
think that
so
means when I'll bring up Leon real quick. Let
Wait,
me bring
let
up
me
this
roll
story
out
real quick, and
before.
it's
I'm
gonna
about
be
to
short.
roll out. Let me roll out
It's
first,
gonna
but
be
I
real
just
short
want to
because
say
it's
this.
important to
Okay,
what you're saying. Give me 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes. Something that
yeah,
Jason Black covered years ago, and I brought this up a little while ago. The story of the Asian girl that the Asian woman that hired the dude to kill her baby daddy, and so she was elite Asian, and her baby daddy was black. That's the important part of the story that I need to mention. Asian woman um um hire somebody to kill her baby daddy. And the boyfriend who was black also. The other dude, everybody serving jail time. The baby daddy's dead, and she got away scot free. Going to what Leon is saying. Go ahead, Leon.
all right. So as I continue, black guys, we
Mhm.
played no position in this whole fight. When my brothers went to the protests the last weekends, I told them straight up, be behind white girls. And once you see a white girl get maced, it's your time to go home, bro. Y'all play
Yeah.
no part in this situation. I'm gonna keep it a being with you. It's when the white boys go psycho. You be behind the white boys and the white girls when they go psycho, because their body dropping is more important than your body dropping. I'm just gonna keep it
Mm,
100 with y'all. We have a long history of being right in front, and
mhm,
everybody benefit from that shit. While your great uncles died up in your sister's apartment and were blackballed from this economy each fucking
mhm.
time. The Irish became white, the
Yeah.
Italians
Yep.
became white, Japanese got loans, they have businesses. That shit is continuous. And black guys thinking that y'all play a part in changing this shit. No, you don't. We are an out group that's gonna get the brunt end of it regardless. Okay, I'm just
And
keeping it 100.
let
But I
me
gotta
let
go.
me let me shout out a split gem, and a split gem is a devil in a blue dress, but I think we done moved so far with the conversation. I forgot the context, right? But yeah, thank you for the super chat, a split gem. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. But thank you for the super chat. And Chaos, you just came up. What you
Devil
want
and Blue
to?
Dress is a very interesting movie. Denzel Washington movie. If you guys have not seen that
Hmm.
movie, it's
I have
about
not seen it. I
almost
have to see
about
it then.
30
I've seen
years
it
ago.
twice. I've seen it twice.
Very interesting movie,
Hmm.
picture in time movie about black life, particularly in
In
Los
LA.
Angeles in the 50s or whatever. So you should check that
Mm,
movie out.
What's the
okay,
name of it
Very
again?
Just
that's
because it
important.
was cool enough.
and Don
Don
Cheadle
Cheadle.
alone in that movie is must see, must see.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
Yeah, alone.
he was wild.
Yeah,
okay, okay.
that's
Uh,
one of the great interests in a movie for a black man you'll ever see.
so
Hey, Black
you,
Guru, do you remember the
I'm
scene where All right.
real quick, Damon, I am glad where we went with this conversation. You see, we just stay on the women. And we're talking about social decay, what systems look like when they fall apart, what people look like when the systems fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about dystopian
Yeah,
futures, which is like
yeah.
I really can see this going even further left. And Black Uru being here, and very importantly, saying he has seen throughout
Hmm.
his life things that he never thought men would accept, or black men, but even white men will accept. I think that's important for us to really grapple with. Um, what we, especially for those of us, I want to say under 50, I'm sorry for a little bit of you older Xers, um, us to grapple with, because we're the next up as the older Xers and the boomers phase out.
Mhm.
What are we gonna do,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean,
That's the real
you're
question.
going to experience some things
Hmm.
that, and I'm trying to convey to what
Yeah.
Socrates or
Hmm.
Plato, I
Mhm.
forget.
Yeah,
You are
Socrates,
going
or
to
Socrates, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. No, Socrates.
right, one of those three.
Well, at least
Uh,
they got Epictetus.
you're going to see some things, you're a young man. You're going to see some things. Now, well, you're going to see some things uh, 20, 30, 40 years from now, and you're going to be like,
Hmm.
wow, I never would have expected this shit to happen. I
I
Hmm.
mean,
don't
I
know,
fully expect to
right?
see people like, like literally married to like gorillas and shit, like 30 years from
Nah,
like I do.
I
Yeah.
mean, who would
nah.
Speaking
have
of
thought?
which,
Okay,
I
when
think,
COVID
I think,
happened, who would have thought you would have saw the government be like, "Hey, nobody on the road. If we see you on the road and you ain't going to work, that's your ass." And
Yes.
guess what? You're like think about what I don't know about y'all, but eat because
And,
remember, Florida was one of the first states to say no to this. But eat for a good 2 weeks because I still was going to work because I'm a well,
essential
essential
worker.
worker. We'll say, yeah, I almost exposed a little bit too much, but I'm an essential worker. But so I was on the road at um 5:50 in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and when I tell you I-95, y'all, 95 was clear.
hmm
If I
It
tell
was
you
so
where I live,
peaceful.
you'll be like, "There's no way." It was literally my 20-minute drive on the expressway. I passed maybe two other cars on the expressway, and this was
Mhm.
multiple mornings for about 2 weeks.
Yo, Z, I was out there too. I was out there
You
too,
Yeah.
and
see?
it was like, and it was,
and,
I
and,
felt so
and, and
good
notice
about it.
how and
Hmm.
notice how quickly the vast majority of us submit. Notice that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
and
Well,
and the last
I had.
the last
I
thing
just
I'll
had
say
a
before, because I think I can't remember if it was Chaos or Nemo who was trying to speak after this, but
me.
let me say this. This is what's also important is this will have long-term ramifications because they're still talking about how far back this set the youth in reading comprehension, not
Very
just the black
bad.
ones, particularly the black youth, but
Mhm.
not just the black ones in reading comprehension. And we're talking about, depending on the state you live in the laws,
Mhm.
give or take
Yeah,
2 years, a year and a half, maybe even 9 or so months of no school set these young folks back years
Z,
in reading comprehension.
Z.
And,
Listen,
and
I
that
will.
and it's
Well, certainly
possible they'll never
anyone
recover. Go
between
ahead.
like, you know,
As I
I
was
don't
saying,
know, first
yeah.
grade to like fifth or sixth grade,
Everybody
they're
had to be
fucked.
homeschooled.
Yeah.
They're
Everybody had to be
Yo,
fucked.
homeschooled. But sorry, Black Guru. But Black Guru. It's interesting you brought up that movie Devil in the Blue Dress. Because remember Jennifer Biel was in that movie. No, who was it? What's her name?
Yeah,
Jessica Biel or Jennifer Biel? The one from Flashdance.
it's
Hmm.
Jennifer Bills. Jennifer Bills.
Yeah, Jennifer Biel. She's in that movie because we talking about the myth of white womanhood. She was passing in that movie. Let's not forget.
hmm
She was passing. She was I said blonde in that one. But there was a scene I remember.
Mm-hmm.
It was there's a scene in that movie like we're talking about. Fellas, stick with the white folks because when they go out, that's when you have to hide. But there was a scene where Denzel's driving a car. There's a white woman with him. She's saying, "I hope you're not scared." And of course, Denzel also does the narration in that movie. And in that scene, he's just like, scared. Look at me. I'm driving a white car in a white neighborhood with a white woman in the passenger side. I'm not scared. I'm stupid. I don't feel scared. I feel fucking stupid. Let me get to the words and
Talk
shit.
about stupid. Talk about stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Saint Cyr says this, and I didn't think about this, and I'm glad he brought it up. Saint Cyr says not only
Oh yeah.
reading but socialization too. Good point.
Mm-hmm.
Good
they don't
point.
even,
Yeah.
bro. I work with kids. I work around kids, stuff like that, and like
Hmm.
they read. Like I'm 31. They really be really trying to talk to me like I'm their peer because older people. It's like when the '90s with like gangs and stuff. Like older people started having like when the younger kids started selling drugs, and then those
Hmm.
young kids had older, those boundaries change and stuff like that. Like how we be like watching how moms be like friends with their kids and stuff like that and everything. That socialization
Yeah.
part have a real ramification. Like I work with kids on a very like um you know
Mm.
I work heavy with them. Well,
Shit.
basically, I'm a PO, so I work with them on that level. And like the way I see how they come to court, how they address their problems, how they talk to
Yeah.
people in different positions. They
Yep.
don't they don't they don't know they don't know positionality in relationships with
They
people.
don't. They don't respect the hierarchies.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's bad for them because it's bad because it's like they're ignorant, and this is how the one thing I from studying.
Mhm.
When I thought about the word ignorant, is one who willingly ignores persistently. These kids are willingly ignoring
Mm.
persistent stuff, and they're putting themselves in some stupid ass unnecessary
So
positions.
they're so ignorant that they don't even realize that they should fake it in the situation. This is when
Yeah,
you're supposed to smile and say yes sir, no sir, even though you want to kick this person in their
right,
teeth. So I get what you're
exactly.
saying. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
what you're saying.
they don't know about the things they should give a fuck about, and they don't know
Mm.
about the things they should do the song and dance to, and it's bad. Like yo, so I'm gonna tell you, I work with kids with like drugs and guns, right?
Mhm.
With they get caught up and stuff like that, and like 4 kids, like 4 or 5 kids, they willingly didn't come to court and got kicked. With the program, like if they get their stuff, if they do the program, they get their stuff wiped off, expunged. That's different, like from like how it was 10 years
In
ago and
other
stuff
words,
like
and I'm
that.
just kidding. I keep
So
on contextualizing what you're saying, Vince, but I'm listening.
I'm
In
cool
other
with that.
words, they're so not just ignorant, juvenile, whimsical, and then that also speaks to their parents, by the way, because there's no way I would get in trouble, and I would get a
Immature.
sweetheart type of situation, exactly, a sweetheart situation, and my mom and my dad would let me f that up. There's
Right,
absolutely no way.
and
So
they
that also
do.
speaks to their family situation, their familial situation, allowing them to mess up a sweetheart deal where you do this program for 6, 9 months a year, and then everything is wiped off.
Right, and you get to
Wow,
walk. You
that's
get to just
scary.
walk and be
Yeah,
good. So it's like
that's scary.
when I think about all this stuff, that's why I walk back to the part where we talk about the relationships with the women and stuff like that. We talk about
Hmm.
marriage stuff like that. We gotta also talk about the kids and stuff like that too. And then we talk about the communities and all that stuff. And we look at how the kids move and how they act and stuff like that. It's a further ramification of what goes on when we talk about what goes on with how we are socialized with women, how everything going right now.
Yeah, yeah,
And
Do
if you
you
no,
do
that's true.
you do you ever have a conversation with or conversations with them about where they see their lives going 5, 10 years when they're adults?
Yeah, I
That's
You ever
true.
always,
have those?
I always do. I have a good moment where I'm able to like gauge and see where they at, and a lot of them they don't. A few do. A few of them don't even. Some they still learning themselves too. Remember when I talk about the need to belong to the parent and their behavior and
Hmm.
stuff like that, and understanding their identity, and you throw with the family stuff going in and stuff like that. Some of these kids, when they're 14, I start looking at these kids. I remember one kid assumed that I was married and have kids and stuff because of the job I had, and he was like 13, 14. So now I start looking at these kids as if mentally they're like 7 or 8. Because that was a 7 or 8 year old ass comment he said. And he was like 13, 14. So looking at how they are, because we're talking about psychosocial development and stuff too. The
So that
house,
goes
how
to
they
what
are
Saint Cyr was
together.
saying about socialization.
Yes, very
Hmm.
much. Very much.
Hmm.
With the literacy rate and stuff like that too, that plays a part too. Because who's at home teaching them how to read? What's the family dynamic?
Who's
What's the value on education?
And this goes back to what I was saying about the neo feudalism. You're gonna
Right.
have these people who can't read and can't barely tie their shoelaces,
Don't have no skills. They get
and
24,
no
25.
skills, and then
Yeah.
what that means is you will not be producing the income to challenge not a nothing,
And I
which means
asked them,
more of that money that's being generated will be going to the people at the top, and whatever thin slice of buffer class people that they have that act as the quote unquote overseers of society.
and most
So
of
they
them
don't
don't have
believe in
conceptual
nature, in
I don't
understanding.
essence.
I
Hold up real
don't
quick.
think so, man.
Wait,
No,
I don't think so.
let's let Vince land with that, and then we'll have you.
yeah,
We're gonna
but
close out in a little bit, y'all. Go ahead.
let me
All
land.
right.
So
Hmm.
the thing is, they don't have a conceptualization of who and how they are going to be when they're 25. They don't have no plan for school. Like a few of them do, but the ones who do also, a few of them just burnt out too. It's not like I don't believe in them, but it's like based off how you're moving and what you want. I don't know. It was like you kind of could see. That's why I be talking about the trajectory of things and where things are now, where it's heading to, where these kids are right now. They going, woof.
Man, and thank you for that, Vince. Go ahead, Black Socrates.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Oh, let's do Black Socrates, and then we'll do Chaos. Chaos, you'll probably be the last one we have to round out. But go ahead, Black Socrates. and I'll make my
Yeah,
closing after.
yeah. I don't know how there's going to be this upper class and feudalistic society, and things are still functioning, because the amount of skills
Mm,
that's was required to keep certain infrastructure and certain utilities functioning, if it's not there, then it's not going to work. And that's what I'm saying. It's like,
mm,
no, like, and not to mention that the generation Z and younger, they're already tapping out. They want to be influencers. They want to be YouTubers. They don't want to be doctors. They don't
They
want to
don't
be
give a fuck
lawyers.
about having their
They
high
don't want
school
to be
diploma like that.
engineers. Right. So if you don't have
mm,
no engineers, no new engineers to replace the old ones, no new doctors to replace the old ones, no lawyers to replace the old ones.
No
Why? Because there's
clerks.
no real, huh?
No clerks. Like people
they're
who have
going
degrees
to
and
Yeah.
they're
obviously
going
written and
to
stuff.
wait,
replace
wait,
a lot of that with AI,
mhm.
bro. They
That's
I,
already
so.
I
doing
Wait,
you
it.
wait, wait.
cannot
Let,
replace
let,
it
let, wait, wait,
all.
wait, 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 wait,
Yeah.
wait, wait. You're right. You're right. You're right. I gotta say, Black Socrates, you're right. Here's the thing, and this is where we get to talking about dystopian futures and us eating ourselves back into the Stone Age. Um, what I think happens is that this technology starts working on itself, but we're already having this issue now, which you already have certain companies and corporations that are integral to a whole entire industry, and they're the only one that produce this one part, and
Okay.
they're the
Yeah.
only ones that have the technical know-how to produce this one part for this one super integral industry or whatever it is. So going to what you're saying, I I think you're right, but I think I don't want you to underestimate how the technocrats can jigger this to work long enough.
Let me give
You
you an
see what I'm
example. Quick
saying? Not
example.
not not for eternity, but long enough. Go ahead.
I
Go
work in
ahead.
the medical industry, right? So I work in the medical
Mhm.
industry, and if you work in the medical industry intricately, you'll realize that there's a lot of issues that are on the horizon that no one talks about because we don't want to send the public into panic. One
Mhm.
of the
Mhm.
issues
Mhm.
that's in the horizon is the fact that there's not enough nursing staff. There's not enough
I saw
Mm.
staff.
about that.
There's not enough
I saw a video
physicians
about
in
that.
certain specialties. There's not enough nursing staff. There's not enough CNAs, LPNs, etc. To the point where they're trying to lower the standards to get more in, and it's not happening. Why?
Mm.
Because people don't care. And it's like, fine, how is AI going to take care of sick people? That's the thing. It's like, yes, I hear you. AI can take care of certain jobs, but certain jobs cannot be
Yeah, we're
taken
not
care of.
there yet. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what
So
you're
I'm
saying.
like, and this is happening right as we speak, right
Mhm.
now. If there's a complete shortage of nurses across the board, to the point where they're trying to import them from the Philippines and they're trying to immigrate
Mm.
them. There's not enough. So my question is, in the next decade, not 20 years, not 25 years, the next decade, how can they address that? Right? And that's just one. Remember, this is one profession in one industry, let alone heavy
Mm.
machine operators, welders, heavy
Yeah, we're just
utility
not there yet.
operators.
We're
And
not there yet.
I'm like, listen, if all it
We
takes is,
need maybe another half century, maybe century before we get to the point where I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
yeah,
I get
and
what you're
that's what
saying.
I'm saying. Like, and if people are tapping out, which is what's happening, we can't find nurses. We can't find people who want to be nurses
Mm.
because they don't want to wait. They don't want to do schooling. They don't want to do it. They just don't want to do it. They don't want whatever it takes. Just don't feel like it. They'd rather be a hairdresser or a YouTuber. So
Simple
that
as.
becomes the norm. That
Shout
becomes the
out to my
norm,
fellow
right?
YouTubers.
Yeah, exactly. That becomes the norm. What is this? What are the elites gonna do? Just
And it's
sit
gonna
down
be
and shrug?
Wow.
my bad. It's gonna be crazy because we're gonna be watching everybody rig out on YouTube and stuff like
That's
that
what I'm
too. Because
saying.
people gonna
Yeah,
be like,
it's gonna
"Yo,
be
it's so
televised.
fucking crazy."
The revolution will be televised.
But let's let Chaos go real quick, and if Black Uru wants to make the closing, he can make the closing. Go ahead, Chaos. What's going on with you?
Man, you gotta understand, man. They have it all set up and they structure it for a reason.
Mhm.
It's good to have these conversations to a degree, but the people that run societies, they know how society is going to look and shape in
True.
time, decades, time after time. Personally, the
Time after time.
they,
No, go
they,
ahead. I'm sorry.
they- so when we talk about these issues, they're not really concerned. If you're a person that's not going to do what's necessary in society, you just bail out, you just tap out. I mean, they already knew this already. They're not really concerned about the old fluctuations of YouTubers, podcasters, or even go as far as women as OnlyFans, which if you're lucky to make any money, which let's be honest, most women don't know how to market themselves. Sorry. They just put themselves out there and then hope that someone's going to snag, and that's not the case. Especially if men
Mm.
overall either had them or not. And really, truly, the way how these messages are being pushed now, to tell men not to do this, some men are going to abide by it, and some men are just going to stay in their old ways. That's why certain content is
Mm,
not meant for old fucking people, especially old niggas. This supposed to be meant for
mm,
people that are more impressionable. They're gonna hear this message, they're gonna make the adjustments and see what the side's gonna do on their end, especially when it talks about women. Women gonna do what the hell they're gonna do at the end of the day. I know one chick particularly she don't even use her OnlyFans. She now goes straightly to the Snapchat and hope people gonna pay her from that. And that sounds good, but if you're trying to avoid Uncle Sam and all that stuff, good luck to that. I mean, personally, because they know once you start getting taxed into it, a lot of women, they think they're making money, you're not making money. Because they're gonna heavily audit you, especially, you know what I'm saying, because you're not doing business right. I mean, I think Black Roo is an accountant, especially. He knows it.
mhm.
You gotta do things right, and most women are not in the
You're
direction.
right about that. You're right about that.
They,
And
they, they're, they're, they're
the
more.
LLC stuff is hair and nail stuff, beads.
Yeah. So really and truly, especially that. So when we hear about, if they're doing well or not, and man, no, you're not doing well, because most people that made the money that are corporate for over 50 years or more, they're still in it. You barely
Yeah,
just scratching 3 to 5 years, and if you get
yeah.
that, you're not going to be upwardly mobile because you had to still hire people, manage people, and hope that you're projecting.
Yvette Carnell interviewed a lady once, or he didn't. She didn't interview her. She called in when they were speaking about business, and she was an attorney. This was a pretty educated woman, black woman, and she admitted like she did her and another female black woman partner. They tried. I want to say they tried to open their own firm. They did actually open their own firm, not tried. And she said they were open, I want to say 3 years. It was either 3 or 5 years. She said they didn't make, she bought home $30,000. She talked about like their revenue, but the
Yeah.
actual money that she bought the money she bought home after every year was averaged out to be $30,000. And that's that. Yeah, so go to what you're saying, like this is not anti-entrepreneurial talk, but it is when women in particular talk about entrepreneurialism and being business owners and yada yada, boss girl, whatever, right?
But Missy, we gotta
Mhm.
be honest. Entrepreneurship goes in many phases and many stages. It's not for the
True.
weak of heart. Um, you gotta understand when they miseducate males, especially, it's for a purpose of someone that see where they are in the system. They make the adjustments. Either they're gonna work within it or make their own way, one way or what they call that alpha way nonsense, right? But if you start tampering that and don't give them the necessary basics, they're not gonna think on that. Even go
True.
as far as maybe go into the criminal element, which the criminal element, as I look at it, is really ceased to exist now because of technology as it stands.
It still exists, but it's just way
Unless
more difficult to pull certain things. Yeah.
unless you're technically fluid, you can't be a
Hmm.
criminal in the modern 21st century. You can do it
I mean,
old way.
you're more likely to get caught for sure.
Old ways don't work well. You had the best
Hmm.
shot doing that during the stage of 2000s. Once the
Hmm.
next decade went, it just shifted very aggressively, and it's already rapid already now this decade now, and move forward. Anybody want to try it? A man, especially, good luck. But purpose is this: most women nowadays, and we know men gonna do what they're gonna do anyway. But a lot of these ladies that talking about they doing good and good, nah.
And let me pause you right there, Chaos, and let me read this, and then if Black Rule want to say anything, and then we're out of here. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat. Why Florida be so damn hot? I'm almost burned myself out there, nearly 200 degrees. It is. Oh no. I can't tell right now what it is. Give me a second. I'll give you an idea what it is right now. But yeah, no, it be hot. You're right. That's 80, 40 degrees. It ain't too hot. But yeah, no, uh, Florida
Northern Georgia,
temperature is
cold.
very interesting because we definitely go up into the 90s. Last year, summertime, it was ridiculous. I only drove the Z a couple of times because you know, older Japanese sports car. So you start it and you drive it for like 2 miles, and the temperature is yeah, you think it's gonna melt. So
Mhm.
yeah,
One
the
thing,
heat is real.
one guy did wrote
Hmm.
about it's paying less. It's been paying less, brother, for the last few years. And the reason why because
Hmm.
more people doing this, and we have overflate the market, everything's gonna be, problematic with the money. That's
Yeah.
why I tell people many times, these live
Look,
trains,
I gotta make a hard stop,
it,
chaos.
it,
So I gotta
it,
I
it,
gotta
it,
let
it's good.
Black Uru get in if you want to.
I know.
Mhm.
These live streams and people paying content, that's as far as it's gonna go. But regardless of the other stuff, I mean, you're gonna have to find other outlets to make your
Yeah,
money.
and to what Trina B is saying and to what you're saying, we already saw this with the adpocalypse. So it ain't nothing for YouTube to say, you know what, we're cutting the payouts half, right?
Exactly.
And
How long did
that
they
you
say
know,
how long did they say
Exactly.
that apocalypse, first of all?
I don't know, because I don't make
What was it?
any
When
money.
was
I get
this?
any
Well,
money on adpocalypse.
Yeah, when was this?
I give a scenario. The ad
Mhm.
apocalypse happened 8 years ago, around
Yeah,
2006,
yeah,
roughly.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And
2016.
what they call net neutrality, was not put in place. It was freeze until they brought
Yep.
back years later. The point is
Okay.
this: that when two people are on one spot, they had to
Mm-hmm.
spread out the money evenly. You get me? Now there's some people that will make money here if they gotten it ready and they already got their name out, like MRT back in 2019. He came in the right
Mhm.
time because the next year, everybody was locked down, so he was able to galvanize more of his following. Same with Kevin
You mean
Samuel.
MTR? MTR. You said MRT.
Yeah,
MTR. I was
yeah,
wondering. I was like, wait a minute, who? Okay, but
New York Tutorial. Even
yeah.
when getting watch, I'm gonna say
New
it's
York
her
tutorials. New
No,
York
chaos. I gotta
I,
pause right
I,
here. I
I,
gotta pause right there. I gotta pause everybody right here. Black Ooh, do you have anything you want to say before we close out? But
No, I
last week's
see
outro
you
was
trying to get
goddamn.
out
What
of
was that
here.
the week before? I'm still like I go back and listen to it occasionally. That's why I made sure you were the last one last week. I was like,
I've got
God
to
No,
damn.
I've got something to say.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you get out of here. I'm just gonna thank
Okay.
you for
all right.
having
I've
me.
got something to say, actually.
Go ahead.
So go ahead.
Well, my
Quick,
thing is,
fast.
first of all,
Mm-hmm.
well, two things I gotta say. First of all, Black Guru is proudly brought to you by Soft Guys OG Scented Oils. When you old and grizzled, you certified drizzle. Drizzle, baby. For shizzle, my
Right.
nizzle.
Right.
Secondly, I just want to say, this doesn't include Black Guru because he's old and seasoned and old but tasty, but to everybody else, y'all ain't shit, and God bless y'all for it.
All right, yo. Like, share, subscribe. Hit this. Well, I was gonna say like hit the super chat. Like, share, subscribe. Go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. We will pause right here. Like for real, go check out other non-Black Manosphere content because like so we can know what the hell we're talking about, and so we don't sound like these damn delusional ass women, these uninformed ass women, right? I want for us to be informed, just in case something goes left. For those of us that are still here, we know what's going on, right? Because that's the beauty. I love this space because of how, shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr., how multifaceted we all are and how much we bring to the table, the information and the knowledge we have coming from different interests, different life endeavors, different career paths. I love
Life
it. I love it.
experiences
Right? Yeah, different experiences, all of it. Right?
and
Exactly.
perspectives.
So
And y'all still ain't giving me my
we
props, motherfuckers.
right, no, definitely the different perspectives, by the way. And so we will pause right there, truly, and y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Here's a link for Chaos's channel. I think that's what he's putting right here. And
No,
y'all
no,
have a
it's not.
rest.
It's a specific thing that everybody was talking about, and I eventually came across and talked about, which I
Oh,
didn't go
okay,
to.
okay. So we will
Y'all watch
pause right here.
myself if y'all like.
Okay, and we will pause right here, and y'all go check out, like I said, other Black Manosphere content and other non-Manosphere content. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day.
Stay, please.
Peace.
Peace.